That is his past self, or perhaps his future self. Fragments of memory from the heart-burning corridor suddenly surged forth. At the same time, those memories sealed and obscured in his mind burst forth like a breached dam, weaving and colliding with unprecedented speed, recombining. What he had experienced, and what he had not, stemmed from the incomplete memories within the river of spacetime, rapidly piecing together in his mind, leaving nothing out. After a moment, he suddenly looked up, and his eyes no longer held calm and depth, but were filled with an indescribable horror. So this is how it is. In an instant, the shackles of time and space were completely broken, the fog of the past dissipated, the trajectory of the future became clear, and his memories fully revived, understanding instantly the cause and effect of the ages, why he was so certain of victory. He remembered how he won that battle. At the battlefield at the peak of spacetime, surrounded by many enemies, a blood-red rainbow cut through the river of spacetime. At its peak, the blood gate opened, the red blade screeched with thirst, splitting the cosmos. It was Xueqing. It was Xueqing who burned all her essence blood at an unimaginable cost, forcibly opening the gate of spacetime for him, bringing forth reinforcements from eternity sufficient to turn the tide of battle. In an instant, Chu Zheng's eyes filled with menacing blood veins, black mist seemed to roil within his pupils, and his aura became terrifying to the extreme. His memory, unexpectedly, was completely unsealed on the eve of this impending conclusion. Simultaneously, the river of spacetime roared with violent waves due to Chu Zheng's intense emotional upheaval and cognitive overturn. He suddenly looked towards the direction beyond the Dao Palace where Xueqing had gone. A thought frantically emerged. At this moment, he still had a chance to change the future, as long as he brought her back, stopped her, there was still a chance. But the next second, reality was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. What would happen after calling Xueqing back? Facing the second-fold immortal marshal's combined overwhelming heavenly fate, of which he possessed only 2/10, how could he win? What could he rely on to break this destined deadlock? Surrender the heavenly fate? Then what was the point of everything he did before? In that instant, Chu Zheng again recalled the little Taoist in the Heaven Burial Palace. Only now was he given complete memory. Was this to provide him with a final chance to choose? For a moment, inside the Dao Palace, only Chu Zheng's heavy breathing remained. The final battle had yet to start, but within him, a battle of mind was already raging. He combed through his memories repeatedly, and suddenly, his expression changed. He stood up, tore open the void, and headed straight for the near-immortal realm. In an instant, Chu Zheng arrived outside the near-immortal realm. He took a deep breath, and stepped into the realm slowly. Within the realm, there was a sea of blood. Many immortal path cultivators, especially the Lin Xian 3 clans, were in dire straits, their breaths weak. Chu Zheng did not look much. He continued forward, into the lower realm, stepping into Immortal City, neither deviating nor missing, arriving at a stall. Behind the stall sat a little Taoist. Chu Zheng sat down at the stall, and spoke in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" Previously when Xueqing mentioned it to him, he paid no mind, but now thinking back, to divine for the ancestral realm, and with all 3 prophecies fulfilled, there could not be a second person besides the one before him. The little Taoist didn't lift his head, responded slowly, "When I divined for Xueqing before, she responded with a phrase, do you know what it was?" Upon hearing the little Taoist's words, Chu Zheng frowned slightly. What did she say? The little Taoist, his head down, fiddling with the divination symbol in his hand, said lightly, "She said to me, fate is determined by the heavens. But destiny is shaped by man, so I want to give you another chance." The little Taoist slowly lifted his head, his face no longer held the smile of old, just indifference. "Chu Zheng, which path do you choose?" Now laid before him are only 2 choices, to let Xueqing live, or to let Xueqing die. From another perspective, this is also choosing whether Song Lingxue lives, or Song Lingxue dies. But essentially, it's Chu Zheng's own decision. Chu Zheng's gaze was slightly cold. After a long silence, he got up and left. "Wait." The little Taoist called out to Chu Zheng, and said slowly, "I have one more thing to remind you. To open the reincarnation road, the full 10/10 of heavenly fate from the mortal world is necessary. the universe originally being the Yellow Springs, heavenly fate there is useless, unable to unlock the Reincarnation road. Chuzheng paused for a moment, then continued onward. And one more thing. The little Taoist spoke again, frowning, return the coffin to me, you no longer need it. Boom. Chuzheng did not look back, casually threw out the coffin, tore open the void, and disappeared in an instant. The bustling crowd moved back and forth, yet treated the little Taoist and the coffin as invisible, passing through them. The two were not in the same spacetime. The little Taoist shook his head slightly, slowly stood up, gently caressing the coffin, murmuring, I gave you the opportunity, it was you who didn't want it, don't blame me. Leaving that Tao palace suspended beyond the 9 heavens, isolated from the world, Xueqing's expression was cold and tense, her brows furrowed. At this moment, her heart was far heavier than when she came. Chuzheng's seemingly calm but determined reaction weighed on her heart like a boulder. Without any delay, she returned directly to the martial pavilion ancestral land. Deep in the great hall, Xueqing sat alone at the cold steps of the jade stone hall. The hall was vast and silent, only her barely audible breathing could be heard. After a long silence, her gaze seemed to pierce through the ceiling, looking towards the ever-flowing river of spacetime above. Finally, a hint of resolve flashed in her eyes. With a single thought, the law runes of spacetime around her body lit up, slowly etching out a hazy, dreamlike entrance before her, where light and shadow flickered unpredictably. This was the ancient Tao transmission road. She was well aware that directly peering into the main vein of the river of spacetime would not only be fraught with obstacles but also provoke a massive backlash. In her current state, it was difficult to clearly see the future. But the ancient Tao transmission road was different. As a tributary borne attached to the main vein, while still dangerous, it provided a relatively cunning path. If she could flow down this ancient road, reaching a sufficiently distant future node and then look back to the past, perhaps she could glimpse the outcome of that battle, and even find a sliver of hope for Xingqiu. Though she knew that peering into the future, especially interfering with its understanding, would burden her with unimaginable great karmic consequences, which even an ancestral realm body might not be able to withstand. But at that moment, seeing Xingqiu about to step into an inevitable death trap, she could no longer afford further thought and could only make some attempts. Go! With a low shout, Xueqing forcibly separated a wisp of her most refined divine sense origin, transforming it into a barely perceptible blood-colored stream of light, resolutely launching it into the bizarre entrance of the ancient Tao transmission road. The instant her divine sense entered the ancient road, Xueqing's main body trembled violently, as if her divine soul were forcibly torn from her flesh by an invisible colossal strength, rapidly ascending towards an indescribable high point. This was a peculiar sensation of transcendence, as if breaking free from the shackles of reality, yet accompanied by the tearing pain of her spirit soul and the dizzying impact of spacetime turbulence. She drifted in this chaotic state for an unknown duration, perhaps a moment, or possibly millennia. Her vision no longer contained utter darkness and chaos, appearing instead a hazy path of light. This path was not corporeal, more like woven from countless fine lines of the time law, descending from a multicolored whirlpool, as if condensing the light of all stars' birth and death, extending into the endless distance. And upon this light path, at a considerable distance between each, stood a towering blood-colored pillar of light, not inanimate but exuding an awe-inspiring sense of horror, containing majestic martial path will and intense killing aura. Xueqing could clearly sense that each pillar represented a martial arts strongman who had at least entered the realm of ancient myths, these living creatures, like road signs, standing in the torrent of time, reflecting the evolution of martial, connecting ancient times to the present. Xueqing dared not linger too long, not even daring to carefully observe the information fragments transmitted by those pillars. The vastness of the ancient times was overwhelming, each era with its unique torrent of grand epic information. If her mind wavered even slightly, she would be overwhelmed by this information, even assimilated, ultimately lost in spacetime, completely dissipated. She could only focus all her energy, locking onto the direction of the ancient road, striving forward towards the furthest possible end of the future. This process was long and arduous, her divine sense continually worn down by the power of spacetime, like a candle flickering in the wind. After an indeterminate period, she finally felt a barrier-like sense of obstruction from ahead. The light path seemed to have reached its end. Ahead was an even more obscure wall. At this terminus, a hazy light shadow stood silently in her path, blocking her way, enveloped in a gentle yet impenetrable divine light. This figure's aura was distant and mysterious, not as intensely fierce as that of martial arts practitioners, carrying a sort of inclusive, unfathomable Tao resonance. Xueqing's gaze narrowed slightly, caution rising in her heart. However, before she could speak or attempt to communicate, that mysterious light shadow glanced at her, then silently stepped aside, allowing passage, without uttering a word. This abnormal act only deepened Xueqing's doubts, but the opportunity was fleeting, and she hesitated no more, controlling her already weak divine sense to pass over that mysterious light shadow. In the instant she crossed the light shadow, Xueqing suddenly felt a strong discomfort. The heaven and earth laws around had undergone some fundamental change, becoming more complex, grander, and exerted a powerful repulsive force on this wisp of divine sense from the past. It was as if the entire spacetime was rejecting her insight. She forcibly endured the discomfort, struggling to move forward a few more steps, but with each step, the depletion of her divine sense increased exponentially, on the verge of completely dissipating in this unfamiliar future spacetime. With no choice, she had to stop. And at the instant she halted, due to the brief synchronization with the present spacetime, her divine sense involuntarily penetrated the current real-world scene corresponding to this moment in time. However, the scene that appeared before her eyes left her completely stunned, even temporarily forgetting the crisis of her divine sense about to fade. The current era held no sky-reaching wars, no brutal Tao war skirmishes, nor was there the oppressive presence of ancient ancestors over the star sea, but a scene of peace that she couldn't even dreamily depict. The world was in great harmony, every Tao brimming with vitality. Different cultivation systems coexisted harmoniously, corroborating with each other, no longer distinguished by superiority, only different Tao paths. There were no Tao wars, heaven and earth were tranquil. Amidst mountains and lands spread peace and prosperity, various civilizations thrived brilliantly, no longer with traces of heavenly fate, inexhaustible cultivation resources were enjoyed. As if some kind of shackle had been broken, the great universe's source was more generous, resources no longer the center of contention. Yin and yang were orderly, life and death distinct, past and present traceable, giving life understanding of origins and death knowledge of return/p. A kind of almost perfect order in her eyes was established, with orderly reincarnation, and fate no longer confused. This was almost the era she most longed to see deep in her heart. Is this the ideal divine kingdom Xingqiu spoke of, after reopening yin and yang and sweeping away the ancient defects? For a moment, Xueqing's mind wavered, pausing in her steps, her expression in a daze, almost getting lost in this tranquil future scene. She subconsciously wanted to step forward a few more steps, to see more clearly, wanting to confirm whether this was indeed a real future, or merely an illusion reflected by the river of spacetime. But just with this thought, the repelling force of the heaven and earth laws around her suddenly surged, causing her divine sense to resemble a candle in the wind, on the verge of dispersing in an instant. At this critical moment, a gentle and rich breath, seemingly containing the most essential life force of the universe, quietly appeared, gently enveloping her wisp of divine sense about to dissipate. This breath was strong, yet not overbearing, with a hint of indescribable familiarity within its warmth, blocking the intrusion of future spacetime laws, stabilizing her divine sense. However, this breath did not send her back to the past but pushed her towards the unknown distance with an irresistibly gentle force. Xueqing's divine sense was uncontrollably propelled by this force, with the surrounding light and shadow rapidly changing, becoming blurry, as if passing through layers of spacetime barriers. When she was able to see her surroundings again, the scene before her shocked her divine soul. It was an indescribably vast world. Standing at the center of the world was a heaven-supporting jade pillar. This jade pillar's size was 1,000 times, 10,000 times larger than any bloody martial path light column she had seen before on the ancient Tao transmission road, its entire body exuding a warm yet indestructible jade-like luster, standing quietly as if supporting the ancient firmament. The surface of the jade pillar was not smooth like a mirror, but covered with dense, variously colored Tao marks. These Tao marks exuded different auras, some as profound as the starry sky, some as blazing as the sun, some as cold as ice, and some teeming with life, intertwined together, almost forming an extremely complex Tao map. What surprised Xueqing even more was that some of these Tao marks did not seem to be natural inscriptions but rather resembled ghastly scars left by Slaughter's secret techniques. The lingering aura of those scars made her feel a stabbing pain, as if looking at them for even a moment longer would tear her apart with the killing intent they contained. What kind of living creature, experiencing what sort of fierce battles, could leave such terrifying Tao marks on this seemingly immortal jade pillar? Although the Tao marks were terrifying, compared to the entire jade pillar, they felt utterly insignificant, like the glow of a firefly compared to the radiance of a full moon. The master of this jade pillar, their cultivation realm, had completely surpassed the domain of the ancestral realm. Xueqing felt a dry sensation in her throat, even though she had already entered the ancestral realm, standing at the peak of myriad Tao. At this moment, she was entirely intimidated by the scene before her. Is this heavenly might? Based on the distance she had traversed along the ancient road, she roughly estimated that this place might be the distant future of countless epochs beyond her current era. The strength represented by this jade pillar before her was utterly incalculable. Is this also a person of the martial path? While her heart and mind were shaken, a gentle heavenly sound quietly echoed, breaking the deathly silence of this vast world. It's you again. Again? Hearing these words, Xueqing was momentarily stunned, but soon noticed something amiss, frowning slightly. I have been here before. You have. The heavenly sound was silent for a moment, then echoed. Again, for me, that was the past, but for you, that is the future. These words made Xueqing frown slightly. The secret of the river of spacetime was too profound, and she could hardly fathom the mystery within these words. She didn't waste time thinking and straightforwardly asked, "May I ask who you are, esteemed one?" The void fell into silence, and after a long while a voice came forth, one who bears the heaven-abandoning name and shedding surname, whose true name can never be found across eternity. I inherit the origin, shatter destiny, open the ancient immortal, and I leave behind a single character, after me. Raise your head, and you shall see the sky. Hearing the gentle heavenly sound, Xueqing couldn't help but be taken aback. Heaven? What does this heaven mean? Is it some form of reverence, or does it refer to the legendary master of heavenly fortune? Countless speculations flashed in her heart in an instant, but now was clearly not the time to delve into it deeply. As Xueqing was momentarily stunned, that gentle heavenly sound, as if originating from the cosmic origin, echoed again, devoid of any emotion, asking directly, "Why have you come this time? What do you seek?" Xueqing forcefully gathered her scattered thoughts, collected her mind, and spoke directly. "I wish to know what happened in the past, and whether Xingqiu, did he become the master of heavenly fate?" In her view, as long as she can understand the outcome of the past, she can naturally deduce a method to resolve the current deadlock. However, the heavenly sound's reply sank her heart. The past you wish to know happened in the last epoch, an era I cannot personally reach, its causality long buried within the dust of ages, difficult to trace the causes and effects. A slight pause in the voice, it continued, "As for the Xingqiu you mentioned, within the records of this spacetime, I do not know of such a person's existence." Upon hearing this, Xueqing could not help but furrow her brow tightly. Even such an incredible being cannot glimpse the truth of the past epoch, then wouldn't her risky endeavor be all in vain? Thinking of this, a sense of helplessness welled up in her heart, and she let out a soft sigh. Just as she turned to leave, her steps suddenly halted, as if she had remembered something crucial. She abruptly turned back, gazing up at the heaven-reaching jade pillar before her, tentatively asking, "Might you be cultivating the martial path?" She was walking the ancient Tao transmission road of the martial path, so logically, the one she encounters at the end of this road is likely a supreme being of the martial path. The heavenly sound echoed again, giving an ambiguous response, in a sense, but not entirely. Compared to the martial path of your epoch, this era's martial path has experienced some changes, integrating more possibilities. Unfortunately, bound by fate, I too have not truly ascended to the theoretical peak of the martial path. Bound by fate? Even such a being is constrained? Xueqing was inwardly astonished, but at the same time, a glimmer of hope arose. No matter what, this living being before her, its realm and power must far exceed the ancestral realm, an unimaginably strong existence. Her expression shifted, she spoke again, then, may I request your assistance, to help a friend of mine in my era overcome a death tribulation. She briefly explained the predicament she faced at this moment. Now Xingqiu was weak and powerless, any possible help, even if just a glimmer of hope, she felt necessary to attempt. A long silence spread across the spacetime of the future. Finally, the heavenly sound echoed once more, the cycle of natural law has its own path, anything you desire to achieve must come with a price. I can help you, but it requires equivalent compensation. Naturally, Xueqing agreed without hesitation, but then she showed confusion. But I have nothing to offer, what can I provide as compensation? Your talent for the martial path, and the method to transcend spacetime. The heavenly sound calmly stated the conditions. Facing these two somewhat peculiar conditions, Xueqing frowned slightly, puzzled. Talent? This is something intangible and ethereal, how can it be used as a bargaining chip? And that method to transcend spacetime, I've never even heard clearly what it means, let alone understand it, how can I give it to you? Talent is a gift from heaven, intangible but with substance, I can extract it myself. As for the method to transcend the cycles of spacetime, though you are ignorant, there are those who understand, you only need to agree. Upon hearing this, Xueqing did not hesitate at all, not even giving a moment's thought, she nodded immediately, I agree. Good. At the moment the heavenly sound fell, beneath Xueqing's feet, the illusory tributary of the river of spacetime suddenly stirred with an invisible ripple. She suddenly felt her legs go weak, a sense of weakness originating from the life origin attacked, as if something precious and innate had been silently extracted, leaving a seemingly permanent void of vital spiritual light deep within her divine soul. The heavenly contract is complete. The heavenly sound proclaimed. You are now merely a trace of divine sense, unable to fulfill all conditions. You need to cross spacetime with a complete body and soul, to the convergence of epochs, which is the extreme boundary my main body can reach. Hearing this, Xueqing's expression halted, her eyes flashed with puzzlement, since you cannot reach my past epoch, how can you help Xingqiu when I reach the convergence? My main body is confined here, unable to move, but can send forth an incarnation. When you reach the junction, my incarnation will guide you. An incarnation? Xueqing hesitated to speak, inevitably filled with concerns. The second-fold immortal martial, besides herself, there are 15 ancient ancestors eyeing greedily, can an incarnation truly withstand such force? The heavenly sound seemed to perceive her concerns, it slowly echoed, rest assured, it is sufficient. Simple words, carrying absolute confidence and calmness. Thank you, noble one. Xueqing bowed deeply, performed a grand salute, and said no more, turning around and retraced her path against the current of the light road. Approaching the chaotic area interwoven with spacetime laws, she took one last look at the distant, dreamlike peaceful divine kingdom, deeply engraving that scene of universal harmony in her heart. Recalling what she had encountered and heard just now, especially that heavenly contract, and the condition that she must personally venture with her body, Xueqing took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with a resolute decision. She has no retreat left. After a long time, Xueqing's divine sense just returned to her main body. The moment she opened her eyes, a figure hurried in from outside the hall, unable to hide the look of panic on their face. It was her disciple, Yan Feng. Master. Yan Feng quickly stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and spoke urgently, his voice trembling. The news just came that Jun Huang martial ancestor has officially declared war on behalf of the entire martial pavilion, announcing an alliance with the immortal path to engage in a life-or-death battle with Daoist ancestor Xingqiu. I am aware. Xueqing slowly stood up, her face void of any surprise, calm to the point of eeriness. She looked at the disciple she had always protected, a trace of barely noticeable softness and apology flashed in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she spoke gently, "On the day of the great battle, I will assist Xingqiu." "Master? That's absolutely forbidden." Yan Feng's face turned as pale as paper, his knees gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, continuously bowing, his forehead hitting the cold floor tiles with a dull thud, which instantly cracked into spiderweb-like patterns. In the current situation, so clear is the alliance between immortal and martial paths, it's crushing the heavenly fate. If you go to help Daoist ancestor Xingqiu, it's akin to a moth flying into the flame, seeking your own death. For the martial path, and for yourself, I implore you to reconsider. Xueqing watched Yan Feng, who kept bowing relentlessly, bent down and reached out, holding his head that was about to bow further, gently patted his shoulder, with evident softness in her eyes. "You are my only disciple behind closed doors, your talent and disposition are exceptional. Precisely because of this, over the years, I never wanted to burden you with too much responsibility, always hoping you could retain some innocence." Her tone was gentle yet undeniable. "Promise me, after the battle, no matter how circumstances change, you must live well." "Master." Yan Feng's eyes instantly reddened, tears uncontrolledly slipped down, he once again bowed heavily, his voice choked. Xueqing was silent for a long time before saying, "I just took a trip to the future." Yan Feng raised his tearful eyes, looking at her in confusion. "I saw the scene after eternity." Xueqing's gaze seemed to penetrate through the hall and across space-time, as she saw the distant ideal divine kingdom. By then, the world is united, all paths have vitality, there will be no more endless Tao wars, no need to arduously vie for the maddening heavenly fate. The heavenly Tao cares for all living beings, tribulations on the cultivation path diminish, resources are abundant, yin-yang is in order, life and death are clear, previous lives and current lives can be traced, knowing the origin at birth and the return at death. It is a spectacle never seen since the creation of the world. She took a deep breath, eyes shining, said solemnly, "Therefore, try to live longer, live until the day when the world is united, see for yourself what the prosperity truly looks like." "Master." Yan Feng was already in sobs, could only lie on the ground, choking. Martial cultivators, striving forward, content for that slight hope, the future of martial path depends on you. Xueqing patted his head for the last time, turned around, and headed out of the hall. Yan Feng knelt all the way, bowing step by step until he reached the hall's threshold, respectfully sending off. "Master." The Tao Palace above the 9 heavens. Chu Zhang's figure emerged from the void and slowly sat down. Between his brows, no longer was there the usual deep tranquility, but rather a touch of ineffable loneliness and weariness. In the moment of comprehending the past and the future, he pondered countless things. Just like the little Taoist's cryptic hints in the Heaven Burial Palace, he had tried countless times to reverse spacetime, aiming to return to ancient times to change everything. But due to various coincidences, human calculations, or his own hesitation, he had never walked the path leading to the ideal historical outcome. This resulted in a slight deviation of ancient history, leading to different degrees of tragedy. At this moment, he stood once again at the most crucial turning point in the river of spacetime. His next decision would once more profoundly impact the past, present, and future, determining the fate of countless living creatures. If he acted now to save Xueqing, avoiding her death, then all past efforts and preparations would be in vain. He would have to reverse spacetime again, restart the cycle, falling into an endless loop, unable to see the true end. But to return to the sole legitimate history, he must watch as Xueqing goes to her death. Familiar footsteps from outside the hall interrupted his contemplation. Xueqing stepped slowly into the hall, looking at Chu Zhang seated. His expression rarely showed traces of desolation, her eyes slightly narrowed. "What are you thinking about?" Chu Zhang did not lift his head, his voice was deep, "The past, the future, and you." His gaze slightly lowered, understanding in his heart, Xueqing's sudden visit might mean she was already aware of part of the future. Xueqing did not ask further, she just sat slowly beside him, gazing shoulder to shoulder at the boundless sky beyond the Tao Palace, her eyes introspective. "When I was young, I wanted everything, supreme cultivation, esteemed position, and you." Her tone was flat, as if telling a story of others. At that time my heart was higher than the sky, thinking what I desired should be rightfully mine, but later realized, there is no double ideal method, it's hard to have both perfect things in the world. Past lives and present lives, reincarnation, they are too elusive for me. I just want to contend in the present world, grasp everything I can hold on to. Her voice carried a trace of reminiscence and acceptance. Until Ziyu and Jingchuan fell successively in the Dao War, I realized that human life is finite, destiny is insurmountable. How can one want everything, hold on to everything without letting go? Her tone shifted, and she turned her head to look at Chu Jing. I have been to the future. Chu Jing's body momentarily stiffened, almost imperceptibly. I have found an ally for you, Xueqing continued, her voice carrying a hint of relief, a being from a distant future who agreed to assist, hopefully able to help you unravel this predicament. Without waiting for Chu Jing's response, she continued talking to herself, as if sorting out her own thoughts. I told you before, heaven granted me unparalleled talent in the martial path, surely wanting me to do something with it. She paused slightly, a glimmer of realization flashing in her eyes. At this moment, it seems I have found the answer. Although I cannot accomplish it, this talent of mine is enough to attract a supreme being who can quell the conflict. Xueqing's gaze lowered slightly, her voice gentle. So, I will help you one last time, but this time, it's not for you, it's for all the beings under the heavens, for the prosperous future I have witnessed. My life has not come easily to this day, let's not waste it. Chu Jing listened silently, feeling turmoil within his heart, 1,000 words stuck in his throat, ultimately turning into a hoarse inquiry. If there truly is another life, what do you wish to do? If there truly is another life. Xueqing paused, a faint smile appearing on her lips, tinged with relief. I hope you and I will not meet again. Thinking about it now, that little Taoist's fortune-telling wasn't wrong. In this life, I rarely find true fate, some encounters are just added troubles, and mere karmic misfortunes. Karmic misfortunes. The two words echoed like thunder in Chu Jing's ears, causing his expression to suddenly freeze, his pupils contracting abruptly. In almost an instant, he thought of Song Lingxue. Could it be because subconsciously Xueqing didn't want those threads of worry, that's why there is the fruit of soul division in later generations? Thinking of this, Chu Jing took a deep breath, calming the volcanic turmoil within him, but his fingertips couldn't help but tremble slightly. It turns out, all the causes and effects were already seated in such distant past. Ancient dreams are transient, ending as flowers in the water, moon in the mirror. Slowly, Xueqing got up, gazed at the starry sky, murmuring softly, fate is determined by heaven, the part is man-made, but you and I, ultimately are fated but not destined. Her words fell silent, she lingered no more, turning into the whistling gang foam, ascending the peak of the river of space-time, waiting quietly for the opportunity in battle. Chu Jing lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. Long ago, that little Taoist had told him, in the reincarnation road there lay a wisp of soul division from his good corpse. The change in Xueqing's reincarnation likely couldn't be detached from him either. Martial Pavilion, Ancestral Land. Before the great hall, Yan Feng remained kneeling on the cold jade ground, his expression numb, like a stone statue, his eyes appearing hollow and filled with bewilderment. A figure in red quietly came closer, it was Erosion Sunrain. Seeing Yan Feng kneeling on the ground, lost and dejected, a hint of surprise flashed on his face, frowning slightly. Yan Feng's senior brother? What's going on? Yan Feng did not speak, merely shook his head slightly, lips sealed tightly, saying nothing. Erosion Sunrain's curiosity grew stronger, tentatively asking, is Xueqing martial ancestor inside the hall? I have some questions regarding cultivation, and wish to seek her advice. Upon hearing this, Yan Feng's body trembled ever so slightly for an instant, still mindlessly shaking his head. At this moment, he felt as if the sky was collapsing, pressing down on him, every color in the world losing its meaning. Countless thoughts surged within his mind, eventually transforming into an indescribable hatred. He hated Yun Tianji for fomenting discord, he also hated Jun Huang's betrayal and aligning with the immortal path, and he even hated Daoist ancestor Jing Chu, who seemed detached yet dragged his mentor into a deadly situation. In his simple mind, if any one of these three would back down, cease causing strife, the present universe's situation might retain balance, and his mentor would not be forced to risk his life. Seeing Yan Feng unwilling to speak no matter what, Erosion Sun Rain instantly understood that something earth-shattering must have occurred. He quickly linked this situation to the imminent, universe-deciding great battle. Yan Feng's reaction makes him instantly associate events and Taoist ancestor Xingqiu with each other. Considering that battle, Snow-Qing martial ancestor would likely participate, but if that were the case, Yan Feng wouldn't react this way. An astonishing conjecture arose in Erosion Sun Rain's mind. Could it be Snow-Qing martial ancestor chose to stand with Taoist ancestor Xingqiu? This thought tightened his heart abruptly. In such clear dueling positions, why would Snow-Qing martial ancestor make such a seemingly moth-to-flame decision? What is it for? Is it an unspoken old affection? Or has she seen secrets unnoticed by others? Erosion Sun Rain suppressed his shock, leaned closer, asked in a low voice, "Senior brother, would you like to observe that great battle?" This question was like a spark, reviving Yan Feng instantly. His expression paused, suddenly lifting his head, a renewed gleam igniting in his eyes, eagerly asking, "Do you have a way?" The battlefield of the ancestral realm, can you and I even touch? This is unlike before, with over 10 ancestral realms clashing. This kind of turmoil, even the ancestral realm involved would struggle, they simply have no capacity to witness it. Of course. A barely noticeable hint of self-satisfaction flickered on Erosion Sun Rain's face, lowering his voice. My uncle, after all, was the previous master of Martial Pavilion. He inevitably left behind some secret techniques within our clan. With my current cultivation, direct participation is a delusion, but leveraging these remnants to allow you to observe from afar, glimpse the battle situation, is doable. Follow me. Erosion Sun Rain did not say more, gesturing with his hand. He led Yan Feng through the Martial Pavilion ancestral land, traversed all the way to a secret great realm, and then arrived at mountain peaks heavily sealed with arrays. Opening the array, Erosion Sun Rain led Yan Feng to tens of thousands of feet deep underground, stopping before a cold pond. The pond's waters were deep and exuded faint starlight. This pond holds the essence of spacetime, capable of reflecting the past and future. With your cultivation and mine, we can observe dramatic changes in spacetime. Erosion Sun Rain took a deep breath and reached out to touch the cold pond. The water rippled without wind, churning into a vortex, reflecting an illusory scene atop the river of spacetime. A familiar figure, seated cross-legged, entered Yan Feng's line of sight. His expression became solemn, sitting in meditation with his eyes fixed on the river of spacetime, hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Time never pauses for the joys and sorrows of any living creature, swiftly passing as lightning. The 3-day period swiftly approached. Atop the river of spacetime, the void shattered, spatial structures became extremely unstable, filled with all manner of destructive law storms. Since ancient times, this place has been a battlefield of the ancestral realm. At this moment, the surging river of spacetime became calm and serene, the tides thoroughly suppressed, extreme ruthlessness shrouding the vast expanse. Many ancient ancestors of the Immortal Alliance and Martial Pavilion, behind Yun Tianji and Jun Huang, walked slowly, with immortal light and martial Dao Qi blood intertwining into a terrifying spacetime domain. The pressure so intense that all living creatures in the heaven and earth universe instantly felt unease. Including Xingqiu and Shueqing, there were 17 ancient ancestors present. Such a scene, since the opening of the heavens, has only appeared when contending with the vast universe. Chujing slowly stood up, standing on the pinnacle of the river of spacetime. Here, nestled between reality and illusion, he stood on waves in a higher dimension, his gaze piercing layer upon layer of spacetime, scanning the many ancient ancestors before him, his expression calm yet with a hint of coldness. Xingqiu, reaching this step today, you must have foreseen it long ago. Perhaps the heavenly destiny true spirit within you has already guided you. Yun Tianji approached slowly, gazing distantly, his expression calm. May we be friends in the next lifetime. Chujing did not respond with words, his eyelids drooping. This battle, irrelevant to right or wrong, even if Yun Tianji did not strike, he would have sought a way to initiate it. Jun Huang's expression remained calm, speaking in a serene voice. I found my sister's remains in the Heaven Burial Palace. She died to an Immortal-Banishing rune. That is truly regrettable. Chu Jing shook his head slightly, speaking solemnly. I truly did not know. I know, when you've taken many lives, how could you remember one or two? Jun Huang was unfazed, his expression calm as he said, Today I come, not for revenge, but to defeat you and seize your fate. Having known each other, we have yet to cross blades, today we shall have a try. Xueqing slowly opened her eyes, tightly gripping Emperor Palace, her dark martial robe fluttering in the turbulent aura, her gaze devoid of any attachment, filled only with determination. She had no intention to entangle, choosing to initiate, completely igniting all the chi blood within her, transforming into a blazing scarlet fire instantly. Boom, intense pain swept over every inch of her flesh, every wisp of her divine soul, her body, starting from her fingertips, like ignited glaze, turned into the most pure and intense flame, beginning to burn. This was not some divine skills or techniques but the most thorough burning, using all of one's origin as fuel, to exchange for power beyond limits, forcibly traversing the vast boundless, perilous river of spacetime, heading towards that intersect of epochs, to receive that beam of heavenly light from the future. The poignant scarlet rainbow soared from the pinnacle of the river of spacetime, ignoring the distance of the void, directly plunging into the surging river of spacetime. Like a flying boat traversing through the light of time, charging madly towards the future. On the ancient Tao transmission road, the physical body cannot enter. To cross time-space, one must tread the main course of the river of spacetime. Almost simultaneously as she breached the spacetime, within the river, many ancient ancestors, whether familiar or unfamiliar spacetime projections, manifested, blocking her path. Everyone, I only wish to pass through, please allow the way. Xueqing took a deep breath, speaking solemnly, yet received no response. These ancient ancestors were not present in their main body consciousness, but rather projections drawn by the river of spacetime from those ancestors, intentionally obstructing her time-space crossing, a natural reaction of the river of spacetime. In an instant, Xueqing was besieged. These projections, among them ancient giant gods, various ancient ancestors, their aura terrifying to the extreme. Though the projections were not the main body, they held similar combat strength and were numerous, coming in succession. Xueqing had no time to consider anything else, becoming a burning meteor, exerting all her strength on pressing forward, Emperor Palace drawn forth, held tightly in her grasp like a lifeline, emitting a sorrowful tremor. She did not stop, pressing forward, beheading the giant gods, forcefully dispersing the filthy immortal light with her blood chi, allowing the projections of many ancient ancestors to clung to her, carrying them forward until they were thoroughly ground to dust by the chaotic time currents. Charging through, leaving a bloody trail. Her figure left a long and brilliant scarlet trajectory in the river of spacetime. It was her life origin burning rapidly. To reach the future swiftly, she advanced almost self-destructively, shattering projections blocking her path, her divine sense and body depleting at a frightening speed, on the brink of collapse. Unaware of how long she fought, through countless time epochs, a strange region finally appeared before Xueqing, where laws were chaotic, past and future lights mingling, as if a wound left from the collision of two gigantic epochs. This is where the epochs intersect, the past and future are entirely severed here, transformed into eternity. At the very moment she arrived here, a towering figure gradually emerged, surrounded by gentle immortal light, as if waiting here for a long time. The figure was shrouded in a hazy radiance, its form indistinct, but Xueqing could sense a familiar aura. This was the aid she had bargained for, an incarnation of heaven from the future. The figure slowly extended its hand, cradling her remaining soul in its palm, and in the next instant, tore through spacetime, entering a completely different ancient road. As Xueqing looked upon the ancient road with its rising and falling green jade pillars, her expression paused, for this scene was all too familiar. This was the ancient Tao transmission road of the immortal path. The river of spacetime won't allow me to interfere with the past, I can only traverse here. A gentle voice murmured by her ear, and Xueqing slowly exhaled, feeling utterly exhausted. She instinctively glanced around, her gaze suddenly halting. Not far away stood a figure, staring at her with wide eyes. Those features were all too familiar to her. Xingqiu? She quickly realized this place was an infinitely distant future, and the aura of the person nearby was too weak. Moreover, Xingqiu seeing her wouldn't react this way. This must be a reincarnation of Xingqiu. Xueqing shook her head slightly, withdrawing her thoughts, not dwelling on it further, but ultimately couldn't resist turning to look again. In an instant, an abrupt change occurred. The numerous green jade pillars standing on the ancient spacetime road lit up one after another with immortal light. Figures emerged from within. Xueqing's breath hitched slightly. These were the many ancient ancestors of the immortal path, and the evident divine thought fluctuations showed these were true ancient ancestor divine thoughts, not mere projections. In the instant the numerous ancient ancestors of the immortal path appeared, they unhesitatingly attacked simultaneously, intertwining chaotic immortal light, joining forces to press towards her. Those who disrupt the ancient history shall be obliterated. Roars tore through endless spacetime as many ancient ancestors appeared, forming an array in the river of spacetime, striking as one, to suppress the heaven light from the future, aiming to halt its steps. Boom, in just an instant, the immortal array was torn apart, the heaven-supporting jade pillars collapsed one after another, shattered underfoot. Xueqing couldn't even react before the entire immortal road was pierced through by that single ray of heaven light. The next moment, numerous familiar figures appeared before her once more. Since Xueqing burned essence blood, crossing spacetime to this moment, less than a breath had passed. Watching the suddenly appearing figures before them, Yun Tianji's expression changed drastically. As a cultivator of the immortal path, he almost instantly sensed the terror in the person before them. This was a true immortal, not of the cultivation path, but the immortal path itself was born from them. This was a fundamental upheaval. Jun Huang also felt an indescribable sense of threat, his expression solemn. Where did Xueqing find such a terrifying being? Before the two could think further, an overwhelming force above the current spacetime laws descended without warning, like the entire great universe crashing down, striking ruthlessly upon their Tao seeds. Pu, the two supremes, collectively holding 70% of heavenly fate, simultaneously coughed up essence blood. The center of their brows split open with blood traces, their auras instantly deflated by more than half, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. This was a strike from a higher realm, far beyond the scope of the ancestral realm. They couldn't even comprehend its operation, yet were instantly heavily wounded, their Tao seeds nearly completely shattered. In an instant, the river of spacetime surged, time and years reversing, stirring a torrent of billions, pressing towards that striking ray of heaven light. This epic doesn't allow me to linger long, I can only leave it at this. The murmuring voice reached Xueqing's ears once more. The next moment, the heaven light dispersed, merging into the river of spacetime, while taking away that cluster of fiercely burning blood flames. In the end, only the Emperor Palace remained, along with a remnant bone falling. Within a breath, the immortal martial ancestors were severely injured. Xueqing perished. Witnessing this scene, Chu Zheng's eyes suddenly erupted with cold brilliance, all hesitation and struggle in that moment transformed into towering killing intent. With one step, he traversed from the river's peak, seizing the Emperor Palace, and the remnant bone about to fall into the river of spacetime into his grasp, his whole body's yuan qi boiling over, charging straight at Yun Tianji. Compared to Jun Huang, Yun Tianji was more severely wounded, the immortal seed shattered, his entire mind nearly plunged into chaos, completely losing the ability to resist. Chu Jing had not the slightest hesitation, forcing back two ancient ancestors of the Immortal Alliance intending to protect Yun Tianji, and with one strike, severed Yun Tianji's head. Pooh! The massive head flew high, heavenly fate surged, pouring into Chu Zheng's body. In an instant, he sensed something different, a power was competing with him for the heavenly fate from Yun Tianji. Unquestionably, it was the good corpse, also the heavenly destiny true spirit of the immortal path. In the end, the good corpse retreated, taking away the heavenly fate from Yun Tianji, along with a wisp of residual soul. However, amidst the rush, Chu Jing still retained nearly half a share of the heavenly fate. He had no intention of halting, again wielding the Emperor Palace in his hands, pursuing Jun Huang, / The Chaos Blade arc entwined with blood light, traversed endless spacetime, all things tangible and intangible where the blade arc passed, returned to the void. Two newly elevated ancestors of the martial path, one after another, blocked Jun Huang's front, yet before they could make a move, their bodies suddenly froze, their heavenly fate instantly extracted by more than half. In front of that Chaos Blade arc, the protective divine light seemed like paper crushed, instantly torn, unable to even utter a scream, exploded in an instant, turning into a rain of blood. Amidst the thunderclaps, including Yun Tianji, 3 ancestral realm figures have already met their demise in the Yellow Springs. 3 successive funeral bell tolls erupted instantly. River of Spacetime. At the crest of waves that traverse ancient times, carrying the rise and fall of countless epics. A procession of over 10 figures, shrouded in an aura not belonging to this era, with grand spiritual presence, is arduously traversing against the flow of time. They are not of this world, but come from the future, standing at the pinnacle of all paths as ancient ancestor-level beings, their bodies flowing with power law subtly and distinctly different from the current ancient era, bearing marks of the future. The purpose of their journey is to reverse the time stream, heading toward the legendary ancient final battle point. Seize the moment when the Taoist ancestor Xingqiu, stirring the storms of ancient times, is fiercely battling the second-fold immortal martial, in his weakest state, to kill him in the past. This plan is so bold it's nearly insane, involving causal factors that would make any rational living creature hesitate. But propelling them forward are the terrifying legends of Xingqiu circulated in the future, and the 25% heavenly fate. As they struggle onwards, the river of spacetime ahead suddenly becomes incredibly turbulent and chaotic. As if countless pieces of destroyed star domains were forcibly embedded into the river of time. The deafening sound of laws collapsing, shrill enough to penetrate spacetime barriers, along with the dirge-like sound of bells ringing in one's soul, mixed together, form a death zone even ancient ancestor divine thought cannot penetrate. There lies their destination, that great battle within the river of spacetime, its intensity far exceeding any historical record they understood from later generations. Dazzling immortal light clashing madly with blood energy so fierce it could tear the great universe apart. Time and space, like toys, are ripped apart by invisible forces, cracks of laws spanning time appear and disappear, devouring everything. As far as the eye can see, it's a chaos, only faintly sensing those few terrifying presences like cosmic cores madly battling within. What chills their hearts even more are occasional drops of ancestor blood containing tremendous life essence and eternal will, splattering out, whose ancient ancestor it might be, severely injured, they don't know, penetrating the time barrier and landing upon their protective divine light, bringing a piercing chill. This is not a lackluster final battle from records but a death grindstone operating frantically, enough to swallow the ancestral realm. Everyone. The silence is broken. The middle-aged man in the golden dragon emperor robe speaks first, his face solemn, a flicker of barely noticeable fear in his eyes, his voice deep. I feel, this journey is overly risky. The brutal situation ahead is beyond our intervention. I'll head back first. Before his words finish, the middle-aged man turns decisively, surrounded by dragon chi, heading back toward the future in the direction they came. Candle Star. Wrapped in immortal light, Feng Ting couldn't help but speak, incredulous and slightly displeased. This reverse flow alliance to besiege Xingqiu was your initiative, sworn with conviction, and now at the doorstep, you retreat in fear? Candle Star paused slightly but did not turn back. He waved indifferently without regard. The situation has changed, beyond human control. If you wish to proceed and accomplish that feat, please feel free. I must excuse myself. With that, he held no more nostalgia, his figure blurred, vanishing instantaneously in the downstream fog of the flowing time, disappearing without a trace. The remaining dozen or so future ancient ancestors exchanged glances, the atmosphere turning extremely awkward and heavy. Candlestar's retreat was like a cold splash that extinguished the fervor and luck in many hearts. Feng Ting. looked grim, glancing at his companions with varying expressions, before finally turning his gaze toward a nearby spot. Staring at the woman enveloped in ethereal moonlight, her disposition cold and exquisite, he sighed with a touch of exhaustion in his voice. "Moonlight, you witnessed the battle ahead, far beyond expectations. It seems we underestimated the might of ancient times and overestimated ourselves. Let's go back now, before it's too late." Moonlight, immortal ancestor, frowned slightly, hesitating with some struggle. She lifted her gaze, trying to peer through the chaotic spacetime to see the battlefield's center, but found nothing besides unsettling destructive waves. After a moment of silence, she nodded slightly, taking the lead in heading downstream. Nearby, Ji Zhouyin saw this and shook his head slightly, turning to several Martial Hall ancestors, speaking solemnly. "It cannot be done, to force it is unwise. Let's leave. A bunch of cowardly mice." A cold sneer erupted. Fu Pinglan's gaze swept over those intending to retreat, his tone full of disdain and mocking. Having already expended so much to reverse the flow to this point, with the target visible ahead, yet wavering and scared by mere battlefield remnants? Truly laughable. He stepped forward among the group, heading straight ahead. "If you wish to leave, then do so. I can go alone, even if only I remain, I can still kill Jingqiu." Before his words finished, Fu Pinglan ignored the others, turning into a dark flow of light, boldly plunging into the unstable spacetime turbulence wrought by the battle ahead. "Pinglan, don't." Ji Zhouyin attempted to stop him, but it was too late. As Fu Pinglan charged into the chaotic battlefield, Chu Jing instantly sensed the spacetime ripple from the future. His gaze penetrated the spacetime barrier, directly fixating on the tiny figure ascending the river of spacetime. Fu Pinglan. Ignorant of life and death. Chu Zhang's gaze intensified. Even amidst battling numerous ancestral realms, he had the reserves to do so. Pointing towards the river of spacetime, he suddenly slashed. A stream of chaotic qi landed upon Fu Pinglan. This wasn't an attack, but a propulsion force, skillfully guiding him away from several most dangerous spacetime vortexes, forcibly altering his trajectory, precariously sending him into a more distant past. If Chu Jing hadn't acted, with Fu Pinglan's strength, attempting to cross this twisted spacetime region due to the ultimate battle, he would likely have been engulfed within it, utterly annihilated. Fu Pinglan's silhouette disappeared into the river of spacetime. However, in just an instant, a wretched figure, barely clinging to life, was violently thrown back along the river of spacetime from the past. It was Fu Pinglan. At this moment, he no longer had his previous arrogance, like a dead dog, rising and falling in the waves of time. Those eyes, which should have been filled with divine light, were now hollow, leaving only two dark red, blood-oozing sockets. The aura around him had withered to the extreme, as if he could disappear and perish at any moment. In the midst of the fierce battle, Chu Jing sensed his energy once more, furrowing his brow imperceptibly. Yet, he still reached out again, releasing a wisp of chaotic qi to wrap around Fu Pinglan, shielding him from the turbulent currents of time and space, protecting him as he returned to the future. Downstream, Ji Zhouyin, who was preparing to lead the members of the Martial Hall to retreat, suddenly paused, abruptly turning around. Watching Fu Pinglan drift downstream, blood seeping from his eye sockets, his aura flickering like a candle in the wind, Ji Zhouyin's expression shifted slightly. He did not hesitate, extending his palm, reaching across the eons, and scooped up the unconscious and nearly dead Fu Pinglan, safeguarding him within his own domain. He took a deep look at the chaotic battlefield projection, capable of devouring all, with no further hesitation. "Go." This time, no one raised any objections. All the ancient ancestors from the future silently turned away, leaving rapidly along the path they came, with a newfound respect and awe for the primordial era, thankful for their survival. This meticulously planned cross-temporal assassination concluded hastily before it even began, with the only cost being Fu Pinglan's eyes. At the zenith of the river of spacetime, the fierce slaughter continued unabated, unaffected by the brief episode involving Fu Pinglan. Chu Jing slaughtered 3 ancestors in succession, his momentum even greater. Chaotic primordial qi surged like the sea, the emperor's palace humming, thirsting for ancestor blood. Yet among those present, including the severely injured Jun Huang, there were still 12 ancient ancestors. Even though 3 had perished in a flash, they showed no intent of retreat, their murderous intent spanning the ages, vowing to destroy this anomaly called Jingqiu entirely. This battle had reached such a point that both sides had suffered heavy losses, and now it could not end midway, only with one side's defeat could it be concluded. Kill. Jun Huang forcibly suppressed the intense pain and chaos brought by the nearly shattered Dao seed, his ancestor blood boiling. With an angry roar, his vital energy erupted like countless volcanoes, resonating with the heavenly fate within him, actively meeting the blade of the Emperor's palace. A fist seal pierced through space and time, colliding continuously with the Emperor's blade light, with every clash causing great waves to rise in the river of spacetime. Blood burned in Chu Zhang's pupils, driven not only by a killing intent but also by a fully operational insight. In his vision, the flow of energy and laws in the surroundings had transformed, now appearing as rivers of heavenly fate representing destiny and authority. He clearly saw that the heavenly fate from the ancient ancestors who had fallen previously had not entirely dissipated into the world, nor was it completely retained by him. The majority had been subtly drawn away by 2 indistinct energy flows hidden in the depths of spacetime, and injected into the remaining ancestors present. With the augmentation from heavenly fate, the fighting power of these ancient ancestors surged, and their attacks carried the grand might of what seemed to be destiny's decree. However, the hastily infused heavenly fate, like forcing seedlings to grow, clearly made it difficult for these ancient ancestors to fully adapt and unleash its entire power, resulting in a hesitant flow of energy. Yet, even so, the battle strength enhancement brought by the heavenly fate boost was still terrifying beyond compare. The combined might of 12 ancient ancestors imbued with varying degrees of heavenly fate enhancement was potent enough to overturn spacetime itself and redefine the universal laws. Chu Zhang did not pause for a moment, his eyes as cold as ice, knowing full well that he must end this swiftly. Otherwise, if these ancient ancestors fully adapted to their skyrocketing heavenly fate, or if the good corpse and evil corpse found an opportunity to integrate it completely, his situation would become even more dire. The Emperor's blade traversed the summit of the river of spacetime, and Chu Zhang's blade turned, abandoning the difficult Jun Huang, forcefully advancing towards an immortal ancestor whose aura was chaotic and had just received the infusion of heavenly fate. The immortal ancestor's face was cold, feeling the terrifying killing intent locked onto him, not daring to be careless. His hands reached into the void, as if grasping the foundation of some great realm, letting out a low shout, suddenly supporting a heavenly palace divine mountain condensed with countless immortal Tao laws, pressing down across the eons of the Star River. The divine mountain stood majestically, with billions of strands of immortal light, possessing a heavy Tao resonance intending to suppress all, pressing down upon Chu Zhang. The barriers of spacetime shattered layer by layer beneath this divine mountain. Chu Zhang's expression focused, raising his hand once more, as blood light surged atop the Emperor's palace, entwined with dazzling dark gold divine runes. The power of the Immortal-Banishing rune was pushed to the extreme, and the direction of the blade did not aim to contend head-on, but directly at the source of the immortal mountain. Boom, the brilliant blade light and the majestic immortal mountain clashed fiercely, deciding the outcome with no stalemate at all. At the moment of contact with the Emperor's palace blade, the immortal Tao laws flowing within the heavenly palace divine mountain instantly shattered, swiftly disintegrated from their source by the power of the Immortal-Banishing rune, and completely severed. The divine mountain emitted a series of roars, its surface instantly covered in cracks, and in the next moment, it exploded with a thunderous bang, transforming into billions of scattered immortal light fragments, piercing through spacetime, falling into the river of time. The blade's momentum did not diminish, like a heavenly blade cutting through paper, slicing through in an instant, tearing apart the layers of protective immortal light hurriedly laid down by the immortal ancestor, severing their indestructible immortal body into a rain of blood that scattered across the sky. Yet another ancient ancestor has fallen. A portion of the heavenly fate was once again forcibly intercepted by Chu Zhang, merging into himself. In that brief instant, Chu Zhang felt a slight anomaly. In the moment he annihilated this immortal ancestor and intercepted the heavenly fate, the Emperor's blade in his hand, following the trajectory of the heavenly fate's flow, traced backward and touched the hidden hand behind the curtain. It was the thought of the good corpse. The edge of the Emperor's blade struck it through the void. Although it did not cause severe damage, it indeed inflicted harm. Chuzheng glanced at the situation, his gaze slightly concentrated. The helper that Xue Qing had found possessed extremely deep experience in slaughter, with an acuteness to the battle situation that was unparalleled. In just that moment, they had already penetrated the abnormal flow traces of the heavenly fate here, and the hidden struggles behind the scenes. Just now, they clearly held back intentionally, letting Jun Huang off the hook. Earlier, when they defeated the immortal martial ancestors, if they had wished, they had every chance to kill Jun Huang as well. But they did not. Because if Jun Huang died, the heavenly fate on him would be instantly extracted by the evil corpse as the heavenly destiny true spirit. In that event, the total amount of heavenly fate the evil corpse could manipulate would instantly be close to or even exceed 30%. An evil corpse controlling 30% of the heavenly fate would exponentially increase the pressure on the current Chuzheng. Now, Jun Huang is severely injured, his combat power greatly reduced, but he is still alive after all. The part of the heavenly fate within him is temporarily locked, and the evil corpse cannot fully utilize it. This is as if invisibly weakening the evil corpse's power, giving Chuzheng a chance to battle the remaining ancient ancestors in a relatively fair environment. This precision in controlling the battle situation is something ordinary people find hard to reach. Kill. The battlefield has become completely intense. Seeing yet another comrade fall, the remaining 11 ancient ancestors, including Jun Huang, instantly had bloodshot eyes. They gave up all hope and reservation, joining forces to attack, with none retreating. Various bottom-of-the-box divine power forbidden techniques, and ancestor weapons with artifact spirits revived to the extreme, transformed into a torrent of destruction, tearing through eternal time, charging straight at Chuzheng, set to engulf and crush him into time-space dust in an instant. Kill. Chuzheng's eyes were also full of blood, his black hair wildly dancing, ancestor blood stained his Taoist robe. Wielding the blade, he charged upward, the chaotic primordial qi transformed into battle armor, constantly shattering and reforming under countless heavy attacks. He did not divert any attention, fixing his gaze on a martial Dao ancient ancestor, ignoring several incoming attacks from around. The Emperor's blade sliced through the sky like a dragon, the blade edge reaching their throat at an unbelievable angle. Pfft! Blood splattered. The martial ancestor couldn't even react in time, their protective qi and blood were torn apart by the blade edge wrapped in chaotic qi. The massive head, with a look of disbelief, flew skyward, then the entire ancestral body was instantly dismembered by the raging sword qi, exploding into a mist of blood. But in the next moment, the exploding flesh of the martial ancestor emitted a brilliant divine light, as if time was reversing, forcibly condensing towards the center, reborn from a drop of blood. The undying body they cultivated had also achieved great success, with a terrifyingly tenacious life force, almost no less than the prior sun-eroding cry. Chuzheng's expression did not waver in the slightest, as if he'd foreseen this. He gave the opponent no chance to fully recover, spitting out a chaos-condensed sphere of chaos divine fire from his mouth, igniting that slice of space-time in an instant, completely enveloping the reassembling flesh and soul fragments of that martial ancestor. Ah, the utmost terrible scream echoed through the river of space-time. The chaos divine fire was extremely domineering, igniting their flesh origin. No matter how miraculous the undying body was, it burned away all life and imprint in the blink of an eye, wholly reduced to nothingness. But in that moment focused on the kill, Chuzheng's own defenses also experienced a momentary opening. Suddenly, the waves of space-time surged around, an immortal sword, a spear, and a great seal appeared simultaneously, striking him. Boom! The dull, earthen sound like creation echoed, and Chuzheng's Taoist body violently shook. His chest, shoulder blades, and back simultaneously exploded with terrible blood holes, ancestor blood pouring like a waterfall, staining the times with its flow. Each drop of blood contained vast life essence and law fragments, weighing down space-time. The Taoist body split open, reaching deep into the marrow, even shaking the chaotic Tao foundation. However, at the moment of this severe injury, the remnant bone from Xueqing in his arms suddenly emitted a gentle yet resilient glow. A vast amount of space-time essence surged from the river, like the most dexterous craftsman, rapidly repairing Chu Zheng's damaged Taoist body, nourishing his depleted divine soul. This was restoration from the source. The wounds left by those ancestor weapons were almost instantly restored, returning to their initial state. With the repair and support from Xueqing's remnant bone, Chu Zheng immediately changed his combat style, becoming even more ferocious. He completely abandoned defense, focusing solely on one ancient ancestor, battling fiercely, exchanging injury for injury, life for life. Every swing of the Emperor's blade was bound to bring a spray of ancestor blood or cut down part of a Tao foundation. The battle situation fell into a tug of war, sinking entirely into the timeless chaos. Only the space-time laws roared, laws constantly emerging and extinguishing, ancestor blood spilling into space-time, announcing the death knell of another peak existence falling continuously. Chu Zheng was like a tireless killing machine, plunged into a prolonged war, the chaotic blade glow and Immortal-Banishing runes intertwining into the heavenly net, striving to capture every fleeting battle opportunity, inspecting the heavenly fate. Finally, after an unknown duration of fierce fighting, for more in the ancestral realm died under the Emperor's blade, either having their divine soul annihilated, their Tao foundation burned away, or their very existence unraveled by the Immortal-Banishing rune. Up to this point, the second-fold immortal marshal, 8 ancestral realm figures, have fallen by his hand. This is nearly unprecedented since the beginning of time, enough to rewrite the entire cosmic order. Yet, the heavenly fate that Chu Zheng has collected isn't much. With the fall of 8 ancient ancestors, the total amount he ultimately retrieved and integrated into himself is barely above 10%. The greater part was swiftly drawn away by the hidden good and evil corpses the moment the ancient ancestors fell. However, compared to the heavenly destiny true spirit that would later master heavenly fate nearly perfectly, the current good and evil corpses were clearly not proficient enough in its manipulation, leaving behind many traces and gaps, giving Chu Zheng numerous opportunities for retrieval and counterattack. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secured even this 10%. Moreover, Chu Zheng could clearly feel that as these ancient ancestors, serving as vessels of heavenly fate, fell one by one, the hidden good and evil corpses also suffered considerable repercussions and damage. Their connection to the heavenly fate of these ancient ancestors was forcibly severed, akin to having a part of themselves torn apart, their aura notably more chaotic. Swoosh, Chu Zheng once again used the Emperor Palace to shake off Jun Huang's fist seal, retreating by leveraging the force, his figure flickering as he slipped into the crevice of space-time, temporarily exiting the core of the battlefield. His breath was heavy, his chest subtly heaving. The series of battles, especially dealing simultaneously with multiple ancient ancestors endowed with heavenly fate and interference from hidden manipulators, was a tremendous drain on him. The Emperor Palace in his hand hummed eagerly, craving more ancestor blood. Its own spirituality continuously vibrated and transformed amidst the relentless collisions. Even if his strength could recover, he was already somewhat exhausted at this moment. Martial Ancestor, leave quickly. The 2 remaining martial Tao ancient ancestors blocked the intent on pursuing bloodthirsty Jun Huang, forcibly pulling him out of the battlefield. The 4 remaining immortal ancestors of the Immortal Alliance exchanged glances, their intent to retreat subtly emerging, subsequently withdrawing from the battlefield center. Seeing this, Chu Zheng took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil of qi and yuan qi within himself, without any intention to delay, his gaze piercing through layers of space-time barriers, looking towards the distant boundary, then heading straight towards the vast universe. The matter was far from over, he had more crucial tasks to attend to at this moment. He transformed into a dim stream of light, directly tearing through space-time barriers, leaving the battlefield atop the river of space-time, entering the boundless vast universe, heading straight towards the soul origin pool and burial valley. He sought to find Xueqing's residual soul. After a living creature's demise, the soul was bound to fall into the vast universe. He needed to know where the mutation in Xueqing's divine soul had occurred. The vast universe would surely hold clues. Martial Pavilion Ancestral Land. Beside the cold pond reflecting the spacetime battlefield, deep underground. Yan Feng stared intensely into the pond's water, which mirrored the blurred yet fierce battle scene. Although the details were becoming unclear to him, the figure burning with blood-colored flames eventually vanished at the end of the immortal road, and then the scene of brilliant divine light shattering the second-fold immortal martial ancestors. All these imprinted indelibly on his heart. However, just as the battle ended, an abrupt change occurred. Yan Feng suddenly let out a scream of extreme agony, as if struck by an invisible hammer, clutching his head and kneeling on the ground, his body convulsing violently. His head throbbed with excruciating pain. It felt as though millions of steel needles were simultaneously piercing his sea of consciousness. In an instant, he sensed vast swathes of memory being stripped and devoured by some terrifying force from their roots. Regarding his master's visage, voice, teachings, and moments of interaction, everything related to his master was vanishing at an irresistible speed, instantly becoming blurred. Master! Yan Feng desperately tried to grasp those fleeting fragments of memory, madly operating his divine sense, attempting to resist the force erasing his memories, but it was all in vain. His memories, like words written in sand, were being relentlessly erased by the rushing tide. As if realizing something, he hastily retrieved a blank jade book, his fingertips trembling, trying to use the divine sense as a pen, to etch everything he remembered about his master onto it, leaving the final evidence. He struggled to inscribe, the characters twisting. However, something bizarre took place. The freshly inscribed characters, like ice exposed to sunlight, began to rapidly fade, disappearing in an instant, leaving the jade book still smooth as new, as if no trace had ever been left. Nearby, Erosion Sun Rain also felt a sharp pain in the mind, seemingly missing some crucial memory, yet his reaction was clearly much better than Yan Feng's. His causal connection with Xue Qing was not as deep as Yan Feng's, making the sense of erased memory relatively weaker. Senior brother Yan Feng? Seeing Yan Feng clutching his head, howling in pain almost to the point of collapse, Erosion Sun Rain's expression tensed, quickly stepping forward to support him, infusing a harmonious true yuan, attempting to stabilize his chaotic aura. Yan Feng, with tears streaming down his face, his eyes bloodshot as if with blood, his hands desperately tugging at his hair as if trying to tear off his scalp, continually let out suppressed roars, his voice hoarse and despairing. I've forgotten. I've forgotten everything. What have you forgotten? Erosion Sun Rain's expression was puzzled, increasingly baffled. He sensed something was deeply amiss with Yan Feng's state, as if he was engulfed by some terrible heart demon barrier. I can't remember my master. Yan Feng's eyes were bloodshot, panting heavily like a fish out of water, desperately trying to recall, but the memories he could retain were merely disconnected snippets, a chaotic jumble. Ultimately, his memories began, from the recent scenes, bit by bit, being mercilessly wiped clean. All of it rapidly faded, disintegrated, until transforming into nothingness. Within his mind, amidst the boundless emptiness and darkness, only two softly hopeful phrases remained, flickering like the last spark: try to live a bit longer. Live to the day of universal harmony, to personally witness what that era looks like. Apart from that, everything about his master had become indistinct, leaving only a shadow. Master? Senior brother Yan Feng, have you succumbed to a heart demon barrier? When did you become an apprentice? Which ancient ancestor from the martial pavilion accepted you as a disciple? Erosion Sun Rain's expression changed, eyes rife with deep concern and confusion. He carefully recalled that among the martial pavilion's ancient ancestors, none seemed to have clearly accepted Yan Feng as a direct disciple. He found it hard to comprehend why merely observing a distant space-time battle resulted in such earth-shattering change in Yan Feng, causing severe memory disarray and collapse. What exactly had happened? In that battle, what power actually crossed space-time to directly influence or even alter the memory of a powerful martial emperor? Erosion Sun Rain gazed at the cold pond, which was gradually returning to calm, his heart filled with endless questions. Meanwhile, Yan Feng, slumped beside the cold pond, stared vacantly into the void. Silent tears streamed down as he repeatedly murmured those two phrases, live a bit longer. live to universal harmony. Deep within the boundless star sea. A great realm, indescribable in its vastness and beauty, quietly suspended in perpetual darkness. It was not a naturally nurtured land, but the ultimate creation formed by the Immortal Alliance, consuming immense resources, conquering the myriad realms, forcibly gathering the core essences of countless great thousand worlds through great divine power, refining and condensing them. The Great Immortal Realm. This is now the strongest foundation of the immortal path, also the supreme symbol of the immortal path in the universe. The continent is vast and boundless, spanning countless star domains, with mountains, rivers imbued with immortal charm, spirit veins lurking like dragons, grotto heaven-blessed lands emerging abundantly, brimming with rich innate essence. Here, prodigies emerge in large numbers, immortal seedlings stand tall, with new legends playing out almost daily. It has become the ultimate holy land yearned by countless cultivators. 99 brilliant great suns hang high in the sky, linked by chains purely condensed from high-level immortal flame, like red beads, suspended at the celestial dome, emitting eternal light and heat, dispelling all shadows. Once one of the 10 ancient clans, the current Golden Crow ancient clan has now completely fallen as prisoners under the Immortal Alliance, becoming total vassals. Millions of stars are not scattered randomly, but arranged in a profound all-heaven star array, surrounding the great sun's immortal chain, weaving a giant net of laws enveloping the entire great immortal realms universe. This giant net operates constantly, absorbing massive immortal chi from the myriad heavens and realms, refining and purifying, feeding back into this immortal path holy soil, making it increasingly stable. A dim stream of light, incongruent with the surrounding splendor, slowly drifted into the great immortal realm. It was a wisp of residual soul, weak as if on the verge of extinguishing, its soul light dimmed, covered in cracks, entwined with an eerie dark gold Tao pattern. The power of the Immortal-Banishing rune continuously eroded, preventing its restoration. This remnant soul precisely belonged to Yun Tianji, who should have been annihilated in both form and spirit atop the river of space-time. Relying on a subtle connection with the heavenly destiny true spirit, he employed a life-saving secret technique, managing to barely escape this critical remnant core soul from a dead end, traversing the endless star sea, drifting back to the foundation he had cultivated for 1,000,000 years. The remnant soul didn't pause, concealed its trail along the way, penetrating layers of protective immortal arrays, directly entering the most core and secretive grotto heaven within the great immortal realm. This grotto heaven is a separate world on its own, its vastness and wealth even rivaling some top-level great thousand worlds outside. This place is precisely where Yun Tianji accumulated for 1,000,000 years for the immortal path, or rather, for his own grand blueprint. Over countless years, rare resources, innate wonders, ancient relics seized by the Immortal Alliance across battles, a significant portion have been stored here. Immortal chi is so dense here it can't disperse, forming iridescent multicolored glow. Even a random stone on the ground could be immortal gold divine material causing bloody battles in the outside world. Shortly after Yun Tianji's residual soul drifted into the grotto heaven, 4 figures staggering with injuries and waning aura walked in succession. They were the 4 ancient ancestors who, seeing unfavorable circumstances in the river of space-time battle earlier, chose to withdraw. Currently, they are blood-soaked, immortal robes torn, arms severed, chest wounds penetrating through, their aura fluctuating irregularly, all evidently suffering severe Tao injuries. They looked at the nearly transparent remnant soul floating before the heavenly pool, all with extremely heavy expressions, even carrying an indescribable sadness and terror. This expedition to the river of space-time, the Immortal Alliance went all out. 8 ancestral realm experts joined forces on the martial path, confidently expecting a thunderous victory to crush Xingqiu. Yet, losses exceeded half. 4 immortal ancestors forever remained there, while in the martial domain, losses were heavier. 5 martial ancestors perished under Jun Huang, roughly calculating, among the ancestral realm involved in this battle. Besides the monstrous Xingqiu, 16 ancestral realm experts died 9 and injured 7. It was the battle with the most fallen ancestral realm, the most tragic since the creation of heaven and earth. Thinking back, the few immortal ancestors exchanged glances, their eyes showing the relief of surviving catastrophe, but immediately a deeper chill surged in their hearts. Suddenly, they noticed something amiss. The ancient ancestors who perished at Jingchu's hands, including Yun Tianji and the few later slain, total only 8. Then, who was the other deceased? This thought floated like a phantom, but their minds were blank, as if shrouded by a dense fog over that memory, leaving no impression. It was as if some unfathomable mystic force forcibly erased a crucial piece of memory from their cognition, a key figure once existing who played a pivotal role on the battlefield. They only vaguely remembered someone supporting Jingchu at a critical moment, opening a sort of gate of space-time, summoning an unimaginably terrifying support from the unknown future, seriously crippling the immortal martial ancestors, reversing the battle. However, they couldn't recall who that person was, whether male or female. What appearance? Everything about that person had been completely consumed by the river of space-time itself, or perhaps, by some higher-level power, leaving only a vague impression. Even the invited support was such. Yun Tianji's residual soul quietly stood at the center of the grotto heaven, standing before the most precious heavenly pool. The pool is not ordinary water, but a 7-colored nectar condensed from abundant immortal qi, crystal clear and exuding a mesmerizing glow. The pool is unfathomably deep, with bubbles encasing phantom treasures, suspended within. Swords, bells, celestial mirrors and divine cauldrons, various immortal soldiers and wondrous treasures rise and fall within. Occasionally sensing the breath from outside, they tremble slightly, emitting a clear and melodious resonance, as if calling for a destined person able to harness them. Any treasure here, if spread to the outside world, would be enough to trigger a bloody storm sweeping across the star sea. However, Yun Tianji's gaze at this moment was not lingering on these treasures that would stir the heart of any cultivator. His Tao foundation had been thoroughly dismantled and shattered by Chu Zheng's Immortal-Banishing rune. If not for the power of the heavenly destiny true spirit, he could barely manifest even this wisp of a residual soul and would have long dissipated completely. He now exists only as a specter reliant on the immortal foundation and heavenly fate, just a step away from stepping into the universe. Yun Tianji lowered his eyes, looking at the immortal liquid crystal nectar in the pool that contained endless vitality and creation, yet he felt no warmth at all. After a long while, he slowly stretched out an illusory palm, the hand passed through layers of void, and retrieved an item. It was an ancient, rustic bronze lamp. The lamp's body was mottled, covered with the traces of time, densely inscribed with innate immortal patterns, profound and unfathomable. The lamp's wick did not hold mundane fire but a cluster of chaotic-colored flames, weak and constantly flickering, containing all mysteries of the dawn of chaos, as if it could sustain the space-time of eternity. For the 4 immortal ancestors present, this object was not unfamiliar, they had all benefited from it before. This is the medium of the Immortal Tao Transmission Ancient Road, used to guide Immortal Tao cultivators' divine sense across time and space, a supreme secret treasure, the Immortal Destiny Sky Lamp. At the same time, it is also an important manifestation of the Immortal Tao Heavenly Fate True Spirit in this era, carrying a trace of Heavenly Fate authority. At this moment, Yun Tianji gazed at this lamp that maintained the splendor of the Immortal Tao and witnessed his ambition, yet his eyes held only endless coldness. This object is ominous, the root of calamities for all ages, he murmured softly. Before the words fell, he no longer hesitated, gently sending his arm forward, and slowly submerged the Immortal Destiny Sky Lamp, which symbolized one of the highest authorities of the Immortal Tao, into the deepest part of the heavenly pool, burying it among the reflections of endless immortal liquid nectar and treasures. The glow surged, instantly swallowing it and severing all connections with the outside world. It was precisely relying on the ancient road connected by this lamp that a terrifying existence from the future could evade the exclusion of the river of spacetime to descend precisely and deliver a nearly fatal blow to him and Jun Huang. He had painstakingly managed the transmission ancient road for 1,000,000 years for the Immortal Tao, believing it to be paving a foundation of 1,000 generations for the Immortal Tao, never expecting it to finally appear as if meticulously paving a shortcut to the Yellow Springs for himself. What a mockery it was. Immortal Ancestor. Watching his actions, the 4 ancient ancestors beside him tightened their expressions slightly, at a loss, wanting to speak but stopping. They were not too sure what exactly had happened, not knowing why the immortal ancestor would have sunk such an important thing to the pool's bottom. In the heavenly pool, secret treasures abound, whether they can be retrieved after entering depends entirely on fate. The immortal destiny sky lamp sank into the pool, and it was unknown whether it could ever see the light of day again. Yun Tianji shook his head slightly without explaining. His expression was as cold as ice for ages, but a near-mad obsession burned deep in his eyes. The downfall of this era would definitely not be his end. Far from over. He could merge his being with the heavenly destiny true spirit, as long as the heavenly destiny true spirit remained, as long as the immortal foundation was not completely destroyed, he would have the chance to make a comeback. Xingqiu, and that future interloper. All of this, he would remember deeply in his heart. Time is on my side. He slowly turned around, his residual soul body like a wisp of smoke drifting into the immortal chi wind flowing within the grotto heaven. The next instant, it had already appeared at another core forbidden place in the great immortal realm. This was not a glorious palace or a cultivation holy land, but a seemingly primitive dense forest. Various spirit plants and immortal herbs grew exceedingly lush, branches and leaves flourishing, vines like dragons coiling. The concentration of life essence chi here far exceeded any other place in the great immortal realm, even forming a faint mist of life glow. The air was filled with an ancient primal, yet vibrant aura. This was where Yun Tianji suppressed the sun-eroding cry's head. The once supreme martial being, his remaining head was sealed here by him using secret techniques, its martial Dao Qi blood still not fading, nourishing this land. Yun Tianji had just arrived, without making any move. The ground above, where countless spirit roots entangled, covered by immortal herbs, slowly emerged a condensed divine sense phantom. The phantom gradually cleared, transforming into a towering figure, rugged features, eyes sharp like an eagle. It was sun-eroding cry. Though suppressed, his domineering and unruly aura had not been worn down by the brief million years. Sun-eroding cry looked at Yun Tianji's dim and woeful residual soul, slightly startled at first, then a mocking and sneer appeared on his face without concealment. Haven't seen you in a while, how did you become this neither human nor ghost state? Dao Foundation completely ruined, only a remnant soul left, truly miserable. Who did this? Xingqiu or Xueqing? His tone was filled with schadenfreude, completely unsurprised at Yun Tianji's pitiful situation. Instead, there was a sense of foreseen delight. In his eyes, whether it was Xingqiu or Xueqing, they were all exceptional talents rarely seen through the ages, with unparalleled aptitude and prowess. Although Yun Tianji's talent, fate, scheming, and ingenuity were already top-notch in the world, compared to those two, he was still significantly lacking. Existing in the same era, failure and ruin were but a matter of time. Xueqing, who was that? Yun Tianji remained silent, his residual soul subtly fluctuating, with a trace of genuine confusion flashing across his eyes. This name did not stir any ripples in his memory, yet it made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Seeing the almost overflowing mockery and disdain in the eyes of sun-eroding cry, Yun Tianji's originally cold gaze instantly became chilling to the bone, with even a blood-like fiendish aura faintly appearing within his residual soul. He couldn't be bothered to waste more words with this prisoner, raising his hand to gesture voidly, borrowing the immortal Dao heavenly destiny along with his absolute control over the great immortal realm, instantly mobilizing the heaven and earth primordial chi across billions of miles. Rumbling, the entire great realm's power was stirred, and an indescribable horrifying might descended upon the ancient forest. In an instant, countless spiritual plants and immortal trees that had grown for untold eons were uprooted, their thick roots carrying massive rocks, flung skyward. The earth was plowed by an invisible giant hand, soil and stones flying, dust billowing like smoke signals into the nine heavens. Within mere moments, the once vibrant and lush ancient forest disappeared, flattened open into an incredibly vast and even expanse. Yun Tianji's fingers moved rapidly, the power of residual soul mixed with heavenly fate and immortal Dao laws, tracing countless profound trajectories in the air. The next instant, a dark corridor entirely composed of energy and laws, exuding the aura of space-time law, appeared out of thin air. One end of it deeply rooted itself underground, piercing into sun-eroding Cry's head, directly imprisoning his essence. This corridor, measuring 330 zhang long, was deep and obscure, its light and shadows shifting. Crafted forcefully by Yun Tianji with immense mana, it constructed 3 interconnected heart demon illusion realms aimed directly at flaws in the heart. Each illusion realm was designed to target sun-eroding cries' past experiences and deep-seated obsessions, considered one of the most brutal punishments in the world. Sun-eroding cry would sink into these illusion realms day and night, until the day of his complete demise. Even today, you still look down on me. Yun Tianji's voice, like a cold wind from the 9 netherworld, carried an extreme chill. Rest assured, I'll keep your soul lamp unextinguished, allowing you to watch as a myriad of immortals step upon you and see how my immortal Tao will thrive forever before your eyes. His eyes faintly blood-streaked, the residual soul appearing somewhat twisted from the extreme emotional fluctuation, each word spoken like a curse. I will make you watch with your own eyes, how your erosion sun lineage is forever obliterated from this great universe. No matter what, I bet you won't see that day. Sun-eroding cry let out a cold laugh, piercing through the earth and seals, then fell silent. Yun Tianji's face remained icy cold, his figure flickered, dispersing into the wind, returning to the core grotto heaven. He stood atop the misty immortal liquid, his residual soul like a candle in the wind, flickering uncertainly, muttering softly to himself. Zhengqiu. His soul was shattered, many memories incomplete, his Tao foundation completely dissolved by the Immortal-Banishing rune. Had it not been for the subtle connection with the heavenly destiny true spirit still existing, he would have long since vanished entirely between heaven and earth. But merely sustaining existence was not his purpose. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he was drawn into the vast universe. Yun Tianji's gaze darkened slightly, a trace of fierceness crossing his illusory face. Towards Zhengqiu, he held no resentment whatsoever. A loss was a loss, but now, he was still unwilling to concede. He could no longer linger on in this broken state, by any means, he must forcibly remain in the world, to personally witness the end of this era. Yun Tianji's eyes darkened slightly, speaking softly to the void, even if it means soul scattering, I will never enter the universe. That was where failures belonged, a place for a futile existence washed of the past. He intended to carry the memories of this age, firmly anchor himself in the present, even if it meant becoming the most ferocious vengeful spirit, to witness everything with his own eyes. With determination decided, he hesitated no longer, his residual soul slowly dispersing like blue smoke, blending into the thick immortal qi flowing through the grotto heaven. His spirit focused more than ever, reaching like the finest, most tenacious thread towards that lofty, enigmatic presence, the heavenly destiny true spirit. This time, he was not merely communicating or borrowing power, but rather, attempting to fuse with it. He sought to forcibly imprint his residual soul's mark into the heavenly destiny true spirit, to coexist or to parasitize. Through this, perhaps he could finally achieve eternal existence in this world, to witness the final step. This process undoubtedly promised immense pain and was fraught with unknown risks. The heavenly destiny true spirit, to this day, he had yet to understand what it was, but emerging from the heaven burial palace made it evident it was deeply intertwined with the master of heavenly fortune. Yun Tianji's divine sense, upon first contact with the heavenly destiny true spirit, felt as if a drop of water had fallen into molten lava, instantly sensing an immense terror almost obliterated. His soul quaked violently, bringing about a visceral tearing pain. But he held steadfast, with an almost deranged resolve, incrementally embedding fragments of his consciousness into the gaps of the heavenly destiny true spirit. With each embedding, the soul's light dimmed further, yet the frenetic flame in his eyes burned ever more fiercely. In the past, his chance of success was non-existent, but in the previous battle, the heavenly destiny true spirit had also been injured. This was now his only opportunity. Martial Pavilion Ancestral Land. Within the grand main hall symbolizing the very core of the martial path, Jun Huang sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression calm, his face as cold as mysterious ice. The dark gold battle robe, symbolizing the identity of the martial ancestor, still shone brightly, but the body it covered was full of intersecting cracks, a manifestation of the nearly shattered Tao seed. Who? He suddenly let out a muffled groan, gasping heavily, veins bulging on his forehead as he felt a splitting headache. It was not just the pain from the Dao injury, but also because a portion of his memory had been forcibly erased, leaving a blank space in his mind. He vaguely remembered a burning silhouette, the terrifying celestial light from the future, but concrete details about that figure seemed wiped away, leaving only a blurry image. He was in no rush to meditate and heal. The almost shattered Dao seed could not be repaired by ordinary means. Ji Yanwu, come. He suppressed his discomfort by sheer willpower, controlling the churning energies and chaotic divine sense, and called for an ancient ancestor who was relatively less injured. Report immediately on potential martial emperor candidates within the martial pavilion who can inherit the heavenly fate. Jun Huang's voice was slightly hoarse and urgent. In the previous battle, not only was he severely injured, but he also clearly sensed that the heavenly destiny true spirit, which had remained hidden behind the scenes, also suffered considerable damage. At this moment, he could feel that the originally gathered heavenly fate on the martial path had dissipated significantly, becoming somewhat scattered and unstable. A new martial emperor must be found quickly to inherit this portion of dispersed heavenly fate and regather the martial path's chief fortune, ensuring that the martial path does not lose its peak position in the universe's inevitably more chaotic structure to come. Simultaneously, this might also be his chance to turn the tables, further control, and possibly, reverse the situation to engulf and merge with the heavenly destiny true spirit. An opportunity to free himself from the fate of being a puppet. In previous interactions with the heavenly destiny true spirit, he could perceive that although the martial arts' heavenly fortune was at his disposal, fundamentally, it was still under the control of the heavenly destiny true spirit. This was something he could not tolerate at all, but now he had an opportunity. Perhaps he could achieve what he wished by taking advantage of the wounded heavenly destiny true spirit. Ji Yanwu raised his hand and summoned, and soon, dozens of divine sense streams containing the life, cultivation realm, and potential assessments of cultivators emerged in front of Jun Huang, flickering like stars. Jun Huang's eyes were as sharp as lightning, swiftly scanning through them. As a supreme being who had presided over the martial pavilion for many years, he already had deep knowledge of the martial emperors under his command, and immediately picked out a few of the most dazzling names. Ji Tianya, unmatched war body, can be entrusted with great responsibility. Yu Yingzhu, naturally born spirit communicating sword body, exceptional comprehension, deep potential. Erosion Sun Muqing, the current family head of the Erosion Sun lineage, solid foundation, rich experience. Yan Feng. At the instant he saw the name Yan Feng, Jun Huang's brow involuntarily furrowed slightly, and his fingertip paused in the void. His impression of this young martial emperor was not particularly deep, only remembering that he seemed to have no clear mentorship, yet among the martial emperors, his bone age appeared exceptionally young, which indicated his strong talent, an anomaly. But for some reason, seeing this name stirred a vague sense of unusualness within him, as if he had forgotten something important related to this name, but it was like seeing flowers through the mist, difficult to recall. He pondered, his gaze wandering among the names, ultimately letting the value of youth and potential prevail. He needed pillars that could sustain the martial path long term, not moments of brilliance that flicker out quickly. After careful consideration, Jun Huang made his decision without hesitation, imprinted a confirmation mark on the name Yan Feng with a subtle move of his divine sense. Then, his gaze fell on the name Erosion Sun Muqing. Though Erosion Sun Muqing had reached martial emperor perfection, his age was no longer considered young, and compared to Ji Tianya, Yu Yingzhu, and others, his potential seemed to have an imminent limit, not the optimal choice for pursuit of long-term stability. Jun Huang pondered for a moment, looked at Ji Yanwu, who was waiting on the side, and asked solemnly, "I recall, Erosion Sun Muqing has a young son, what is his talent like?" Reporting to the martial ancestor, "That is indeed the case," Ji Yanwu respectfully replied. "This child is named Erosion Sun Rain, his cultivation has reached martial monarch perfection, only a step away from martial emperor, exceptionally gifted, and of excellent character, currently the Qiliner of the Erosion Sun lineage." Erosion Sun Rain. Jun Huang softly repeated the name, a trace of consideration flickering in his eyes. Youth is the greatest advantage, signifying a longer period of prosperity and greater malleability. The martial pavilion, having suffered serious damage, needed pillars capable of sustaining it for tens of millions of years, or even longer. He hesitated no more, raised his hand, and erased the name Erosion Sun Mooching from the list, replacing it with Erosion Sun Rain. After making these decisions, Jun Huang seemed to have exhausted a lot of mental energy, his face showing even more signs of fatigue. He waved his hand, signaling to Ji Yanwu that he could leave and begin arranging the subsequent matters regarding the succession of the heavenly fate. In an instant, the vast hall was left with only him, surrounded by the omnipresent, heavy pressure. He slowly closed his eyes, not rushing to heal, but following the faint, yet ever-present guidance between him and the heavenly destiny true spirit, gathered his divine sense, and entered the ancient Tao transmission road of the martial path. The scene of the ancient space-time road remained unchanged. Blood-red pillars stood tall, representing the inheritance and will of different branches of the martial path, floating in the void, exuding a vast power of qi and blood. However, just as he entered the ancient Tao transmission road and had yet to begin deep communication with the heavenly destiny true spirit, Jun Huang keenly sensed something amiss. Ahead, in the midst of the ancient road, a figure approached against the flow of time, slowly ascending along the ancient Tao transmission road, finally halting before him. It was a woman, appearing barely over 20, very young, with a clear and pretty face, yet not a physical entity, merely a more solid wave of divine sense. She carried a distinct aura of future martial path and retained traces of ancestral realm protection, evidently sent by an ancestor of future martial path, using some method to communicate with past martial path sages, learn secret techniques, and seek breakthroughs. This was a common phenomenon on the ancient Tao transmission road, a symbol of the unending inheritance of the martial path. Yet, looking at the woman's visage, Jun Huang inexplicably felt an indescribable irritation. He was certain he did not know this woman from the future, her appearance and aura were utterly unfamiliar, but the moment his gaze met hers, a strong sense of displeasure inexplicably surged within, as if his reverse scale had been touched by something unclean. His brows furrowed tightly, having no interest in wasting words with such a junior, let alone exchanging any cultivation insights. Presently, he could hardly protect himself, his Tao seed on the verge of shattering, living days numbered, all attention must be focused on how to use the heavenly destiny true spirit to prolong his life, with no energy to guide juniors. Raising his hand, he gently flicked his sleeve, an invisible wave containing the power of the space-time law rippled out, striking the woman's slightly confused divine sense. Buzz! Space-time trembled, and before the woman could utter a word, she was directly sent back by this irresistible force, disappearing into the depths of the ancient Tao transmission road's mist, returning to her future era. Expelling this uninvited guest did not bring tranquility to Jun Huang's heart, that inexplicable irritation still lingered. He wasted no more time, forcefully suppressing all distracting thoughts, immersing his mind completely into communication with the heavenly destiny true spirit. His Tao seed was nearly shattered, like glass filled with cracks, ready to collapse completely at any moment. Relying on himself, he could hardly live long, let alone restore to his peak, to accomplish the unfinished tasks in his heart. Should he die here, he truly would not be reconciled. He had traversed the universe for 1,000,000 years, standing atop the martial path. How could he fall into obscurity? The things he wished to do remained unachieved, his grand plans just begun, only to meet such a heavy setback. How could he go to his death peacefully? The heavenly destiny true spirit was his only hope, his last lifeline. No matter what the true nature of this heavenly destiny true spirit was, whether an embodiment of the universe's rules or some more bizarre living creature, he had no choice but to grasp tightly. Only thus did he have a slim chance to preserve his life, even possibly reverse his defeat. Even if, this process might come with unforeseeable costs. The Martial Pavilion. In an unremarkable great realm. Within the pavilions and towers. Yan Feng stood alone by the window, gazing at the vast star sea, his expression somewhat dazed. He had just received the orders from the high echelons of the Martial Pavilion. He was selected as one of the seeds qualified to inherit the martial arts' heavenly fortune. This meant he could borrow the heavenly luck inheritance to enter the ancestral realm. For a moment, his heart was a mixture of emotions, both sorrowful and joyful. Sorrowful because the vague shadow of his master in his mind grew fainter. Joyful because being born in this era was perhaps a blessing amidst misfortune. According to the original trajectory of fate, many ancient ancestors suppressed from above, resources and opportunities entirely monopolized. For an up-and-comer like him, it was nearly impossible to seize the chance to enter the ancestral realm, his whole life perhaps spent in delay within the martial emperor realm. But now, the Taoist ancestor Xingqiu, atop the river of spacetime, cut down so many ancient ancestors in one breath, creating a massive void and dispersal of heavenly fate at the high levels of the martial path. This undoubtedly presented an unprecedented opportunity for those who came after to touch upon that supreme domain. Master, he murmured softly, though the face was blurred, the entrustment remained clear. He silently rose, taking a deep breath, forcibly pressing down the rising sadness and stray thoughts, his eyes gradually growing as resolute as rock. No matter the cost, this was the master's final entrustment. No matter the price, he had to seize this opportunity, strengthen himself, ensure the martial path's inheritance did not perish, and then, strive to live longer. Long enough to witness with his own eyes, that legendary scene of universal harmony. This was the only way he could repay the forgotten master's kindness. The battle atop the river of spacetime was witnessed by many living creatures, and its outcome quickly spread through various secret channels across the vast and boundless great universe, causing unprecedented shockwaves. Second-fold immortal martial, 16 ancient ancestors joined forces, besieging the Taoist ancestor Xingqiu alone, yet the ultimate result was near annihilation, 9 dead and 7 injured. This news itself was enough to overthrow all living creatures' perception. And more astonishing news soon followed. In the Sword Dragon Dao, always struggling on the edge, a Sword Emperor had successfully entered the ancestral realm. What did this signify? It signified the dispersal of heavenly fate. It signified that the opportunity for Qingzhou, once firmly monopolized by the second-fold immortal martial, had developed cracks. This undoubtedly left many Taoist orthodoxies across the universe, who had long been driven to a desperate situation by the second-fold immortal martial, barely surviving in the cracks, in a state of ecstasy. This was the dawn breaking through the darkness, the only chance of survival in a desperate plight. If not for this sudden turnaround, they would sooner or later be completely eradicated and devoured by the rapidly expanding second-fold immortal martial. The newly promoted Sword Dragon ancestor, with extremely sharp spiritual perception, knew that after suffering such heavy losses, the second-fold immortal martial must be internally empty, at an unprecedentedly weak moment. Without much hesitation, he chose the most aggressive way, proactively attacking some important domains controlled by the Immortal Alliance, seizing a large amount of resources and territories with a thunderous force. The result confirmed his suspicions. In the face of Sword Dragon ancestors' fierce assault, the heavily damaged Immortal Alliance did not have a single ancestral realm figure stand up to stop him. They could only rely on existing defensive immortal arrays and numerous immortal emperors to passively defend, retreating step by step. Moreover, before the ultimate battle, cultivators from the Immortal Alliance had already taken action to hunt down the Qi cultivators regarded as heretics across the universe. Now, this action also began to obviously slow down, and even started to proactively shrink the sphere of influence in some remote star domains, showing a clear defensive stance. All of this further solidified Sword Dragon ancestors' judgment that the current second-fold immortal martial was nothing but a paper tiger, strong in appearance but weak inside. His actions thus became much bolder. Not satisfied with just harassing the Immortal Alliance, he even started to extend his reach to the also heavily damaged Martial Pavilion. At first, he cautiously tested the reaction of the Martial Pavilion. After not receiving any strong retaliation, his actions became increasingly bold, with other Taoist orthodoxies beginning to follow Sword Dragon Dao, jointly starting to plunder resources. For a time, the struggle for dominance in the great universe, which had calmed down due to the stronghold of the second-fold immortal martial, seemed to reignite, growing more and more intense. Dark undercurrents surged, wolves surrounded, and a new era of chaos seemed to be slowly unfolding. Amidst these turbulent undercurrents, a command quietly issued from the top levels of the Immortal Alliance, only eligible to be received by core entities at the level of immortal emperors. The content of the command was quite concise. Eliminate the Erosion Sun lineage with all efforts, annihilate their clan, leaving no one alive. This was a decree personally issued by immortal ancestor Yun Tianji. And to incentivize those under his command, a maddening bounty accompanied the decree. Anyone who performs meritoriously in this eradication can receive the blessing of the heavenly destiny true spirit and gain the opportunity to achieve Qingzhou. Just these 4 words, the opportunity to achieve Qingzhou, instantly made many immortal emperors who received the order redden with passion. In this era where heavenly fate is scattered and the path to Qingzhou has re-emerged, the value of this opportunity is immeasurable. In an instant, countless eyes filled with killing intent and greed turned to the scattered bases and clans of the Erosion Sun lineage throughout the great universe. The dispute between Immortal Marshal was proactively initiated by Yun Tianji one step ahead. However, in current plane terms, the Martial Path's combat power is no longer as dominant as the Immortal Path. Escaping from the brutal battlefield atop the river of spacetime, Quzheng did not pause at all. With one step, he had already left that rushing river bearing past and future, plunging into the layered folds, bizarre and fantastical crevices of spacetime. All around were distorted lights and shattered laws. Although the Emperor Palace had returned to its sheath, its sharpness that could cut through all methods still lingered around, dispersing the chaotic spacetime flows to give Quzheng a relatively stable path straight into the universe. This place is the resting place of souls, the realm of silent reincarnation. Upon stepping into the universe, an overwhelming yin sha qi, as cold as a frozen sea, surged forth like a tidal wave. The laws here are entirely different from the great universe, filled with the meaning of the void, and the air is permeated with a decaying and ancient aura, as if all things in this place are destined for extinction. On the desolate land, no sign of greenery or plants is seen, only jagged strange rocks and cracked black earth stretching to the horizon, the sky a pale gray shrouded in an ever-unfolding curtain of dust. A sun devoid of warmth is quietly embedded within this gray firmament, the light it casts brings no warmth, only adding a chilling coldness. This is the abode of Yin gods, the ultimate destination for residual souls and true spirits after all creatures fall. Quzheng did not conceal his own qi, akin to a chaotic furnace, moving openly through the murky sky of the vast universe. Imposing pressure from the ancestral realm, still bearing the aura of blood and fire from battles, like a torch burning in darkness, seemed exceptionally striking in this dead world. Yet, along his journey, no ancient ancestor of the universe dared to appear and obstruct him in the slightest, nor was there even a hint of hostile probing divine sense. The battle atop the river of spacetime was simply too significant, affecting an incredibly broad range. Many ancient ancestors of the universe, though not personally involved, observed from afar using various means. Quzheng, with his own power alone, slew 8 immortal martial ancestors consecutively, terrifying over 10 ancestral realm figures. His brutal prestige had long been unmatched. Faced with such a ruthless god of killing, who would dare to easily provoke his might? They could not avoid him fast enough. Quzheng was unconcerned with this, arriving ahead of time at the Soul Origin Pool. Though named a pool, the scene before him was a vast ocean as black as ink, spanning billions of miles of void. All that met the eye was an extreme depth that seemed capable of engulfing all light. The pool was not filled with ordinary liquid but condensed from rich yin sha qi and the shattered essence of the soul. This black sea was perpetually boiling, countless residual souls and spirit souls bubbled up from the bottom like bubbles from the sea floor. Most of them were muddled and ignorant, left with only the most basic instincts. Upon contact with the thick evil qi of the outside world, they instinctively absorbed and devoured it, beginning to tear at each other and fuse together. Ultimately, they turned into evil spirits, crawling out of the soul origin pool to blend into the more vast and dangerous wilderness of the vast universe. Suspended at the edge of the soul origin pool, Quzheng frowned tightly. Without hesitation he took a deep breath, his overwhelming divine sense unfolded like an invisible giant net, meticulously searching for every trace of Shui Qing's aura. Time seemed to lose its meaning in the silent vast universe, as Chu Zhang's divine sense repeatedly searched through the soul origin pool, leaving no ripple unchecked. For a long, long time. He slowly retracted his divine sense, a deep disappointment fleetingly crossing his face, nothing found. The soul origin pool was vast and boundless, with countless residual souls, yet he searched the majority of the accessible areas, but found no trace that belonged to Xueqing. Chu Zhang's eyes dimmed slightly, preparing to leave the soul origin pool for Burial Valley, when his divine sense swept across a relatively calm edge of the pool, suddenly capturing a somewhat familiar faint fluctuation. It was Chuan. Perceiving Chuan's aura, Chu Zhang instantly narrowed his gaze, his figure appearing in the sky above that region. He gazed down at the pitch-black water, and saw a residual soul drifting aimlessly with the waves. The residual soul formed a vague feminine shape, her face was faintly discernible, carrying a kind of innocence and bewilderment, untainted by worldly matters. At this moment, Chuan's residual soul was still somewhat ignorant, with her spiritual wisdom not yet awakened. She floated in the dark pool water, sensing the vast and unfamiliar aura above her. She looked up instinctively, but her eyes showed no ripple, her gaze was dispersed, like a newborn child, as if a hollow shell that had lost all memories. In the vast universe, most evil spirits undergo this process. Over time, they gradually recall some memory fragments, though seldom complete. Eventually most can remember their names. For a living creature, a name accompanies them all their life, remaining with them even into death, almost becoming an imprint. However, what the name represents, and those occasional memory fragments that arises, they can no longer empathize with. Chu Zhang sighed lightly in his heart, feeling slightly complicated inside. He no longer hesitated, stretching his hand through the void, a gentle stream of chaotic primordial qi transformed into an invisible giant hand, penetrating the soul origin pool water, carefully scooping Chuan's residual soul out of the soul origin pool. Having left the immersion of the soul origin pool, Chuan's residual soul seemed to become slightly more tangible, but still remained muddled, merely curling instinctively, lacking reaction to everything around her. Chu Zhang looked at her, his brow slightly furrowed. He knew well the rules of the vast universe. Souls falling into this realm have their past ambitions and memories thoroughly cleansed by the laws of this realm. Even if one forcibly injects all memories, it is like pouring water into a cracked bowl full of holes, difficult to evoke the spiritual light of their true nature, mostly resulting in a mere monster possessing memories, rather than the original person. He had experience of such matters before. However, it's not entirely hopeless. The repair panel from future generations, utilizing the dead soul spirit jade within the soul origin pool, can accomplish memory restoration. The repair panel itself is a transformation of the heavenly power fragment. And the dead soul spirit jade can perfectly serve as a bridge for ghosts to recall memories, definitely worth trying. In future generations, he had only tried once in the Chaos Sea, but that attempt was not entirely successful due to Wu Tong's interference. Now perhaps, it might be different. Thinking of this, Chu Zhang no longer hesitated, sitting cross-legged in front of Chuan's residual soul, extracting a large amount of dead soul spirit jade from the soul origin pool, then gathering a point of chaos-colored microlight at his fingertips, containing the power of the heavenly power fragment. His movements were extremely slow, as if sculpting the finest porcelain in the world, gently directing this light towards Chuan's forehead. He didn't inject memories into Chuan directly but instead used the dead soul spirit jade, letting Chuan recall for herself her origin, experiences, joys and sorrows, even Tao laws and divine skills. Meanwhile, Chu Zhang exerted great effort to lead Chuan into the divine soul illusion realm constructed by his divine sense, restoring important past experiences hoping that through scene reenactment, she might slowly awaken, stimulating her dormant true spirit nature. Time flowed bit by bit. Chu Zhang remained fully concentrated. This cautious action was greatly taxing on his mind and spirit, far more exhausting than a great battle. He carefully guided the torrent of memories, avoiding those unstable areas in the residual soul that might even lead to collapse, seeking anchor points that can resonate with the true spirit. After a long time, Chu Zhang slightly furrowed his brow, slowly withdrew his finger and divine sense. Chuan's eyes remained closed, but her brow involuntarily tightened, seemingly enduring some kind of invisible pain. After meticulous examination, a look of understanding flashed in Chu Zheng's eyes, along with a trace of scarcely concealed regret. He indeed partially succeeded. Utilizing the primordial interference power of the heavenly power fragment and the dead soul spirit jade, he successfully reclaimed a portion of Chuan's true spirit from the vast universe, the realm of obscure reincarnation. It was no longer a muddled residual soul, but an entity marked by Chuan's essential imprint. This piece of true spirit, although faint like a candle in the wind, insignificant compared to a complete soul, its mere existence is a miracle. This indicates that, using the heavenly power fragment, one can partially counteract the reincarnation rules of the vast universe, retrieving a fragment of the deceased's essence. This piece of true spirit is enough to distinguish her from those evil demons entirely reliant on devouring and transformation within the vast universe. She might recover her spiritual wisdom faster, embarking on a different revival path. However, it's only limited to this. Chu Zheng could clearly sense that the reclaimed piece of true spirit, like a rootless duckweed, extremely fragile, at most could recall 1 or 2 human instincts. To truly stabilize it, and based on that, gradually restore memory, emotions, even complete self, achieving true resurrection. Merely relying on the power of the heavenly power fragment is far from enough. That requires the complete heaven's mandate. Chu Zheng lowered his gaze, staring at Chuan. Her brow seemed to carry a trace of vibrant aura, yet she still hadn't awakened. Although he didn't find any trace of Xueqing in the soul origin pool, successfully awakening this faint true spirit within Chuan ultimately proved the possibility of this approach. This path of using the heavenly power fragment to interfere with reincarnation and reclaim true spirit isn't entirely unfeasible. The hope, though slim, has not been completely extinguished. Chu Zheng stood up, collected Chuan, and nurtured it within the depths of his body using chaotic primordial qi. Then, his gaze penetrated the endless gloom and deathly stillness of the vast universe, directing his sight toward another place of rebirth and silence. Burial Valley. With a thought, his form melded into the void. In an instant, the surrounding scene transformed again. He had moved from the dark ocean's edge of the soul origin pool to another entirely different, yet eerily terrifying area. The structure of Burial Valley was utterly different from the pure soul congregation of the soul origin pool. Before him lay an unimaginably large valley, with cliffs on either side towering into the dim sky, their tops unseen. These cliffs were not ordinary rocks, but crimson expanses, seemingly forged from living flesh, with vein-like patterns resembling blood vessels faintly pulsating on the surface, exuding a nauseatingly intense scent of blood and a nearly primal life force. On these flesh cliffs grew numerous thick branches, also formed from coagulated flesh. They twisted and extended, like enormous ancient trees suspended upside down in the sky. At the end of each branch hung cocoons of different sizes, gently pulsating. The blood cocoons were dark red, their surfaces covered with a translucent, mucus-covered membrane, within which the curled embryos, outlines of forming living creatures, were faintly visible. With a heartbeat-like slow rhythm, the blood cocoons flickered with faint light, brightening and dimming in turn. Countless such blood cocoons, like weighty fruits, densely covered the entire cliff face of the valley, stretching as far as the eye could see. The vitality here was utterly different from the deathly silence of the soul origin pool, almost as if under a completely different sky. Every moment, matured blood cocoons would rupture, casting the newly born living creatures within into the bottomless abyss below, swirling with blood-colored mist. Meanwhile, new blood cocoons would absorb nutrients from the fleshy cliffs, slowly coagulate, materialize, and begin a new cycle of nurture. Chu Zheng hovered above Burial Valley, observing all this. The number of blood cocoons before him was already uncountable, yet compared to the total number of living creatures falling in each moment across the entire great universe, it was but a drop in the ocean. The true multitude of beings, those mundane living creatures' divine souls, were too fragile, existing without physical form. After death, their souls would directly dissipate into the heavens and earth, not even qualifying to fall into the vast universe. Those who could arrive here, entering the soul origin pool or Burial Valley, were at least on the path of cultivation, or inherently high-level powerful living creatures. His divine sense expanded once more, scanning every inch of the flesh-covered cliff, examining each hanging blood cocoon. He sought not life fluctuations, but the aura of a martial arts seed. Nearby Burial Valley, an ancient ancestor of the universe was originally stationed. But the moment Chuzheng arrived, and the unabashed majestic aura spread, that ancient ancestor's expression paused. Without even showing his face, he decisively chose to retreat, swiftly fleeing, hiding deep within the vast universe, not daring to approach a fraction. The fierce might of the river of spacetime's pinnacle bore absolute deterrent power even here. Chuzheng's divine sense brushed against countless pulsating blood cocoons, sensing the life fires of varied strength being nurtured within. There were magical beasts, foreign races, and humanoid creatures. They all were undergoing a unique rebirth. For a long time, Chuzheng paused his search. There was none. This place still did not have Xueqing's divine sense. Time passed, and Chuzheng repeatedly examined the areas he could touch several times, finally only able to withdraw his divine sense with a hint of disappointment. After searching tirelessly to no avail, he took one last look at the valley nurturing this cruel rebirth, and without lingering, with the true spirit of Chuan, turned and tore through the barrier of the vast universe, stepping once again into the vibrant great universe. Just as he left the unique cold stillness of the vast universe and entered the void of the great universe, Chuzheng acutely sensed something amiss. The surrounding cosmic laws seemed to have become extremely active, yet carried a kind of disordered agitation. Especially the heavenly fate pervading all of heaven and earth, intangible yet omnipresent, had become chaotic to an extreme. Originally, immortal Tao heavenly destiny was ethereal and lofty, and martial arts heavenly fortune was grand and blazing. Though the Taoist orthodoxy differed, each circulated orderly within its own system, supporting the operation of the two colossal Taoist orthodoxy giants. However, at this moment, in his perception, these two vast heavenly fates were boiling like water, violently raging. Their internal structures showed faint cracks, as if two powerful wills were madly clashing and tearing within, desiring to break free from some restraint, and even signs of imminent collapse began to appear. Chuzheng's expression slightly paused, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. This change was definitely not naturally occurring. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped out again, re-entering the river of spacetime that surpassed real dimensions. Standing atop the waves, Chuzheng's gaze became infinitely deep, piercing through layers of temporal mist, entering many ancient spacetime roads, searching for clues to the heavenly fates' turmoil. Lines of cause and effect intertwined in his vision, the flow of heavenly fate like chaotic blood vessels. Soon, relying on his connection with the evil corpse and good corpse, and holding more than 30% of the heavenly fate, Chuzheng quickly made some discoveries. The truth gradually became clear. The evil corpse and good corpse, in that battle along the river of spacetime, were injured by him with the Emperor's Peak, causing slight loosening and flaws in their integration with heavenly fate. At this moment, Yun Tianji and Jun Huang, without prior arrangement, seized this rare opportunity through the ages. They are trying to turn the tables and take the initiative by forcibly merging their own will into their corresponding heavenly destiny true spirit. This is not a simple borrowing of power, but a more dangerous usurpation of heaven's mandate. They attempt to use their divine sense to cover, even replace, the good and evil corpses, thus becoming the new heavenly destiny true spirit, achieving an almost immortal existence in a different way, and completely controlling the lifeline of the second-fold immortal martial. So that's how it is. Chuzheng's gaze was cold as he discerned all of this. He glanced at the unceasingly flowing river of spacetime beneath his feet. Although the river was slightly turbulent due to the upheaval of destiny, its main course had not significantly shifted or produced new tributaries. This was enough to prove that Yun Tianji and Jun Huang's extraordinary actions were actually within the normal range of ancient history. A part of that single valid history. It seems that Chuzheng understood with a hint of realization, the heavenly destiny true spirit of the later generations of the second-fold immortal martial is essentially no longer purely the original good corpse or evil corpse. Yun Tianji and Jun Huang most likely lived to later generations through this method, continuing to influence the second-fold immortal martial, even the entire universe's layout. Understanding this, a complex emotion flashed in Chu Zheng's eyes. Eventually, he chose to observe without interfering. Too much interference might instead trigger unpredictable changes. He turned around, stepping out of the river of spacetime. In the next moment, he had stepped into the martial pavilion ancestral land. He didn't disturb anyone, directly delving into the core of the ancestral land, entering a secret room guarded by the spacetime array. Inside the secret room, blood and energy surged, the rhythm of the Tao flowed. Yan Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, shrouded in a faint golden glow. He was fully refining and inheriting the half of heaven's fortune granted by the martial pavilion. His aura, under the vast infusion of heavenly fate, fluctuated violently, reaching a critical point, his martial vein condensed, foundation reshaped, about to cross that chasm, condensing the martial arts seed, stepping into the ancestral realm. At this crucial moment, Yan Feng suddenly sensed something was wrong. A familiar terrifying aura appeared in the secret room. His expression suddenly tightened, forcibly interrupting his cultivation, abruptly opening his eyes. Seeing Chu Zheng standing quietly in front of him, with a complex expression, Yan Feng's face changed several times. Blood veins uncontrollably surfaced in his eyes, his hands hanging by his knees suddenly clenched, veins bulged like writhing dragons. He struggled to suppress the impulse to strike that was nearly bursting out. Indescribable complex emotions churned like magma. If not for Jing Chu, the master would never have reached this point, and now the person before him might even have forgotten about the master. Yan Feng's breathing gradually deepened, thoughts surged in his mind, firmly restraining the impulse. He refrained from acting not because of a gap in strength. No matter what, helping Jing Chu was a decision made by the master himself. If he were to act against Jing Chu now, it would be disrespect towards the master, implying that he thought the master was wrong. Moreover, on the day of the apprenticeship ceremony, Jing Chu was also present and had drunk the apprenticeship tea he offered. No matter how many hidden stories there were, by etiquette, this also counts as an elder. To strike an elder is to be rebellious. No matter what Jing Chu did, what unavoidable reasons led to the master's fall, he could not commit such an act of rebellion and disrespect. This is the bottom line, the fundamental. Taught by the master, the essence of being human. Reason suppressed the impulse, but could not quell the resentment and sorrow in his heart. He neither wanted to rise nor to show respect, sitting rigidly, eyes fixed on the ground, unwilling to greet. Chu Zheng saw all of Yan Feng's struggle and restraint, discerning his thoughts, his gaze slightly lowered. The moment he entered the martial pavilion, he had already sensed something was wrong. All traces of Xue Qing had been erased, as if this person had never existed, and now no one mentioned her. Yan Feng was the same. This reason further indicated that Xue Qing's death had transcended the normal boundaries of living creatures, resulting in an unknown transformation. Chu Zheng took a deep breath, as if inhaling all the heaviness in the secret room into his lungs. Then, he slowly raised his hand, took out the Emperor Palace that had accompanied him through spacetime and drunk deeply of ancestor blood, now restrained and radiant. Rest assured, I won't forget. Chu Zheng leaned forward, steadily handing the Emperor Palace to Yan Feng, his voice low. This is your master's warrior, someday, someone will come to retrieve it. You, as her only disciple, shall keep it safe for now. Yan Feng's expression was slightly stunned, staring blankly at the blood-colored battle saber before him. All his struggles, all his grievances, in this moment, were overwhelmed by irresistible sorrow. He no longer sat rigidly, suddenly flipped over, knelt down on both knees, raised his hands high, fingers trembling slightly, accepting the weighty Emperor Palace. The battle saber was cold in his hands. He bowed his head, holding the Emperor Palace with his forehead against the cold scabbard. His eye sockets could no longer suppress turning red rapidly, moisture pervading, yet he forcibly held back the tears from falling, shoulders slightly trembling. Chu Zheng silently stood there, for a long while, before he finally spoke, I'm sorry. This apology carried too much weight. In this life, towards Xue Qing, and in future generations, towards Song Lingxue, he owed too much. From the very beginning, He considered himself well-versed in ancient history, insightful and wise from the lessons of predecessors, thus able to avoid mistakes as much as possible. But reality proved that many things are difficult to truly learn from without personal experience, tasting their lessons and helplessness. One does not grow truly or avoid all erroneous choices and regrets just by reading a few books or browsing through historical records. The current him is no longer the Chujing who can do as he pleases, doing whatever he wants. The further he goes, the more shackles bind him, the heavier the burdens he carries. The tides of the era and the threads of causality tightly wrap around him. Often, he cannot follow his heart and now must choose the cruelest, yet only correct path. Yan Feng remained silent, simply bowing his head lower, tightly holding the Emperor Palace. Chujing gave him a deep look, said no more, and turned to leave the secret chamber. Not until Chu Zhang's presence completely vanished from perception did Yan Feng's once tense and straightened spine suddenly soften, as if all strength was withdrawn. He could no longer restrain himself, clutching the cold Emperor Palace, burying his face in his arms, emitting a supremely repressed sob. Chu Jing stood outside the martial pavilion ancestral land, looking back towards the direction of Yan Feng's secret chamber, placing his hand over the remnant bone at his chest, his eyes filled with unshakable fatigue and loneliness. Having come to this point, even if unwilling, he must begin to arrange things. Consciousness, like a bubble rising from a bottomless abyss, was weak and hazy. Xueqing opened her eyes, or rather, regained a kind of perception beyond the physical body. What she saw was an endless expanse of dusky yellow. In the sky, no sun or stars could be seen, only that oppressive yellowish halo enveloping everything. Above the firmament, there were no clouds, but countless rivers were rushing, sprawling in all directions, intersecting like the roots of a giant tree, silently flowing at the heights of the void, their source unknown and unseen, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. She quietly suspended herself in this dusky void, with only chaos beneath, her body light as nothing, as if a breeze could scatter it. Her thoughts initially paused, her memory like a torn painting, chaotic and blurred. She remembered the burning agony, recalled the peril of crossing the river of space-time, remembered the future's guiding celestial light, and lastly, consciousness plunged into boundless darkness. Then, here she was. Why was she here? What place was this? Questions surfaced one after another but brought little panic, instead ushering a peculiar calm. As if all emotions were incinerated in that consummate burning. Following her instincts, like a feather, she drifted forward. Without direction or purpose, simply conforming to the invisible flow between heaven and earth, drifting forward. Time here lost its measure, as if only a moment had passed, or perhaps she had drifted for endless ages. Surrounding scenes remained monotonously yellow with noiseless river flows overhead. After an indeterminate time, finally, something else appeared before her. There was a road. A road emitting a hazy radiance. It stretched from the void, leading to the horizon's yellow end, unseen terminus. The ancient road wasn't wide, shadowy figures filled it, these were manifold residual souls, most with dull gazes, expressionless, like a herd driven forward, slowly moving along this glowing path towards the unknown beyond. An understanding flowed quietly into Xueqing's heart like a clear spring. Here was, the Reincarnation road? Her expression was somewhat dazed, hesitant to confirm. The concept of reincarnation is profoundly mysterious, even in the ancestral realm, its real form and operations remain mostly speculative and recorded in ancient texts. She never imagined that she herself would step upon this fabled journey's starting point in such a manner. She didn't resist, like the other residual souls, going with the flow into the advancing soul stream, embarking on the road emitting a hazy radiance. Her footsteps touched the road, without substance or feeling, yet with a peculiar sense of peace. On either side of the ancient road, deep swirling yellow mist isolated from external prying, also seemingly separating from past events. Only the road ahead and the silent moving companions upon it constituted Xueqing's entire world at this moment. She walked quietly, her eyes sweeping over these varied but equally bewildered and empty soul essences. There were elderly figures, spirited youths, ignorant children, and many mythical beasts and spectral souls. All beings here had already shed all external labels, leaving only the most essential soul. She didn't know how long she had walked before an unusual sight appeared by the ancient road ahead. It was a little Taoist. He wore an immaculate moon-white Taoist robe, his posture upright, his visage youthful yet bearing an incongruous solemnity and depth. He wasn't traveling on the ancient road, but stood quietly by the roadside, observing the numerous departed souls. Not far from him, a peculiar giant stone stood. The stone's surface was smooth as a mirror, not reflecting the scene here, but swirling with countless light shadows, wrapping vast amounts of information, including characters, symbols, and many images, full of infinite grandeur. Xueqing instinctively glanced at it and instantly realized what that giant stone was. 3 Lives Stone. The images it reflected were the past lives, present lives, and the yet-to-be-determined, full of possibilities future lives of all living creatures traveling on this reincarnation road. The trajectory of fate, the entanglement of cause and effect, were laid bare here. Xueqing glanced at it lightly, then calmly averted her gaze, her eyes showing neither curiosity nor fear. She wasn't concerned about the glories and regrets of past lives, nor the unknowns and possibilities of future lives. All her past experiences had turned to ashes with the burning of her body. She had struggled, fought, and persisted, but eventually let it all go. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented tranquility and emptiness in her heart. Her gaze finally fell upon the little Taoist. Eyes met. "It's you." Xueqing was slightly surprised, recalling the face of the little Taoist she had once seen in the near-immortal realm. She didn't expect to meet again here in this manner. The little Taoist had obviously also noticed Xueqing's presence, and a slight pause appeared on his calm face. He slowly raised his hand, and without any mana fluctuations, Xueqing felt the force around her disappear. She drifted away from the flowing souls and was summoned in front of him. Did my comments back then come true? The little Taoist spoke, his voice calm with a worldly detachment as he proactively brought up past events. Upon hearing this, Xueqing's lips curved into a faint smile. Her gaze swept once more across the silent reincarnation road below, watching those souls about to forget everything and re-enter the red dust, her mind inexplicably complex. Not a word was off. She answered softly, with no resentment or unwillingness, only a sense of acceptance after having gone through everything. Then, she remembered a crucial question, her face pausing slightly, turning to the little Taoist, "Why am I here? According to reason, after my death, should my residual soul and true spirit not return to the vast universe, to await a reincarnation opportunity?" This was her understanding of the great universe's reincarnation system. The vast universe was a gathering place for the deceased, and the reincarnation road more like the ultimate path toward true rebirth. Her way of dying seemed to skip certain steps. The little Taoist glanced at her, with eyes that seemed capable of seeing through endless reincarnations, revealing a complex expression, with a sigh and sentiment. "Your death was unusual." He spoke slowly, "You did not fall through typical struggles or the exhaustion of lifespan. Your body, in a sense, was devoured by the heavens. You made a contract with them, and were taken by an entity from the future. This transaction transcended the constraints of the epic's laws, making it difficult for the laws of the vast universe to define your divine soul's path, hence, you have come directly here." He paused, continuing to explain, "In simple terms, you no longer completely belong to this epic. The rules of the vast universe have diminished effect on you, thus, the guiding force of the reincarnation road directly acted on your true spirit, sending you here. I also did not expect you to have such a peculiar encounter." His last remark seemed to imply something. Not an era lord, yet through a transaction, she crossed the barriers of time and space, evoked intervention from a future giant, and caused such significant historical changes. This is rare even in the entire record of reincarnations. Xueqing listened quietly, her heart undisturbed. So it was because of that heavenly contract, due to the intervention of the heavens, everything became different. Can I now move on? She raised her gaze, looking toward the indistinct end of the reincarnation road, her mind unprecedentedly peaceful. She had completed what should have been done, let go of her obsession with Xingqiu, let go of her obsession with the martial path. Everything turned to nothing, and she became utterly calm at heart. Now, to reincarnate, to forget everything, seemed a fitting destination. Perhaps, after reincarnation, in an entirely new era, she could find and enjoy the grand unity of the world she had once seen with her own eyes and longed for in her heart. A faint stir of anticipation subtly emerged in the depths of her eyes. Not yet. The little Taoist slightly shook his head, breaking her thought. Why? Xueqing's brow furrowed slightly, and a ripple spread across the calm lake of her heart. Having entered the reincarnation road, why couldn't she move on? There has been an anomaly in the reincarnation road, so currently it cannot arrange for your reincarnation. The little Taoist's expression remained indifferent. Xueqing was the key step connecting the vast ancient period. Without her, there would be no Songling Xue, and Chuzheng alone would have no shackles, acting more recklessly. Many times, he would not choose to bow and restrain, which would undoubtedly lead to early demise. Death, for Chuzheng, was not something to be feared, but he could not die. Moreover, without Songling Xue, the great tribulation in Chuzheng's life would be difficult to overcome. Even if he lived to the final point, Chuzheng might even choose to die out of his own interest in the reincarnation road. This was a result derived from his deductions, not impossible. Xueqing's early reincarnation would also trigger a series of changes, once again leading to historical imbalance. The result would be another wasted lifetime. Xueqing stared at the little Taoist, her heart increasingly puzzled. Anomaly? What anomaly would specifically affect only her? For a moment, a few conjectures arose within her, whether it was reluctance to let her reincarnate or there was another reason. The little Taoist seemed to have seen through her thoughts and said calmly, "The secrets of Tianji must not be revealed." After a moment of silence, he changed the subject, offering a condition that seemed like compensation. In exchange for your staying on the reincarnation road, I can grant you one wish, as long as it's within my authority. One wish? Xueqing was slightly stunned. In this land where all living creatures reincarnate, a transcendent existence offers one wish. The temptation is not insignificant. She might request a smooth life in the next world, or an unparalleled talent for cultivation, or to avoid all disasters. However, these thoughts only flashed through her mind and she dismissed them without hesitation. Those externals were no longer what she sought. Her gaze lowered slightly, she had already made up her mind. The path of cultivation should be pursued with courage and advancement, without hindrances of the mind. The 3,000 strands of trouble are obstacles rather than benefits to cultivation. Keeping them only adds sorrow, and could lead to repeating past mistakes in the next life. With this in mind, Xueqing took a deep breath, her expression solemn, she spoke clearly, her voice echoing on the reincarnation road with determination. I want to sever the threads of emotion. She wanted to completely sever the ties of affection and karmic debt. From now on, no more entanglements, no more attachments, her heart like glazed glass, inside and out clear, asking only the Tao. Aside from the path of cultivation, she could let go of everything. The little Taoist was slightly stunned by her words. On his face, unchanged for 10,000 years, appeared a slightly complex emotional fluctuation. He looked deeply at Xueqing, his gaze seeming to penetrate her soul body, seeing a certain predetermined future, as if confirming a crucial point of cause and effect. Silence spread on the reincarnation road, the light and shadow on the 3 live stones still rapidly flowing. After a long while, the little Taoist slowly nodded and uttered a single word, yes. As soon as he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, sending out a wisp of light, like the sharpest heavenly blade, precisely cutting towards the deepest part of Xueqing's soul body, where the faintly glowing threads of karma and emotion lay. Xueqing closed her eyes, feeling no pain, only complete liberation and emptiness in an instant. The reincarnation road, dim as before, silent and void. After leaving the martial pavilion ancestral land, Chuzheng did not return to the Tao Palace above the 9 heavens, nor did he linger in any familiar star domain. He quietly concealed himself within the mundane fireworks and endless starry sky of the great universe, his aura retracted to the utmost, his form blending into the laws. Even those of the same ancestral realm, deliberately searching, would find it hard to detect his presence. He traversed multiple star domains, passed through thriving civilizations, skimmed over the dead remnants of star skeletons, strolled among newborn nebulae, without intervening in any events happening, simply observing in silence. His gaze particularly focused on the heavenly fate, stretching through eternity, maintaining the lifeline of the second-fold immortal martial, his divine sense often probing into the river of spacetime, standing atop the raging waves of light and shadow, gazing at those two most robust, now violently twisting and convulsing like giant pythons, the main meridians of heavenly fate. In his perception, Yun Tianji's residual soul and Jun Huang's near-shattered divine sense, like two venomous snakes attempting to devour their master, were tightly entwined, gnawing at the core of the heavenly destiny true spirit formed by the good and evil two corpses. Their struggle was undoubtedly extremely mad and left no room for retreat. Attempting to accomplish this shocking feat, however, it was ultimately a little weak. The good and evil two corpses were essentially still parts of the master of heavenly fortune, their essence vast and ancient. Even if they showed flaws due to Chu Zhang's previous heavy attack, their deep foundation was not something the wills of two broken ancestral realms could easily shake. The process of fusion between Yun Tianji and Jun Huang was very unsmooth, filled with a painful tug-of-war and backlash. Their consciousness was at times clear, at times cloaked under the wash of heavenly destiny origin, as if at any moment they could be completely assimilated, obliterated by the massive river of rules, becoming nourishment for the self-repair of the heavenly destiny true spirit. Observing up to this point, Chu Jing expected this mad gamble to end with the failure of Yun Tianji and Jun Huang. But next, Yun Tianji and Jun Huang's counterattack surprised Chu Jing. These two, at this moment, facing the common heavenly destiny true spirit, seemed to have a mutual understanding, simultaneously making an almost self-destructive yet extremely ruthless identical choice. They no longer insisted on slow corrosion and fusion but once again proactively chose to initiate the Dao War. This time, it was no longer the immortal martial joining forces against Xingqiu, but the immortal path and the martial path, beginning the most tragic clash. However, the purpose of this Dao War was completely different from any previous one. Their goal was not to seize each other's heavenly fate to strengthen themselves, rather the opposite. They began to voluntarily disperse the long-accumulated heavenly fate of the second-fold immortal martial on a large scale. In Chu Zhang's perception, the two main meridians of heavenly fate, already chaotic due to internal strife, now poured out at an unprecedented speed as if they had been punctured. The ancient ancestor of immortal path and ancient ancestor of martial path, under the drive of the heavenly destiny true spirit fusion of Yun Tianji and Jun Huang, once again engaged in slaughter. The heavenly fate spilled from those who fell was not absorbed by the heavenly destiny true spirit but scattered into the vast great universe. This was undeniably a suicidal behavior. Heavenly fate is the foundation of a Taoist orthodoxy's prosperity, the soil from which strong ones are born. To disperse heavenly fate is equivalent to self-destruction of the foundation, self-severing of the future. But Chu Jing instantly understood their intention. This was to further dismantle the foundation of the heavenly destiny true spirit. The good and evil two corpses were powerful because they were deeply tied to these massive heavenly fate, capable of influencing even controlling the ancient ancestors of the immortal martial path to a certain extent. They are the spirit of this heavenly fate is their body. Now, Yun Tianji and Jun Huang, unable to devour the spirit directly, chose to strike from the root, forcibly dispersing the body. As long as the heavenly fate of the second-fold immortal martial is greatly weakened or even disintegrated, the heavenly destiny true spirit attached to it will naturally become weak, potentially falling into slumber or structural collapse due to the disintegration of the main body. By that time, these two who have already partially fused with the true spirit's core will have the opportunity to seize and occupy, fully grasp the remaining heavenly destiny origin, even reshape the rules. For that slim chance of transcendence and control, they do not hesitate to take the entire second-fold immortal martial's accumulation of tens of millions of years to the grave with them. This Dao War, with its bizarre purpose and gruesome process, its aftershocks instantly swept across the entire great universe. No longer bound by the relatively restrained battlefield constraints from the previous siege of Jingchu, besides the ancient ancestors, numerous martial emperors and immortal emperors, engaged without reservation in the great universe. The shattered great realms extinguished like fireworks, the broken laws cracked like whips lashing the void, destructive energy storms spread rampantly. The ordinary living creatures caught in it, weak worlds, numerous beyond counting. Those living at the bottom, who probably weren't even clear on what cultivation was, the trillions of living creatures, in the aftershocks of the Taoist orthodoxy clashes, not even having a chance to let out a cry, were turned to cosmic dust along with the great realms where they had lived for generations. The light of civilization's Taoist orthodoxy extinguished like candles blown out by a fierce wind, in swathes. And especially the Qi cultivators, their Taoist orthodoxy has already been in decline, with difficult inheritance, and because their cultivation method invoked innate Qi, under the universe-sweeping, extremely chaotic immortal martial calamity, they were like solitary boats on a stormy sea, torn to shreds by the violent storm, or slaughtered by other opportunistic forces. Chu Jing, hidden, perceived all of this as his aura blended with the laws to the extreme. Even beings of the same ancestral realm would find it difficult to detect his existence. He traversed one star domain after another, through bustling and thriving civilizations, across the ruins of lifeless star remains, wandering between newborn nebulae without intervening in any events, simply observing. His ears could hear countless living creatures from the depths of the universe bowing, imploring his protection. He could see entire worlds in their last moments of flickering light. Chu Jing considered their intentions and understood them instantly. A plan that might have been better executed later had been moved forward. Create the Chaos Sea. For the current situation, such a place is needed. A place that can temporarily isolate from external conflicts, shelter those fire seeds on the brink of extinction, allowing them to recuperate and gather strength. Otherwise, at this rate, the inheritances of various Taoist orthodoxy will soon be obliterated. After contemplating for a long time, Chu Jing's gaze turned to the star domain where the Heaven Burial Palace was located. There, once the burial ground of the Master of Heavenly Fortune, the space-time structure was unique, containing ancient and chaotic laws. Previously, the Heaven Burial Palace had been shattered by Yun Tianji and Jun Huang, leaving only a massive wreckage and chaotic law area floating in the void. Ordinary living creatures dared not approach, turning it into a relatively quiet corner. Chu Jing directly arrived at this dead silent star domain. The already fragmented Heaven Burial Palace now seemed even more desolate. He did not attempt to repair the Heaven Burial Palace, it held no meaning. Standing beneath the starry sky, chaotic primordial Qi began to flow slowly from his body, enveloping it in immense power. His hands pressed into the void, stirring the chaotic space-time law and residual ancient divine power of this star domain. Open! The echo of his voice was like a divine decree, echoing across this dead silent star domain. In an instant, with the remnants of the Heaven Burial Palace as the core, the surrounding void underwent earth-shattering changes, chaotic laws forcibly combed and gradually smoothed. The shattered space structure was rewoven, forming layer upon layer of invisible barriers, peeling off a large area of the star domain from the great universe, like a bubble attached to the primary world. A nascent realm prototype began to form. Its internal void appeared far vaster than the outside, able to accommodate the endless star domain. Yet, Chu Jing was dissatisfied with the strength of the barriers. To ensure Chaos Sea's support into future generations, the space-time barriers must be strong enough. He aimed to completely eradicate the possibility of living creatures from the space-time domain breaking through the Chaos Sea barriers, coming and going freely. This meant the barrier's strength must withstand the combined forces of many ancestral realms, to hold until future generations. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Jing quietly approached the boundary, leveraging the key he left before, opened a sliver of the boundary, and took part of the ancestor blood origin from within. This sliver created a gap in the boundary between the vast universe and the great universe, enabling some small space channels to connect. Yet this sliver of a crack, in Chu Jing's eyes, was as fine as a hair, not worth concern, having no impact on the boundary's stability. He returned near the Heaven Burial Palace, infused part of the ancestor blood origin into the space-time barrier. With this ancestor blood as a foundation, the strength of the space-time barrier undoubtedly greatly increased. Meanwhile, Chu Jing's divine sense spread like an invisible giant net across the great universe. He avoided the main battlefields of the top-tier second-fold immortal martial, like a thief of fire, silently migrated scattered small worlds, continent remnants, even some grottos heavens harboring civilization fire seeds, into this newborn chaotic starry sky using great divine skills. This process was not smooth. Frenzied second-fold immortal martial cultivators, hunting enemy stragglers or clearing general adversaries, discovered these worlds' unusual movements, attempting to track and spread the flames of war into this new land. Any immortal martial cultivator daring to approach the Chaos Sea boundary, attempting to invade or attack, regardless of cultivation, was blocked by Chu Jing. He did not show himself, often just a wisp of chaotic chi passing by, slightly twisting the space-time law, making those pursuers seem to crash into an invisible copper wall, instantly transported beyond the endless star domain, their myriad spells and divine skills silenced, suffering backlash themselves, retreating severely injured. After multiple instances, bizarre rumors about this Heaven Burial Palace wreckage star domain began circulating among the mid to low-level cultivators of both warring sides, considering it a forbidden zone not to approach, saving Chu Jing much trouble. As Chu Jing migrated worlds, constructing the Chaos Sea, he discovered a peculiar spacetime fragment. This fragment was hidden deep within the core wreckage area of the Heaven Burial Palace, seemingly originating from the previous era, not belonging to this epoch. The fragment was not large, only 1,000 miles across, but it flowed with extremely rich and stable spacetime law fluctuations. After retrieving it, the last traces of the Heaven Burial Palace crumbled, dispersing into the vast starry sky. After carefully sensing it for a moment, a hint of surprise flashed in Chu Jing's eyes. The time law contained within this fragment was quite profound and extremely stable, coupled with his current understanding and cultivation of space-time Tao, it allowed him to accelerate time broadly within the Chaos Sea. He had never prepared to create the Chaos Sea before because he had not found a way to accelerate time. Even with the ancestral realm's capability, it was difficult to simultaneously accelerate time 100-fold across thousands of star domains. Even with control over 30% of heavenly fate, Chu Jing could barely manage a 10-fold acceleration of time over such a large area. This spacetime fragment undoubtedly resolved his most troublesome issue and ensured relative stability of spacetime post-acceleration within the Chaos Sea. In the great universe, 100 years pass within. This time gap suffices for the feeble Taoist orthodoxy newly migrated to Chaos Sea to quickly accumulate combat power, cultivate talent, and inherit Tao laws. The era of chaos has arrived, and cataclysm rages on. He cannot reverse this predetermined torrent, but at the very least, he can carve out a temporary sanctuary within it for those faint fire seeds, and earn them some precious time. The chaos of the universe's flames of war continues to spread. The second-fold immortal martial is like two uncontrollable mad dragons, tumbling and biting each other in the endless star sea. Each collision splashes out aftershocks sufficient to devastate the all-heaven star domain, dragging more and more living creatures and even the great realm into the abyss of death. At the edge of this all-encompassing torrent, Chu Jing, like a ferryman, continues his journey of redemption, unknown to most living creatures. He silently shuttles through the star domains where the flames of war burn hottest, his divine sense like the most precise sieve, sweeping over worlds on the brink of extinction. Those once flourishing great realms, at this moment, resemble the corpses of giant beasts drained of blood, quietly floating in the cold void. The boundary wall is shattered, mountains and rivers overturned, the heavenly Tao laws that maintain the world's intrinsic cycle, either dispersed directly or forcibly extracted in the aftermath of clashes at the immortal martial ancestor realm, have already completely killed the entire great realm. Deprived of the heavenly Tao's harmony and nurturing, these worlds can no longer autonomously birth nature's spiritual energy, the laws have stagnated or even collapsed, vitality is severed, even the most basic material cycles can hardly be maintained, gradually falling into dead domains. Even if there are survivors, they cannot sustain long-term living in such an environment, eventually facing the end as the world fully cools. Chuzheng walks over these worlds of death, feeling the suffocating silence of extinction. He is powerless to resurrect all the dead or reverse those completely collapsed great realms, but he can strive to preserve that remnant of legacy fire seed. He selects some great realm remnants whose foundations have not completely disintegrated and whose structures remain relatively stable, dragging them into the Chaos Sea. He then retrieves the supreme treasure, the Heavenly Mirror, previously obtained from the Star Moon ancient clan. This ancient mirror contains the profound mighty force of void creation, aiding Chuzheng in saving significant effort. He suspends the Heavenly Mirror at the core of a selected broken great realm, then takes a deep breath. The chaotic primordial chi around him surges like a fierce torrent into the Heavenly Mirror. In an instant, the mirror light shines brightly, its inner true spirit gradually awakening, the mirror surface radiating with gentle yet vast starlight. Where the light reaches, the fundamental laws of the great universe are activated, beginning to reconstruct. In many great realms, originally shattered lands start to mend, soaring mountains rise from nowhere, deep valleys sink, dry riverbeds again see spiritual springs, converging into gushing great rivers, eventually pouring into newly born vast oceans. The sky's fissures are smoothed, turbid breaths purified, the light of the sun, moon, and stars, driven by the laws, begins to circulate. He is, with his supreme mana combined with the Heavenly Mirror's power, creating countless mountains and rivers out of thin air, along with all fundamental elements supporting a great realm's operation. It is not merely repair, but an act akin to creation itself. A once dead wasteland, under his power, revives with new life, transforming into a newborn world. Although not as profoundly endowed as original great realms, with less perfected laws, it at least provides a basic environment where living creatures can survive and propagate. However, for these worlds, forming physical forms is far from enough. A truly potential-filled, sustainably developing world must possess its soul, that is, the illusory heavenly Tao and a complete world cycle system. Chuzheng gazes at many great realms he has personally reshaped, a resolve flickering in his eyes, lifting a hand to draw upon a portion of his gathered heavenly fate. He spares no penny, willingly dispersing a portion of his heavenly fate, like sowing seeds, injecting it into these newborn great realms. The instant heavenly fate merges with the world, the entire domain truly comes alive. Originally rather stiff, externally maintained laws begin to self-adjust, gradually evolving. The concentration of nature's spiritual energy starts to rise slowly and steadily, deep within the earth. Land veins seem to be regenerating. In the heavenly dome, natural cycles of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning reappear, showing law fluctuations. After injecting heavenly fate, these great realms can truly revive, possessing genuine endowments, capable of nurturing new life, entering an internal cycle. This is the fundamental element of granting them long-term existence. Simultaneously, Chuzheng's golden bodies, scattered throughout the great universe and not yet fully destroyed, became his windows for observing the situation and transmitting information. Through the eyes of these golden bodies, he saw countless chi cultivators drifting like candles in the wind amidst the flames of war, and also saw numerous great realms fade into oblivion in the aftermath of the immortal martial Tao war. He cannot manifest personally to save everyone, but he can offer some guidance. Through those surviving golden bodies, Chuzheng transmitted messages containing his divine sense across the endless star sea. The messages included basic methods of surviving trials in an avatar form, various divine powers and secret techniques, and vague coordinates relating to the Chaos Sea, this newfound sanctuary. Yet, at this moment, he is ultimately not a deity sustained by incense fire willpower. The ability of these golden bodies to transmit messages is limited, with many restrictions. He can only store the core eternal calamity treasure record within many golden bodies, hoping it will be obtained by those with destined affinity. However, many transmissions within the golden bodies, still waiting to be activated, were destroyed by spreading warfare or utterly by immortal martial cultivators. Numerous just-kindled flames were mercilessly extinguished. Or the ancestral Tao golden body was preserved, but the surrounding chi cultivators were all gone, and no one could activate it. Despite this, some information was successfully transmitted. The manifestation of the ancestral Tao golden body, guiding the way to life, was like a bolt of lightning in the dark, quickly spreading among the remaining Qi cultivators, as well as some desperate surviving cultivators. A faint glimmer of hope rekindled in a desperate situation. In a corner of the Chaos Sea, within a great realm just ravaged by the flames of war. The sky shattered, resembling silk torn by sharp claws, revealing the twisted, dim void beneath. The land, once nurturing countless living creatures, was now a desolate sight, with massive cracks extending infinitely deep, twisting and turning across the landscape. The land was charred black, scattered with myriad remnants of magic treasures and flesh, carbonized by the instant outbreak of scorching energy. The air was filled with the sharp smell of smoke and the charred scent of burnt flesh. The nature's spiritual energy had long since dried up, replaced by a suffocating stillness and the lingering echoes of chaotic Tao resonances. A group of surviving cultivators, about 70 or 80 in number, gathered in disarray beneath the ruins of a temple. Most were wearing tattered Taoist robes, their faces etched with the shock of survival and bone-deep exhaustion, primarily from the Taoist school, mixed with a few embarrassed Qi cultivators. Qi cultivators do not belong to this epic's Taoist heritage, but they share many common ideas, and Jingqiu is known as Tao ancestor, thus the Taoist sect has become one of the few allies of the Qi cultivators. Just moments ago, these people were fleeing for their lives. Behind them were formidable cultivators wielding immortal soldiers, shrouded in Qingmeng immortal light. As they fled, the group, originally hundreds strong, now numbered only a few dozen, each injured, with exhausted mana, mentally and physically drained. Now, everyone had stopped in their tracks, looking around with unease and suspicion. Just a breath ago, the immortal technique light, like a death sentence, and the icy killing intent were mere steps away from devouring them completely. Yet, in the space of a breath, it was as if an invisible giant hand had wiped the pursuers away into non-existence. Leading the group was an elderly Taoist, his hair white as snow, covering a severed arm, his face drained of color, his voice trembling. "What is going on? Those people, where did they go?" No one present could answer this question. This exceedingly bizarre situation not only failed to bring any sense of security but cast an even deeper shadow of fear over everyone's hearts. The unknown is often more unsettling than known dangers. The old Taoist sensed for a moment and muttered softly, "Heaven has died." In his perception, the great realm before him possessed no vitality. The withered spirit veins further shattered everyone's psychological defenses. All at once, those present became ashen-faced, their hearts filled with despair. A young cultivator slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the shattered sky, tears slipping silently. "The sects have fallen, our elders have perished, and now heaven and earth are doomed, everything is over, where should we go? The nature's spiritual energy is exhausted, the heavenly order is gone, this realm has become a lifeless land." A Qi cultivator hung his head and sighed, "Even without pursuers, we cannot survive for long." The Qi cultivators are more sensitive to the world state, and the battles outside the realm are likely even more dangerous, with the possibility of being crushed by the aftermath of clashes between giants at any moment in the universe. Some cultivators took out blank jade books, silently inscribing their Taoist orthodoxy, casting them into the void, hoping that future generations would retrieve them, ensuring their lineage continued. Others sat dazed, as if drained of energy, eyes vacant. Speechless. As everyone sighed, suddenly a clear brilliance appeared between heaven and earth, not of the sun or moon, yet gentle and vast, containing the breath of transformative creation and life. It started as a mere glimmer, swiftly spreading across the heavenly domain, tearing through the murky desolation between heaven and earth. Everyone's expressions paused, rising one by one, looking at the world before their eyes, utterly astonished. In the distance, where the scorched earth lay, it seemed to be nourished by an invisible gentle rain, ravines gradually healing, trickles bubbling up from the earth veins, reforming into rivers, while the broken mountains in the distance, the layers of rock reassembling, new peaks gradually rising, though lacking their former appearance, they held a unique resilience. On the earth, green shoots sprouted, life manifesting, the oppressive air of death slowly replaced by the clear residual charms, the spiritual energy thin but compared to the prior signs of exhaustion, it marked a monumental change. Is this a divine miracle? Someone exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. Heaven and earth are reviving. The old Taoist trembled all over, seeing life again, almost weeping with joy. This was not merely a surface change but the laws of heaven and earth being repaired and reconstructed by supreme power, which was far from following the natural order. A chi cultivator took to the air, surveying the surroundings, his expression slightly changing. In the distance, amid the broken mountains, a half-leaning ancient temple lay within the stones, its plaque gone, walls mostly collapsed. Under the brilliance of heaven and earth, a dust and crack-covered stone statue faintly emerged, emitting a hazy glow. He immediately stepped forward, clearing away the piled stones, and wiped off the thick dust, revealing a crudely carved, damaged statue. The face of the statue was blurred, but its posture and the faint lingering Tao resonance allowed him to recognize it. It was Taoist ancestor Xingqiu. His expression turned solemn as he studied the divine statue, and before he could pay his respects, a streak of golden light suddenly flashed, instantly pouring into his mind. In an instant, he comprehended the method of facing tribulations through avatars, numerous divine skills, and the existence of the Chaos Sea. It's the ancestral Tao. Taoist ancestor Xingqiu has saved us. His expression became intensely emotional, his voice trembling. The ancestral Tao has manifested. The other cultivators, hearing this, surged to the temple like a tide. After confirmation, they either knelt or bowed, overwhelmed with tears. The joy of newfound hope, like the dawn breaking, swept away the gloom completely. The dim flame in everyone's eyes reignited, like the night returning to brightness. Amidst the crowd, a Taoist child who looked about 10 years old stood particularly quietly. He was called Xianwei, the youngest disciple of this Taoist sect lineage. Throughout this escape, he had witnessed too many tragedies with his own eyes, and his heart was long filled with fear and sorrow. The despair just now almost crushed him entirely. But at this moment, seeing the once miraculous resurrection of the mountains and rivers before him, feeling the warm and majestic vitality, countless ripples arose in his once desolate spirit platform. The initial terror in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by the light of Tao admiration. He did not shout excitedly like the others but walked slowly to the ruined temple, appearing particularly small before the cracked divine statue. He tidied his slightly tattered Taoist robe, carefully wiped the dust off his face, then respectfully knelt and offered 3 kneels with 9 prostrations to the deity, with crisp echoes. He lifted his tender yet determined face, gazing at the blurred and towering stone statue, and with a clear child's voice, disciple Xianwei, though not of the qi-refining lineage, was saved by Taoist ancestor Xingqiu. Though my body remained during the bloody battle, this grace engraves deeply into my being, unforgettable for eternity. Xuanwei's gaze was clear and focused, bowing again. If the opportunity arises in the future, Xianwei will surely repay this day's grace. He did not make grand vows, nor did he ask for further protection, he simply engraved this sudden, mountainous grace deeply in his heart. Though Xingqiu, as an ancestral Tao, would not care about this little gratitude, saving their lives this time was nothing short of recreation, a spark in a desperate situation, a heavenly grace to him. Scenes like this played out in various corners of the Chaos Sea. Those numerous living creatures migrated into the Chaos Sea, feeling the stability and peace of this newborn world, gradually understanding the dire conditions of the outside world, finally realizing who saved their lives. After knowing this, numerous living creatures erected numerous golden body temples for Taoist ancestor Xingqiu on the new great realm within the Chaos Sea. Among the starry ashes, cultivators knelt and prayed in the void, chanting the true name of the ancestral Tao. On dry spirit veins, living creatures piled stones into a monument, carving Xingqiu's name. Within the new realm of the Chaos Sea, countless people worshipped the divine palace of the ancestral Tao. Those saved by Chu Zhang's intervention, whether moved into the Chaos Sea or surviving in the resurrecting world, all remembered his grace. Numerous small yet pervasive beliefs and wills gently gathered like a burgeoning fire in this tumultuous era. Chu Zhang sensed all this, he did not stop it nor respond to it. He did not absorb these incense fire willpower, but undoubtedly, these ancestral Tao golden bodies could provide some convenience for future plans. The seeds he scattered unintentionally were silently nurturing unknown fruits in this scarred cosmic firmament. The Immortal Alliance, out of apprehension for the Immortal-Banishing Rune, continued to invest heavily in hunting down many Qi cultivators. This was out of fearing the emergence of a second Taoist ancestor Xingqiu. Realizing this situation, Chu Jing pondered for a long time, then weakened and modified part of the Immortal-Banishing Rune, disseminating it through numerous golden bodies. Although this weakened Immortal-Banishing Rune was far less powerful than what he could execute personally, for these Qi cultivators, it was undoubtedly a life-saving protective charm, sufficient to give them a chance to counterattack when facing Immortal Path cultivators. The heritage of the Qi refining lineage is considerably vital, serving as future fire seeds, and he must strive to preserve a portion of the legacy. After initially stabilizing the situation in the Chaos Sea, providing numerous fire seeds a breathing space, Chu Zhang's gaze turned again to the vast universe. The river of spacetime won't wait for him, each step follows closely, a mere delay could cost him dearly. Now, he must quickly take the second step. Currently, in the midst of the great battle, numerous powerful beings fall continuously, presenting an excellent opportunity to reshuffle the vast universe. The ancient ancestors of the vast universe have no relationship with him whatsoever. He needed to cleanse these ancient ancestors thoroughly to ensure he had enough strong support in the universe in the future. Not wasting time, he stepped out and descended again to the vast universe. This time, he wasn't a mere wanderer seeking traces but came with a clear purpose. He directly found an ancient ancestor, and with a raise of his hand, dragged him into the river of spacetime. After just 2 rounds, he shattered the ancient ancestor's body, capturing half of heaven's fortune in the vast universe and holding it in his hands. Ever since the boundary was established, numerous ancient ancestors of the universe had resigned themselves, sinking into sleep as they deemed themselves hopeless for the great universe. But the sudden death knell awakened them from their slumber. Feeling Chu Zhang's unabashedly immense aura and cold-killing intent, they roared furiously in shock and anger, "Xingqiu! Isn't the great universe enough for you? How dare you covet this silent land of ours? Even though the second-fold immortal marshal still lingers, are you so eager to become the universal lord of the 2 realms? Previously, when you entered the vast universe, we already provided you with enough convenience. Now you have really gone too far." A dozen or more ancient ancestors arrived together, all with cold expressions. Vaguely, they began to mobilize the laws of the vast universe, intending to suppress Chu Jing. They could not understand why Xingqiu, after stirring the winds and clouds of the great universe, would focus his gaze on this realm of the dead. The heavenly fate of the vast universe and the living creatures of the great universe could not be absorbed, and even if Xingqiu won, he would gain no benefit. The reactions of the various ancient ancestors did not sway Chu Zhang's determination in the least. His goal was clear and unmistakable. These ancient ancestors of the universe mostly adhered to ancient and decaying rules, maintaining a closed and stagnant order in the vast universe, rendering any cooperation with him impossible. Moreover, judging by their time of existence, these ancient ancestors would hardly survive to the future, serving as undeniable obstacles for him. He did not say much. Facing the dozen or more ancient ancestors, he showed not the slightest intent to retreat. The chaotic primordial Qi transformed into a gigantic hand that could cover the sky, stirring the space-time law, choosing to take the initiative to attack. One ancient ancestor bore the brunt, his form towered 100,000 feet, and his flesh resembled a coiled dragon, revealing at a glance his origins from the giant god clan. Having undergone the baptism of the universe laws, he still retained part of the giant god's true appearance, ferocious and divine. In his eye sockets burned a ghostly blue soul fire that locked onto Chu Jing, his giant palm lifted, invoking boundless malefic deathly energy, transforming into an inky black palm that covered the sky and earth, descending upon Chu Jing's head. Where the wind of the palm passed, even the chaotic space-time law was tinged with gray decay, as if undergoing the erosion of billion years in an instant, instantly crumbling. The peak powerhouse of the giant god clan, even in death, retained terrifying divine abilities. Chu Zhang's gaze did not waver in the slightest. He raised his hand, forming a blade, lightly slashing toward the pressing black giant palm. The chaotic primordial chi sliced through the air at his fingertips like a heavenly blade descending to the earth, severing the time and space in an instant. Sizzle, the giant palm was instantly torn apart, disintegrating completely in the blink of an eye, its skeletal hands silently snapping, exposing barren white bones. Without giving this ancient ancestor of the giant god clan any chance to react, Chu Jing stepped forward on the waves of the river of space-time, pressing on with overwhelming force like an ocean tide, pointing his fingers as a sword toward the most vibrant cluster of ghostly blue soul fire between the eyebrows. The movement appeared slow, yet was in fact swift, transcending the shackles of time and space. Pop, a slight sound, akin to a bubble bursting. The enormous head was penetrated directly by this finger, the chaos primordial chi contained within the tip exploding instantly, sweeping through its entire body. The massive form trembled violently on the river of space-time, countless bones and flesh that composed the body rapidly turned gray, brittle like rotten wood, finally collapsing with a thunderous crash like toppled blocks, scattering into flesh and bone dust, falling into the river and soon washed away. The ghostly blue soul fire represented his existence's essence and burned out entirely. In just one encounter, yet another ancient ancestor of the universe vanished in both form and spirit. The moment that ancient ancestor fell, a vast and boundless heavenly fate surged forth from his crumbling shell. Chu Jing remained expressionless, raising a hand with a light beckon. The heavenly fate, initially about to disperse into the universe, converged instantly, flowing to him as rivers flow into the sea, all absorbed into his body. The Chaos Dao body vibrated slightly, emitting a subtle hum. The cold deathly heavenly fate did not conflict with him after entering his body. Under the effect of the heavenly power fragment, it was instantly absorbed, becoming part of his strength. The chi circulating around him, once restrained, visibly surged, the depth of chaos in his eyes deepening, as if innumerable worlds appeared and vanished within them. Having slain another ancient ancestor and gathered heavenly fate, his combat power clearly increased again. Chu Jing's casual, ancestor-slaying fortune-devouring act stirred both fear and rage among the remaining ancient ancestors of the universe, compelling them to act simultaneously within an instant. 3 ancient ancestors moved first, rushing directly at Chu Jing head-on. The ancient ancestor on the left, clad in bloody robes, moved, causing billions of vengeful spirits to howl in unison, their chilling wails intertwining, fracturing the void and eroding souls. The venomous sound pierced the spirit platform, causing even those in the ancestral realm to sway, threatening the collapse of the Tao Foundation. On the right, the nether-blooded vast sea surged, demonic remnants floating within. Ancient ancestor emerged atop the blood sea, wielding waves that transformed into myriad blood demons, blinding the sky and covering the sun, enveloping time and space itself, roaring toward him. This blood was unusually filthy and foul, possessing the ability to devour and corrupt, dissolving the flesh upon touch. The central ancient ancestor was a corpse emperor, bound by cursed chains, and shrouded in corpse energy. He stepped forward, causing the sea of space-time laws to split abruptly. He did not advance directly but raised his finger silently, pointing at Chu Jing. The formless curse power tore through the void, wrapping around Chu Jing's Taoist body like an embedded parasite. This curse power made Chu Jing perceive something different instantly. Invisibly, this mystic force was eroding his fate and fortune, bearing a striking resemblance to the calamities faced by chi cultivators. If ignored, disasters would soon follow. 3 ancient ancestors, all notorious in the vast universe for their fearsome reputations, launched a combined assault with world-shattering might, causing the laws to collapse in chaos. All manner of ominous laws interwove, and in an instant, the apex of the river of space-time transformed into a deathly dominion. Facing this onslaught capable of making any being in the ancestral realm tremble, Chu Jing's gaze shifted subtly. No longer was it merely a simple finger swipe but the first time he raised his whole palm. With his palm facing upwards, chaotic primordial chi gathered, as if lifting a universe that was just beginning to form. He ignored the piercing screams that corroded the divine soul, the overwhelming sea of filthy blood, and did not consciously resist the invisible curse power. He simply flipped his palm, gently pressing downwards. In an instant, the space-time laws solidified, followed by a resonant tremor. It was as if the power of heaven collapsed from a great universe ready to overturn surged violently from Chu Zhang's palm, imbued with the returning to the origin true intent, directly heading towards the three ancient ancestors. The soul-shaking sound waves, like a mud bowl disappearing into the sea, were assimilated by the chaos, instead replenishing the consumed divine sense of Chu Zhang. The all-encompassing nether blood demon and the torrential blood waves met an invisible barrier, unable to advance even an inch further, with their filth and devouring power being quickly purified and absorbed by the chaotic primordial qi, transforming into Taiyin essence qi. The intangible curse descending through space couldn't even touch the corner of Chu Zhang's clothing before it dissipated under the flowing chaos Tao rhythm. With one palm strike, myriad techniques returned to the void, and all evil scattered. Chu Zhang then flipped his palm, pointing remotely at the three ancestors, his fist clenching in the void. Amidst billions of resentful souls, the vast soul body of the ancient ancestor of the universe seemed to be burst open from within by an invisible colossal strength, with fragments of resentment entirely swallowed by the chaos divine light, purified in an instant. The ocean of nether blood boiled in a flash, solidifying into ice, as the blood ancestor within turned into dark red crystals, shattering explosively. The corpse emperor couldn't even let out a scream, its body desiccated, chains snapped, and in a moment, it turned to ashes, dissipating into nothing. The three ancient ancestors of the universe, under Chu Zhang's seemingly casual grip, could not withstand even a single move, instantly following the footsteps of the previously fallen ancient ancestor. Boom! Three colossal heavenly fates soared like dragons, roaring fiercely, desiring to return to the universe. Chu Zhang opened his mouth like a whale and swallowed them greedily. In an instant, the Chaos Tao body roared increasingly loudly, with the primordial symbol of an unformed heaven and earth faintly appearing behind him, his momentum surging once again. In just a short moment, Chu Zhang had slain 5 ancient ancestors, absorbing the heavenly fate, his battle strength swelling to a despairing degree for the ancient ancestors of the universe. Retreat! The remaining ancient ancestors instantly became extremely frightened, their sanity collapsing, fleeing in all directions. Unable to withstand even a single move, how could they fight? Swallowing the heavens and devouring fate, becoming stronger as the battle rages on, it is simply unsolvable. Chu Zhang remained calm, advancing step by step, as he had come for this battle to compete for full success, hardly allowing them to escape. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, with countless incarnations emerging from the river of spacetime, completely sealing off the spacetime, turning his fingers, palms, and gaze into weapons that swept through like a breakthrough. Chaos finger glows pierced through the death chi, yanking out a pitch-black demon dragon from the river of spacetime, killing it upon the spot. A giant palm followed later yet arrived first, with the spirit of an ancient shadow demon howling under it, instantly disintegrating into nothingness. The gaze containing a chaotic universe fell, and an ancestor of burial lands was reduced to dust along with its coffin. Wherever he passed, ancient ancestors fell like rain, their heavenly fate all returning to him. His combat strength, like a snowball, grew stronger and stronger, until later, he didn't even need to take direct action. Some ancient ancestors of the universe, unable to hide in time and slightly weaker, had their Tao heart crushed under his pressure, their souls scattered, with their heavenly fate naturally overflowing and absorbed by him. Finally, when Chu Zhang's figure solidified and stood atop the river of spacetime, all around was dead silence. Of more than 10 ancient ancestors, only a couple managed to escape with their lives, with the ancient heavenly fate all gathered in his palm. 60%. In this battle, he annihilated 12 ancient ancestors of the universe. Even those lucky enough to flee were severely injured, with not much time left, their demise would come sooner than expected. Feeling the vast heavenly fate roaring within him, overflowing, Chu Zhang's eyes remained calm and unwavering. More than half of the universe's heavenly fate was within his grasp, and this realm of the dead had nearly been cleansed. Hereafter, he would personally choose which ancient seeds to establish new order. Through this battle, the universe had changed hands. In the depths of the vast universe, this upheaval and bloody cleansing of order failed to penetrate through that firm boundary. All battles, demises, and changes in authority were firmly sealed within that land of the dead silence. The continuous sound of tolling bells, deep and distant, carrying the vast Tao rhythm released upon the downfall of ancient ancestors, should have shaken all heavens, yet now, apart from causing minor ripples within the vast universe, could not transmit even a shadow to the great universe. The bell sound echoed gently under a dark sky, amidst the river of spacetime, finally swallowed by endless silence, making it seem as though nothing had ever happened. The beings of the great universe continued struggling for survival amidst the flames of a mortal martial Tao war, unaware of the drastic changes occurring on the other side of the world. Chu Zheng's figure quietly returned to the side of the soul origin pool, where residual souls surged. He sat quietly by the pool like an eternally existing reef, allowing the Yin Sha Qi and countless residual soul stray thoughts to wash over him, remaining unshaken. His divine sense transformed into countless threads, delving into the unfathomable black pool water, searching for those special spiritual lights that retained their unique potential even after purification through reincarnation. The pool waters were icy and bone-chilling, with numerous fragmented memories trying to pour into his consciousness like shards of ice, a torrent formed by the joys and sorrows of countless living creatures. Chu Zheng emotionlessly filtered through these stray thoughts, while his divine sense expanded further, dispersing throughout the vast universe. Supported by the heavenly fate, the entire vast universe was already within his perceptual range. In this long and monotonous search, two familiar soul lights caught his attention. They were Gongyi Ziyu and Tu Jingchuan. They had been disciples of Xue Qing, having fallen in succession at the beginning of the Tao War. Now, they clearly had existed in the vast universe for quite some time, and, relying on their past foundations, their cultivation had recovered to a peak state, ninth realm perfection. Chu Zheng's gaze fell upon them, his previously calm mind rippling with a trace of helplessness. Gongyi Ziyu and Tu Jingchuan lacked the most crucial thing, a Tao seed. The rules of the vast universe confined them. The reunited soul bodies here, regardless of their cultivation, would forever be limited to the realm at which they fell in life. Without having taken that step to condense a Tao seed and achieve the immortal ancestor realm in life, they would forever have no chance to achieve Qingzu here, even with heavenly fate. This is the iron rule of reincarnation, difficult to break even with Chu Zheng's current capabilities. Chu Zheng raised his hand, transforming the chaotic primordial qi into two gentle yet incredibly stable cocoons of light, enveloping the soul bodies of Gongyi Ziyu and Tu Jingchuan separately. They seemed to sense something, their souls trembling slightly, yet unable to escape this power far beyond their comprehension. Preserved and awaiting, for when the future demands. With a soft sigh, Chu Zheng traced his hands into the void, tearing open the space beside him to reveal a bizarre space-time forbidden area where the laws were completely still. There, time does not flow, nor does energy circulate. It can freeze everything in place. Chu Zheng temporarily sealed them and sent them into the space-time forbidden area. Without this, it would be difficult for them to last until the future on their own. The vast universe is not a benevolent place, with the strong devouring the weak a common occurrence. Even at their peak, they cannot guarantee not encountering even more terrifying beings or getting swept into unknown perils. In this space-time forbidden area, their time would be frozen, with their soul bodies and consciousnesses maintained until being awakened when needed. In the future, they too would have their own roles to play. The flames of the great universe still burn, as both the immortal and martial paths continue to bulldoze their own paths to ruin. Time has not been stalled by the outbreak of war, it relentlessly forges ahead. Entangled by the immortal and martial factions, the heavenly fate drifts further apart, and the very vitality of the Taoist orthodoxy is gradually waning. Martial Pavilion Ancestral Land. Within the sealed chamber, the surging qi blood power slowly subsided. As Yan Feng finally stabilized his cultivation realm and emerged as Qingzu, the sight of the great universe that met his eyes was a chaotic stew, with various paths rising simultaneously. The clashes between the immortal and martial factions have completely shattered the old bonds of order. The once stifled ancient Taoist orthodoxies, secluded great clans, and even newly emerged powerhouses sprouted up like mushrooms after a rain, competing for the heavenly fate and resources scattered by the immortal and martial paths. Within the Star Sea, the flames of war spread everywhere, more chaotic and disordered than before. And the plight of the martial path has reached its utmost severity. The martial path, along with Jun Huang and the martial ancestors, all perished in the prior great battle and frenzied collisions with the immortal path. The once flourishing martial pavilion ancestral land, which once imposed its might across the Star Sea, has long lost its former prosperity, with over half of its realms left barren. The once mighty martial arts heavenly fortune feels as though it has lost its core, dramatically scattering like ownerless debris throughout the universe. In the aftermath of heavenly fate's dissolution, other Taoist livelihoods have seized the opportunity to become Qingzhou. Besides Ji Tianya, Yuing Zhu, Erosion Sun Rain, and Yan Feng, chosen by Jun Huang and inheriting the heavenly fortune, the martial path has no other ancestral realm. The martial path, which once dominated half of the great universe, now retains only 2/10 of its heavenly fortune, experiencing a near cliff-like decline. There is no doubt that the martial path has fallen from its position as the top hegemon, suffering a severe blow to its yuan qi and even struggling to retain its original territory. The situation of the immortal path, although also suffering heavy losses, is considerably better despite losing a similar total amount of heavenly fortune as the martial path. Relying on the great immortal realm, which has been cultivated for 1,000,000 years as an immortal Tao holy land, the Immortal Alliance has long absorbed and integrated countless family clans, boasting a robust foundation and a talent reserve and replenishment rate far exceeding the martial pavilion. More importantly, the Immortal Alliance's top echelon adopted more flexible methods. During the outbreak of chaotic wars, they strived to win over and absorb cultivators from other paths, even using mixed blood methods, promising status and resources to bring many minor orthodoxies into the Immortal Path system. With family bloodlines as its foundation, the Immortal Alliance has woven a deeply intricate web, gradually restoring order from the war's wounds, establishing a more complete and inclusive Immortal Path system, and gradually getting back on track. In comparison, the martial pavilion resembles a patch of scattered sand, virtually engaging in isolated struggles at present. The heavenly destiny true spirit, seemingly undergoing a mutation, has fallen into slumber without any reaction. Within the martial pavilion, there are no prominent families, mostly relying on individual outstanding talents. This innate gift does not transfer through bloodlines, marking the greatest distinction between the martial pavilion and the immortal path. Jun Huang previously became the master of martial pavilion precisely for this reason. Facing such a critical situation, the newly emerged Yan Feng immediately felt an unprecedented pressure. Yet he bore little fear, and in an instant, a resolute decision to burn the boat surged in his heart. The martial path needs to innovate, to break and stand anew, and must also undergo transformation. At the very least, the martial path still holds sway among the great universe, with the 4 remaining ancestors, offering hope and support. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Feng sent a message to the other 3 ancestors of martial path. At the edge of the martial pavilion's domain, the 4 surviving ancestors of martial path convened for the first time in their ancestral realm forms. This area had already been invaded by other orthodoxies, bearing remnants of battle scars and a desolate great realm. An old yet relatively intact hall became the venue for this gathering that would decide the future destiny of the martial path. The grand hall was filled with an inextinguishable oppression. The dome of the hall, tall and expansive, was engraved with grand murals depicting martial cultivators' chi blood connecting to the stars, now covered with a thick layer of dust. In the corners, several ferocious cracks were evident, scars left by the aftershocks of the previous great battles. The giant columns supporting the hall were made of dark gold divine iron, full of cracks and long-dried, blackened stains of blood. The hall was slightly dimly lit, with only a few beast head lamps inlaid in the walls, burning with a faint blood flame, casting elongated shadows of the 4 figures onto the cold floor. Outside the hall, through cracks in the broken walls and the huge stone door, one could glimpse the once peaceful starry sky. The once orderly star sea, illuminated red by martial Daoqi blood, now appeared colorful and chaotic. Occasionally, blinding divine lights flashed past, accompanied by violent energy ripples, spreading like ripples across the great realm's boundaries, causing waves to stir. That was the battlefield for the factions competing for the heavenly fate. Inside the hall, all was quiet. The four newly minted martial ancestors stood together, their auras either majestic, sharp, ethereal, or gloomy, yet all carried an indescribable heaviness. They bore the surviving 2/10 of martial path's heavenly fortune, the last hope of countless martial cultivators, and a precarious, turbulent future. Yan Feng stood before the seat that once belonged to Jun Huang, his posture upright, obsidian martial robe absorbing all light, with calm eyes harboring turbulent undercurrents. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice clearly reverberating in the vast hall, breaking the silence. I've invited you all here today to discuss the future of the martial path, where it should go from here. He didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. No sooner had he spoken than a low growl, barely suppressing anger, came from the left. Where should it go? Whatever Jun Huang martial ancestor can do, we can do too. It's nothing but a bloody battle. The one who spoke was Ji Tianya. His figure was as towering as a mountain, his bare chest and arms covered in knotted muscles and fierce scars. The boiling blood around him was like molten lava, slightly distorting the air. He had evidently just returned from a fierce battle, his fighting spirit unquelled, his eyes bloodshot, almost unable to restrain his killing urge. The immortal path is now also gravely wounded. We might as well charge directly into the great immortal realm, tear down their immortal alliance homeland, raze it to the ground, and decide the fate with one battle. His thoughts were simple and direct, exceedingly brave, with a hint of urgency driven by the current situation. Dragging on would only cause more deaths. Standing opposite Ji Tianya was Yu Yingzhu. She wore a cyan robe, her posture like bamboo, her face stern, now tinted with a worry she couldn't shake off. Upon hearing Ji Tianya's words, she shook her head slightly, her slender fingers idly rubbing together. After a brief contemplation, she finally spoke, her voice as clear as a spring hitting a rock. Rational, I propose we cease fire and negotiate peace with the Immortal Alliance. At these words, Ji Tianya's brow tightened instantly. Yu Yingzhu ignored him and continued, the current state of the second-fold immortal martial arts, if the fight continues, will only be a dowry for other Taoist orthodoxy, consuming Yuan Qi in vain. You all must know, now the heavenly fate of the second-fold immortal martial arts combined is less than 40%. More importantly, that Daoist ancestor Xingqiu is still missing at this moment. Mentioning this name, her tone paused slightly, carrying a trace of indescribable apprehension. If he reappears with unclear intentions, and we end up in a lose-lose situation with the immortal path, wouldn't that be? She didn't speak further, but the implication was clear. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and Xingqiu is the biggest variable, now a sharp blade hanging over everyone's head. In the shadowed corner stood Erosion Sun Rain, who remained silent from beginning to end. He was dressed in white, his forehead wrapped in a mourning band, his face covered with a layer of insoluble gloom, lips tightly pressed, gaze lowered, staring at the ground, as if all the deliberations outside were unrelated to him. His hands hung by his sides, clenched tightly, the knuckles slightly whitening from the exertion. Yan Feng took in the reactions of the three, quickly understanding in his heart. He knew well that merely having a fervent spirit couldn't decide the outcome of the battle. Even in peace talks, one must strive for more voice and influence. More importantly, the martial path could no longer be scattered and disorganized. Taking a deep breath, his eyes sharpened like never before, he addressed the issue directly. Whether it's war or peace, the immediate strategy is to elect a leader of the martial path. Fighting separately will only lead to being defeated one by one. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over the three, finally fixing on the empty main seat before him, his tone steady. I want to become the leader of the martial path. Does anyone object? His words were like a thunderclap, echoing through the hall. Though phrased as a question, it was more like a proclamation. To Yan Feng, obtaining the position of a martial ancestor was imperative. No matter what, the path of the martial path had to be in his control. This was not only for the survival of the martial path but also for the unfinished path of his master. He would continue forward, no matter what thorns lay ahead, to see that possible, yet perhaps non-existent future. After a brief silence, Erosion Sun Rain's eyes flickered slightly, being the first to express his stance. He raised his head to look at Yan Feng, his voice slightly hoarse. If senior brother Yan Feng intends this, I will fully support it. His statement caught Ji Tianya and Yu Yingzhu by surprise. Then, Erosion Sun Rain lowered his gaze again, returning to his prior silence. The remaining two exchanged a glance. There was no issue with Yan Feng's qualifications or ability. Especially since, even before he became Qingzu, he was involved in the daily management of the martial pavilion and was thoroughly familiar with its operations, something they could not compare with. Moreover, being the martial ancestor was not an easy task. It required not only overseeing battle strategy but also managing the entire martial pavilion, a task extremely taxing and akin to a hot potato. Their eyes showed little resistance, rather a hint of relief. They both bowed slightly, their demeanor solemn. Thank you, martial ancestor, for taking on this heavy responsibility. The current situation allowed no room for petty squabbles and internal friction. The four discussed briefly and quickly reached a consensus. From this point on, the entire martial path would regard Yan Feng as its leader, with him at the forefront, regrouping for a resolute advance in the path dispute, to carve out a bloody path for the martial path. Yan Feng walked slowly to the main seat without sitting down, brushing the accumulated dust off the seat with his hand. Then, he turned back, gazing through the hall towards the distant, battle-filled Star Sea, making a decision: negotiate peace with the Immortal Alliance. He spoke in a deep voice, choosing the path proposed by Yu Yingzhu, which was the optimal solution given the current situation. However, no sooner had he spoken than Erosion Sun Rain spoke in a deep voice: an alliance is possible. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze slightly cold, with killing intent flaring like fire in his eyes. But before that, I want the Immortal Alliance to pay their blood debts with blood. He spoke each word distinctly, each carrying a hint of bloodthirst. The Immortal Alliance killed my father, massacred my Erosion Sun lineage. Now the bloodline of my clan barely survives with only a collateral branch, renamed and barely living. All this is due to the Immortal Alliance, and I demand that they pay the price. His chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot, his voice growing fiercer. My father died at the hands of Su Tianqing. It was through this achievement that Su Tianqing gained the qualification to inherit heaven's fortune and enter the ancestor realm. No matter what, he must die. For many years, such grievances have played out in the great universe, and are not uncommon. But on a personal level, it is a pain that not even the Star Sea could wash away. This is a blood feud for the murder of a father, a debt that must be repaid. Yan Feng was silent for a moment, looking at the killing intent in Erosion Sun Rain's eyes, without a thought of advising him to consider the big picture. The one who died was Erosion Sun Rain's father. He could understand, no. He should say, he somewhat envied Erosion Sun Rain. At least, Erosion Sun Rain knew clearly who his enemy was and could choose to avenge his father, even if the cost was his own life. As for himself, even if he wanted revenge, he couldn't even find a definite target. Yun Tianji, Jun Huang, those great enemies who directly or indirectly led to the fall of his master had long since perished, leaving him without a target to vent his hatred, only an empty and vast pain. In this matter, the martial path cannot fully support you, only help you deal with the aftermath. Yan Feng's gaze returned to calm, and he said in a gentle voice, this will rely on you alone. If the half of heaven's fortune you carry is lost, I will find a way to retrieve it for the martial path in the future. He paused, looked into Erosion Sun Rain's eyes, and clearly uttered 4 words: go all out. This decision was equivalent to giving up the martial arts half of heaven's fortune. In the current precarious state of the martial path, this was undoubtedly an extremely risky decision, even foolish. But compared to this, in both feeling and reason, he did not wish to obstruct Erosion Sun Rain. Moreover, even if he did, Erosion Sun Rain would likely do it anyway, which might lead to more severe consequences later, so it was better to go with the flow. Erosion Sun Rain's heart trembled slightly, clearly not expecting Yan Feng would so decisively support him, even at the risk of further damaging the weakened martial path's heavenly fortune. He gave Yan Feng a long, deep look, for the first time showing an emotion in his eyes other than hatred and killing intent, a hint of gratitude. He cupped his fists, bowing deeply to Yan Feng, as well as to Ji Tianya and Yu Yingzhu. "Thank you, martial ancestor, thank you both." Before his words faded, he resolutely turned around, his figure swallowed by the dark shadows outside the hall. A few days later, a shocking change occurred in the great universe. The already chaotic cosmic star sea was completely torn apart by a mournful blood-colored spear light. Erosion Sun Rain, alone, wielding a blood-colored long spear, like a meteor rushing into a fire, plunged into the great universe, heading straight for the great immortal realm. He did not conceal himself at all, nor did he prepare any tactics, it was the most direct attack. He did not hold back in the slightest, his martial arts' heavenly fortune surging around him, burning his life source, tearing through the great universe. Where the spear light passed, stars dimmed, the void turned to dust, a passage filled with the aura of destruction was forcibly opened from the depths of the star sea, reaching the magnificent boundary wall of the great immortal realm, enshrouded in endless immortal light and inscribed with countless protective immortal arrays. "Su Tianqing! Come out and meet your death!" The furious roar exploded like a billion thunders, shaking the clouds within the boundary, the immortal chains linking the suns clanged loudly. The immortal alliance was thrown into turmoil, countless immortal path cultivators were shaken in their souls by a single roar, stunned in their places. One powerful aura after another rose from the depths of the great immortal realm, carrying shock and anger. However, Erosion Sun Rain had only one target, ignoring the obstruction of other immortal ancestors, the direction the long spear pointed locked onto a certain figure. It was Su Tianqing, who had gained heaven's fortune by beheading Erosion Sun Mooching and thus stepped into the ancestor realm. At this moment, Su Tianqing was both shocked and furious, never expecting that Erosion Sun Rain would be so audacious as to dare venture alone and launch a surprise attack on the great immortal realm. This was undeniably a self-directed path to destruction. The surrounding spacetime changed, and in an instant, the battlefield had entered the spacetime forbidden area. Erosion Sun Rain's expression was ice-cold, raising a blood-colored battle flag, soaked in immortal blood, where immortal martial chi intertwined, radiating divine light. Feeling the aura of the same blood origin as himself, Su Tianqing's expression changed instantly, nearing rage. "You insolent wretch dare!" In those years, martial ancestor Erosion Sun tore off immortal ancestor Shumi Xing's head with this flag, and after it fell into my hands, I refined it into a secret treasure. Erosion Sun Rain's expression was calm as he raised the flag, enveloping the four corners of time and space. "This forbidden space can only last for 3 breaths, but it's enough to end you." Arrogant! Su Tianqing roared in anger, raised a heavenly seal, invoking the circulation immortal Tao laws, transforming into the 9 heavens, and suppressed the spacetime, attempting to cover Erosion Sun Rain from above. But at this moment, Erosion Sun Rain had already resolved to die, his power climbing to an unprecedented peak under the extreme burn, and in a flash of thunder, he had merged with the spear, transforming into a destructive blood light piercing through eternity, ignoring the suppression of the 9 heavens, tearing open the blockade, directly stabbing toward Su Tianqing's brow. Poof, in a split second, blood splashed. The spear pierced unimpeded through Su Tianqing's immortal ancestor body, grinding his immortal soul and divine soul into nothingness. The shock and anger on Su Tianqing's face froze, his gaze dimmed instantly, and his body exploded in midair, turning into a rain of immortal light and blood, scattered into the river of spacetime, washed away in an instant. In a breath's time an immortal ancestor had fallen, the funeral bell humming its song. Almost at the same moment Su Tianqing was killed, the blood-colored battle flag was torn apart, and 3 immortal ancestors arrived together, thoroughly enraged, striking in unison. The heaven and earth laws of the great immortal realm moved like thunder, countless torrents of immortal light capable of tearing through spacetime descended like divine punishment, instantly submerging Erosion Sun Rain. He didn't even have time to make any defense. The blood-colored long spear had not yet been retracted, and his tall figure was instantly torn apart and turned into dust under the slaughter of countless immortal lights, leaving not even a trace of a residual soul. Came with great vigor, annihilated with both form and spirit. Merely for blood to be repaid with blood. Although Erosion Sun Rain died, the chaos he caused had not yet ended. As Su Tianqing and Erosion Sun Rain fell, the heavenly fate they bore dispersed instantly. When the three ancestors of the Immortal Alliance wanted to collect this heavenly fate, they were jointly interfered with by Yan Feng, Ji Tianya, and Yu Yingzhu, who had been waiting by the side. The three vast martial path chi bloods transformed into an invisible barrier, forcibly disrupting the flow of heavenly fate. And due to the slumber of the heavenly destiny true spirit, unable to actively integrate, this entire heavenly fate was eventually scattered into the vast great universe. This scattered heavenly fate, like the most fertile soil, once again nurtured two ancient ancestors that belonged to neither side of immortal martial arts. A new variable was thus born. After this battle, the combined heavenly fate of the second-fold immortal martial was only 3/10 remaining. It could be described as mutual destruction, with strength further weakened. And all around were powerful forces rising one after another, eyeing covetously. In such circumstances, if they continued to fight each other, it would clearly be a scenario of mutual ruin, eventually leading only to their own annihilation. At the peak of the river of space-time, 6 ancestral realms stood confronting each other, the atmosphere deathly oppressive. Yan Feng's expression was calm as he spoke in a low voice, "Everyone, let's sit down and talk." The three immortal ancestors exchanged glances, suppressed their agitated emotions, and nodded slightly. The situation was stronger than individuals. The second-fold immortal martial, these mortal enemies who had fought for over 1,000,000 years, at this moment, had to shake hands and reconcile, beginning to broker an alliance. Yan Feng entrusted the specific alliance matters to Yu Yingzhu for detailed planning, while he himself crossed the boundary and went straight to the vast universe great realm. It was his first time here, but he had heard too many legends about this land of the dead. For Erosion Sun Rain, Yan Feng was unwilling for him to suffer another lifetime of torment after death and planned to come here to see him off, giving him the last respect. Yan Feng proceeded all the way, gathering his chi blood, but the aura of the ancestral realm still shone like a beacon in the night. He had originally prepared for battle with the ancient ancestors of the vast universe great realm, nerves taut, even bringing along the Emperor Palace. However, the journey was unexpectedly peaceful. The gray sky, the desolate land, apart from the aimless wandering evil spirits and demons, and the faint soul wails coming from the direction of the soul origin pool, not a single aura of an ancient ancestor was felt. It was as if all the ancient ancestors ruling this vast land had vanished into thin air. This abnormal silence instead made Yan Feng more wary, also filling him with doubt. He had no time to delve deeper, picking up speed, heading all the way to the edge of the soul origin pool. The water of the pool, as black as ink and surging with residual souls, exuded an uncomfortable chill and chaotic aura. And by the poolside, on a relatively flat black boulder, a figure sat quietly. His back was towards Yan Feng, his figure shrouded in a faint chaotic mist, making his precise features unclear, but that wave of heavenly fate, seemingly merged with the entire vast universe great realm, unfathomable, allowed Yan Feng to instantly understand why no ancient ancestor appeared here. Gazing at the back of the one sitting by the pool, Yan Feng's footsteps slightly paused, and his expression became somewhat complex in an instant. At this moment, he felt a trace of reverence, a bit of gratitude, a gnawing pain from his master's death, and doubt about the current situation. These emotions intertwined, and for a moment, he did not know how to speak. Yan Feng stood there quietly, watching Chuzheng by the pool. In that instant, he seemed to sense from the other, a weight and solitude that echoed with the ages. Chuzheng slowly raised a hand, fetching a residual soul from the soul origin pool, breaking the silence. "Have you come to find him?" Erosion Sun Rain's residual soul hung quietly in midair, its form blurred, almost transparent, face as beautiful as ever, eyes hollow, devoid of any spiritual light. "Yes." Yan Feng nodded, about to step forward, only to be held in place by Chuzheng's light hand. "Go back, I have a use for him." Yan Feng's brow furrowed. What matter could be so important that he shouldn't rest even after death? When it's time for you to know, you will naturally know. Chu Zheng's expression was calm. With a lift of his hand, laws gathered, ejecting Yan Feng from the boundary, sending him back to the great universe. Erosion Sun Rain's existence, without a doubt, was of utmost importance. He needed to expend great effort to restore even a little of Erosion Sun Rain's spiritual light. The current great universe was gradually on the right track, heading towards a predetermined future. He needed to make more preparations to ensure everything was complete. Yan Feng stood atop the boundary, staring at the barrier beneath his feet, silent. This barrier dividing yin and yang, severing life and death, completely separated the two realms. Compared to the now tranquil vast universe great realm, the currently war-torn great universe seemed more like a purgatory. Recalling the figure seated by the soul origin pool, Yan Feng's heart sank slightly. Compared to the last time, this time seeing Jingchu, he almost completely couldn't feel his cultivation realm anymore. It was akin to an insurmountable divine mountain, a chasm even hard to describe with words. He silently gazed at the vast universe great realm. That grey world seemed like a huge whirlpool, swallowing all vitality, also hiding too many secrets. Had his master's residual soul ever wandered here? Jingchu has laid out a plan here, even intending to use the Erosion Sun Rain, but what is his real intention? Countless thoughts churned in his mind, but ultimately, they only turned into a sigh. The road ahead of him remained shrouded in thick fog. For a long while, only then did he turn around and leave. The future matters are beyond his current reach. For now, he has more urgent matters to attend to. He returned to the martial pavilion. The martial pavilion ancestral land now struggled to regain its former glory. Among the great realm, the martial artists passing by had lost their previous flamboyance and pride, replaced by the perseverance won from trials and an unshakable fatigue. The starry sky was no longer filled with pure, fiery qi and blood. It was mixed with various law qi mechanisms, extremely complex. After Yan Feng became the martial ancestor, he issued his first decree. Renaming the martial pavilion to Martial Hall, abandoning everything from the past and starting anew. Immortal martial arts has paused in conflict, but the struggle of Tao remains far from settled. This temporary peace is nothing but the calm before the storm. The current situation has actually deteriorated to the extreme. Until this moment, combining the second fold immortal martial, they have already lost 40% of their heavenly fate, dissipated into the vast universe. And this dissipated heavenly fate has already cultivated 8 new ancient ancestors in the myriad heavens and realms. These 8 new ancestors, perhaps individually no match for the second fold immortal martial, yet in overall strength, they clearly surpass the current second fold immortal martial. What's more, the previous second fold immortal martial had pressed them step by step, nearly forcing these Taoist orthodoxy into desperation. Such pent-up extreme resentment and fear, once supported by power, when released, will result in extreme retaliation. New and old grievances intertwined, causing these newly risen Taoist orthodoxies and ancestral realm powerhouses to harbor undisguised hostility and killing intent towards the second fold immortal martial. The mountain rain is coming, and the tower is full of wind. A great battle is about to break out. Faced with such a perilous situation, Yan Feng knew well that the martial path couldn't simply rely on the remaining heavenly fate and passively defend. He needed a supreme treasure capable of consolidating the great momentum of the martial path and heavenly fate, and also needed a warrior to stabilize the chi fortune. With the heavenly destiny true spirit asleep and heavenly fate in disarray, a powerful ancestor weapon might serve as the stabilizer. After much deliberation, Yan Feng began to take action, forging an ancestor weapon. This idea had lingered in his mind for a long time. The Emperor Palace was ultimately his master's warrior, he was merely holding it in custody. Moreover, from Jingchu's previous words, someone might come to retrieve it in the future, clearly related to some future arrangements. The Emperor Palace did not belong to him. He needed a warrior that belonged to the martial path, belonging to himself. He ventured deep into the martial pavilion, entering a blood-red star. Within the star core, blood flames blazed fiercely. This place was not ordinary, It was a sea of law flames, where the martial sages had gathered ancestor blood from the stars of all heavens, mixing countless precious divine gold veins. The blood-colored flames roared and writhed like living creatures, the temperature high enough to instantly vaporize common divine iron, with time and space being scorched and distorted, emitting sizzling sounds. Yan Feng stood shirtless, fine beads of sweat seeping from his skin, only to be instantly evaporated. He stood at the core of the furnace, with his chi and blood resonating with the martial arts' heavenly fortune, forming an invisible giant hammer. He did not ask anyone for help, deciding to forge it himself, not only for alignment but also to completely infuse his martial intent and his great momentum into this future warrior. He took out the martial pavilion's long-accumulated foundation. 10,000 refining star iron, immortal divine gold, original essence blood from the ancestral realm of various clans, and some divine marrow previously excavated from the giant god clan's ancestral tomb. He cast these rare divine materials into the stars, using his own chi and blood as fire and martial intent as the hammer, beginning the long forging process. Clang, the heavy striking sound was not from physical collision but the resonance of laws and martial intent. Each time it sounded, it caused the whole starry sky to tremble slightly, triggering celestial changes and the creation and annihilation of nebulae. Yan Feng's mind was completely immersed, infusing all his insights and foundations into the ever-changing, gradually condensing glow within the law flames. Long time later, the glow within the star furnace abruptly converged, all anomalies subdued, and a warrior slowly emerged. It was a pale gold long staff. The staff was covered with naturally formed war patterns resembling veins, which were not static but flowed slowly, brimming with boundless vitality and majestic battle intent. It had no dazzling divine light, but exuded an extreme sense of power and a chilling ferocity. Yan Feng extended his hand and grasped the long staff. Buzz, the staff felt slightly heavy upon contact, instantly resonating with his chi and blood, emitting a jubilant hum. The blood-red war patterns abruptly lit up, coming to life, and soaring battle intent along with the indomitable martial path momentum surged skyward, dispersing the dark clouds that had accumulated over the martial path. From now on, you shall be named Tao Tribulation. Yan Feng murmured, bestowing it a name. Tao is the martial path, tribulation is this world's calamity, and also the weapon to break through tribulations. He intended to use this staff, to carve a path of life for the martial path in this doomsday massacre. The semblance of peace in the great universe did not last long. After the immortal martial alliance, after barely over 10,000 years of peace, long-simmering conflicts once again erupted fully. The myriad heavens and realms, 8 ancient ancestors, along with many formerly oppressed Taoist orthodoxies, formed a loose alliance, launching a full-scale Tao struggle against the second-fold immortal martial. The resplendent star sea was ignited once more, and warfare spread to every corner of the great universe at a speed far exceeding that of the internal war of the immortal martial. This time, Yan Feng did not retreat a single step and chose to confront the battle head-on. With the Tao Tribulation stick in hand, Yan Feng's combat power soared dramatically, becoming the sharpest spear and the toughest shield of the martial path on the battlefield. The second-fold immortal martial officially allied, beginning a long and bloody war with the myriad heavens and realms. This war was more brutal than any previous Tao contest. The starry sky turned into a giant graveyard, with shattered remnants of stars floating like tombstones in the cold void, burying all past ancient histories. As wave after wave of living creatures perished, almost everything from before was buried in the past, leaving only scattered fragments of words. The storm echoed endlessly across the star sea, and in every moment, numerous living creatures fell and disappeared forever. But for the second-fold immortal martial, an extremely unfavorable situation emerged. Due to the heavenly destiny true spirit being dormant, even if those in the ancestral realm were killed on the spot, their heavenly fate was difficult to absorb into the second-fold immortal martial. Most of the heavenly fate would directly disperse into other living creatures, or be seized by other opportunistic forces. Moreover, the second-fold immortal martial would also sabotage each other. Both sides cooperated on the surface to repel external enemies but secretly guarded against each other and hindered each other. The immortal path obviously did not wish for the martial path to recover too much yuan qi during this opportunity, often interfering in the martial path's acquisition of heavenly fate. The martial path did the same. This relationship of cooperation while guarding against each other made the battle situation even more intricate and extremely inefficient. During this process, Yan Feng ultimately could not bear it and chose to take the initiative, breaking the stalemate. He shattered the Sword Dragon Dao. The Sword Dragon Dao was almost the beginning of the counterattack from the myriad heavens and realms, occupying numerous resource-rich star domains at the start of the Dao contest. Yan Feng, wielding the Tao Tribulation stick, single-handedly charged into the ancestral land of the Sword Dragon Dao. The stick's shadows were like mountains, the blood-colored war patterns roared, and where he passed, the star domains crumbled, and the domain boundaries collapsed, tearing the entire Sword Dragon Dao like paper. In this process, he killed countless living creatures, almost innumerable. On the day he shattered the Sword Dragon Dao, Yan Feng stood for a long time amidst the vast star sea, unable to calm his emotions. It was the first time he killed so many people. Under the Tao Tribulation stick, countless souls perished, and the blood-dyed patches of star domains red. Finally, he crushed the ancestral hall of inheritance of the Sword Dragon Dao with a single strike, killed the Sword Dragon ancestor, forcibly suppressed and collected its core half of heaven's fortune with the Tao Tribulation stick, integrating it into the martial path. This battle intimidated many Taoist orthodoxies, while simultaneously spreading Yan Feng's fierce reputation throughout the great universe, attracting more caution. And this was merely the beginning of the chaos. This chaotic war continued for a considerably long epoch. In this protracted campaign measured in millions of years, dozens of ancestral realm beings have successively died at Yan Feng's hands. With the precedent of the Sword Dragon Dao, these ancient ancestors, even in death, would voluntarily disperse their heavenly fate before dying, giving no chance for the martial path to snatch the heavenly fate. The Tao Tribulation stick drank up the ancestor blood, devoured countless strong ones' grievances and battle intentions, becoming even more bloodthirsty. The blood-colored war patterns on the stick body almost turned dark red, and when flowing, it seemed as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing. The malevolence was so heavy that it chilled the hearts of those in the ancestral realm upon seeing it. The people around him changed in several batches. Familiar faces disappeared one by one. After erosion, Sun Rain, Ji Tianya, and Yuingzhu also perished in battle, their blood staining spacetime. The newly risen ancestor of martial arts also did not live long. In the continuous, ferociously intense wars, they successively fell within just 1,000,000 years, like a flash in the pan. Undoubtedly, this was a period of the most intense fluctuations in heavenly fate. The old overlords fell, new powers arose and fell again, heavenly fate frantically circulated and changed hands. All Taoists were blood-red with rage, the snowball of hatred grew larger and larger, with reason long replaced by the instincts of killing and survival. Under the starry sky, only blood and fire remained. During this prolonged slaughter, Yan Feng's emotions gradually numbed. At the beginning, he might have felt discomfort from the killing, but now, he struck mercilessly, surrounded by a dense and unending malevolence. When alone after the battle, he often wiped the Emperor Palace, and only then would genuine fatigue belonging to Yan Feng flash deep in his eyes. In these years of war-torn grind, the second-fold immortal martial also welcomed many newcomers. In the martial path, Ji Zhouyin was the leader, a descendant of Ji Tianya, seemingly inheriting the same nature, fierce as fire, often frenziedly bathing in blood on the battlefield, killing with reckless abandon, with a pile of blood debts and illustrious battle achievements. In the immortal path, there emerged 3 people, Feng Ting, and a pair of siblings, Hao Yan and Moonlight, a family with dual ancestors. Feng Ting was originally from a grand clan, but Moonlight and Hao Yan were even more exceptional, stepping into the ancestral realm with mixed-blooded immortal descendant bodies, without any foundation, which was especially difficult. After entering the ancestral realm, the two made frequent spectacular achievements. Moonlight even recaptured half of heaven's fortune for the immortal path. But as time passed, emptiness was felt among all the Taoists. This high-intensity war, lasting millions of years, exhausted the foundations of all sides. Resources dwindled, living creatures sharply decreased, and even those in the ancestral realm felt a weariness from the depths of their souls. Continuing like this might indeed drive the entire universe back to the prehistoric era, with all Taoist orthodoxies perishing together. Soon, as the myriad heavens and realms gradually retreated, the Tao war subsided. An unspoken understanding spread among the surviving forces. Afterward, the second-fold immortal martial and myriad heavens and realms unanimously chose to cease fighting. After negotiations, the Immortal Alliance and Martial Hall delineated a starry sky barrier, clearly dividing their turfs, no longer interfering with each other. Thus, the second-fold immortal martial each occupied 2/10 of heavenly fate, yet the structure of the myriad heavens and realms remained chaotic, needing more time to be calmed. With a supplement of half of heaven's fortune, the heavenly destiny true spirit seemed to have gained some nourishment and started to gradually awaken. The smoke of war has dissipated, hatred far from erased, but the booming sound of slaughter has finally temporarily halted. During this tumultuous period, Chuzheng remained seated by the soul origin pool, unwavering. As the turbulence in the great universe gradually settled, behind him stood a forest of ancient ancestors. The vast universe remains eternally unchanged, gray, and lifeless. At the core of this nine netherworld, by the soul origin pool, a profound transformation has quietly brewed over endless ages. Amidst the many changes throughout the great universe's tribulations, with fires of war and the shifts of power, the figure of Chuzheng has always been like a stabilizer, quietly sitting by this pitch-black ocean. His aura increasingly merges with the entire vast universe, as if he has become part of the rules of this shadowed world. He is not cultivating, instead, he gradually disperses the vast heavenly fate gathered by slaying more than 10 ancient ancestors of the universe. With this heavenly fate, he cultivated many ancient ancestors. This process was undoubtedly lengthy and tedious, yet it was an indispensable step. His divine sense constantly drifted among the countless residual souls in the soul origin pool, searching for those with special potential and spiritual light. This process was not without difficulties. Heavenly fate can grant power, but it is hard to forcibly change one's will. Many ancient ancestors cultivated by him were unwilling to support him. Some, even though they regained some spiritual light and recalled parts of their past with Chuzheng's help, refused to cooperate with his plans due to their ideas, grievances from their previous lives, or simple unwillingness to be shackled again, even viewing Chuzheng with caution or hostility. Chuzheng did not press hard on these reactions from the ancient ancestors, feeling no anger but a serene calmness. Everyone has their aspirations, and he respected these ancestors' choices, handling it in a straightforward manner. He did not try to persuade those unwilling to cooperate, simply raising his hand to send them into rebirth, giving them a chance to start anew, then choosing someone else. It was like panning for gold in a desert, requiring extreme patience. As time passed, Chuzheng eventually dispersed all the heavenly fate he possessed, not a drop remaining, turning it entirely into nourishment for seeds. With this, he gained the support of Chuan, Erosion Sun Rain, and over 10 ancient ancestors. These over 10 ancestors were carefully selected by him, willing to follow his ideals. For the future, it was enough. By the soul origin pool. The still, black water moved without wind, reflecting the gray sky and the solitary figure, seated for unknown ages on the bank. Erosion Sun Rain approached slowly, still in his dark red battle attire, his face stern. Yet, in contrast to the pure malice in the eyes of othering gods, his had a hint of settled calm, clarity brought by the partial return of his true spirit. Despite his emotions being much more subdued than those of ordinary people, this was already quite an achievement. He stopped several steps behind Chuzheng and bowed, his expression calm as he spoke, "Ancestral Tao, the great universe has ceased its wars." Chuzheng, sitting like a stone statue, slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, a vision of the vast river of spacetime appeared within them for a fleeting moment, ultimately giving way to a faint golden light. This marked the pinnacle of insight into causality. Soon, the golden light in his eyes gradually faded, returning to a profound chaos. During these years, beside him most often were only Chuan, Erosion Sun Rain, and 2 or 3 other ancient ancestors, while the rest were scattered across the universe, monitoring the fluctuations of the remaining heavenly fate. In these years, Chuzheng did not merely sit and wait, he also did another thing. His consciousness submerged into the sea of consciousness, gazing at the Tao seed that carried the essence of his great Tao. Now, deep within his Tao seed was merged a warm, jade-like remnant bone, the last trace left by Xue Qing. Years of cautious effort merged this bone into his Tao seed. The process was extremely perilous, akin to tampering with the very foundation of his Tao, where the slightest error would damage the Tao foundation. Yet, he succeeded. Without this original bone from Xue Qing, the repair panel he intended to construct would have substantial limitations. The power of that panel, sourced from the heavenly power fragment and augmented by the primordial creation of space-time law, would face considerable limitations in repairing the flesh of living beings, unable to achieve perfection akin to rebirth. Xue Qing's original bone precisely addressed this crucial flaw, allowing future repair rules to extend to the most subtle level of life origin. Simultaneously, Chuzheng deepened his understanding of the heavenly power fragment. That fragment, holding the authority of the master of heavenly fortune, after integrating with his Tao seed and Xue Qing's remnant bone, seemed infused with new vitality. The heavenly power fragment's existence far exceeded the simple tasks of shielding the Tianji or absorbing heavenly fate. He could now preliminarily harness its core power to discern the causal lines of all things in an instant, not limited to living creatures but encompassing all things within the circuit of qi. Understanding the origins of life and the destination of death, everything became clear to him. All beings and myriad things in heaven and earth, regardless of strength, were caught in a boundless net of causality by virtue of mere existence. And now, Chuzheng was already holding one of the threads of this net. This was also the origin of the spiritual eye that could see through the essence of all things in future repair panels. At this moment, any living creature within heaven and earth could have its origins, past and present, bloodline inheritance, source of cultivation techniques, and even the entangled threads of causality with others and events seen in a single glance. If he wished, there was virtually nowhere left to hide. All eternity's lives could not escape this net of causality, and he had already become one of its wielders. Chuzheng took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and concealed the complex emotions in his eyes. The more he knows, the heavier the burden feels on him. Now, his every move is entwined with the destinies of too many living creatures, all hinging on his thoughts. Chuzheng collected his thoughts and glanced at the sea of consciousness. There, a pair of eyeballs tinged with dark red blood vessels floated, belonging to Fu Pinglan. Over the years, he would selectively allow Fu Pinglan to see parts of ancient history, and now, the critical moment had arrived. Chuzheng took a deep breath, looked towards the Erosion Sun Rain, and said solemnly, "I am preparing to return to the great universe." Upon hearing this, Erosion Sun Rain showed a hint of surprise, but quickly regained composure. "There is one thing that needs to be explained to everyone." Chuzheng spoke with a serious expression and a solemn tone. "Please, Your Excellency, instruct us." Erosion Sun Rain bowed respectfully. "Today, I leave behind a secret phrase." Chuzheng spoke slowly, his expression calm. "In the future, should anyone come here and speak the second half of this phrase, no matter what they ask for, I hope everyone will comply." Erosion Sun Rain's expression paused, realizing the significance of this matter, and listened attentively. Within Chuzheng's sea of consciousness, a ripple of divine sense transmitted a message into Erosion Sun Rain's ears. Destiny is heaven's decree, the bond is determined by effort. Just 8 words, crystal clear. The words echoed in the sea of consciousness, and Fu Pinglan's eyes slightly moved, emitting a faint glow, touched by Chuzheng's words. Chuzheng glanced at him, his gaze condensed slightly, and he slowly raised his hand. An invisible power of law spread out, instantly sealing the pair of eyes from any external perception, isolating them once more. Erosion Sun Rain silently noted the words and, to confirm, asked in a deep voice, "If the person who comes intends harm to Your Excellency, how should we handle it?" This was a crucial question. "Do as instructed." Chu Zhang's answer was concise and to the point. This reaction, in Erosion Sun Rain's eyes, seemed as though he had already foreseen everything, including possible adversities. Yes. Erosion Sun Rain nodded in agreement. With that, Chu Zhang raised his hand once again and conjured 3 decrees enveloped in chaotic chi flow, emitting an incomprehensible Tao resonance, handing them to Erosion Sun Rain. I leave you with 3 decrees. Pointing to the first, this first decree, open it when the great universe once again falls into turmoil and when there is a resurgence of the Tao struggle. Subsequently, Chu Zhang took out 2 more items. They were 2 ancient-looking keys, neither gold nor jade, engraved with complex symbols, emitting strange vibrations that connected yin and yang, indeed the keys of the boundary. These are the keys to the boundary, 1 main key, and 1 sub-key. He handed the keys to Erosion Sun Rain, explaining, the main key among them I have severed, this remaining intact one is the sub-key, which can open a passageway at the boundary. Upon hearing this, Erosion Sun Rain, as well as the few ancient ancestors standing by, were visibly moved. The key of the boundary, this was a divine artifact capable of connecting the realms of life and death, left by the ancestral Tao. What is its intention? Erosion Sun Rain respectfully accepted the decrees and keys, asking in confusion, what is the purpose of these keys? Holding the cold keys, he felt a heaviness akin to the stars. This was something capable of stirring immense upheaval between the 2 realms. When you open the decrees, you'll naturally understand how to use the keys. Chu Zhang did not elaborate much, only instructing, until then, keep them safe, without fail. With these words, he continued to instruct, after opening the first decree, you may simultaneously open the second decree, and simply act according to what is stated. In the future, if a living creature comes here and fulfills the agreement with the phrase I mentioned earlier, then open the third decree. After all these tasks are done. Chu Zhang's gaze flickered to Erosion Sun Rain, speaking in a low tone, what you must do is quietly wait for the right time, await my return, and transform the heavens and the earth. Finishing speaking, as if recalling something, he reiterated, his tone earnest, remember one thing, no matter what Yan Feng does in the future, do not harm him in the slightest. He understood Erosion Sun Rain, although much of Erosion Sun Rain's spiritual light had been recalled, his emotions remained faint, his actions inclined towards results. And Yan Feng held a special status, despite old ties with Erosion Sun Rain, necessary reminders could not be omitted. Erosion Sun Rain bowed in acknowledgement, mentally noting the instruction. Chu Zhang said no more, gesturing for Erosion Sun Rain to depart. Erosion Sun Rain bowed once again, collected the decrees and keys, and quietly retreated into the void, disappearing from sight. Chu Zhang stood in silence for a moment, then sent a message to Chuan. Soon, Chuan arrived, her eyes clear, her demeanor respectful, offering a bow. With her came an ancient ancestor, with a steady aura, a honest face. This man was named Yang Yuan. Chu Zhang had little impression of him, being one of many ancient ancestors awakened in the process of dispersing heavenly fate. After recalling his spiritual light, he recognized Chuan at a glance, clearly indicating a prior bond. Chu Zhang nodded slightly at Yang Yuan, then returned his gaze to Chuan. He took a deep breath, clasped his hands in a respectful salute, his expression solemn. Chuan, I must ask you to protect me for yet another lifetime. This sentence held profound meaning, as he needed Chuan to guard him in his future lifetime. Amidst these ancient ancestors, the only one he trusted the most was Chuan. To share master's burdens is Chuan's blessing. Chuan's expression showed little change, bowing as if it was a matter of course to her. Chu Zhang also left a decree for Chuan. The content was very simple. If Erosion Sun Rain does not follow his decrees, kill him outright. Chuan is a form of insurance. For Erosion Sun Rain, Chu Zhang is not entirely assured, the recalled part of the spiritual light is ultimately unstable. The existence of Chuan is to ensure that no overly fatal deviations will occur in the future. At this moment, the future is still too distant, and time will smooth everything out. Chuan received the decree, remaining calm as ever, nodding slightly to indicate understanding. After giving the instructions, Chujing slowly left the Soul Origin Pool and came alone before a palace. This palace stands in solitude on the mountain peak, its style ancient and out of sync with the tone of the vast universe, as if forcibly severed from some era and placed here. The palace gates are tightly closed, covered with thick dust and traces of time. Here lies the palace left from when he undertook tribulations in another form. After countless ages, he will step out from here once again. He stood in front of the palace gates, taking a final glance back at the vast universe, his gaze piercing through layers of space to see those game pieces he had arranged, and the line of cause and effect he had woven with his own hands, extending into the distant future. Then, without further hesitation, he took a step forward, his form turning into a stream of chaotic light, tearing through the boundaries of the vast universe, heading towards the great universe. Behind him, that silent palace, along with the entire vast universe he quietly reshaped, fell into the usual silence, as if in slumber, waiting for the day of reawakening. The river of spacetime, carrying blood and fire, rushes forward unrelentingly. The previous wars in the great universe, like a grinding wheel, crushed generation after generation of living creatures. Glorious civilizations turned into star bones, powerful Taoist orthodoxy reduced to dust, heroes and champions rose, many names flickered in the flames of war, and dimmed just as quickly. The birth and extinction of living creatures play out as a recurring tragedy on this vast stage. The chains of hatred continue to extend, old grievances not yet washed away and new blood debts forged, dragging the entire great universe into an unendingly cruel cycle. In these long turbulent years, many names have been forgotten, many legends buried. The name of Taoist ancestor Xingqiu in the great universe is no longer mentioned. The once formidable presence, battling myriad ancestors atop the peak of the river of spacetime, has been reduced to fragments in ancient texts, or distorted, blurred legends. Yet, the strange faith did not completely vanish. The temples of the Tao ancestor are still being established, scattered across the cosmos, especially among those forces indirectly sheltered by the Chaos Sea or who received that invisible grace. However, with the generations passing, the focus of the faith has gradually blurred, as has the face of the divine statue in the temples, gradually devoid of the words Xingqiu. The words Tao ancestor have been preserved, now only seen as a mere symbol. The incense continues to burn, but the understanding and gratitude have been diluted by time. For Chujing, hidden behind the scenes, this is precisely the state he desires. It minimizes his influence over ancient history. Amidst this chaotic situation, a branch of the Qi cultivators, relying on the pure land of the Chaos Sea, has tenaciously survived, like resilient weeds in the cracks, quietly accumulating their foundation amidst the conflicts of immortal martial arts and other Taoist orthodoxies. After enduring the trials of time and resting and recuperating, this lineage of Qi cultivators now boasts several golden immortals in existence, and even has 2 primordial golden immortals, forming a notable force, though still few in number, consistently low-key, content to maintain their corner and not heavily involved in external conflicts. Chujing Ayuro's divine sense swept across a corner of the great universe, seeing the many temples established by the Qi cultivators. He did not make contact with these Qi cultivators, but instead, through a golden body, issued a decree. The decree turned into a stream of chaotic light, silently embedding into the minds of the 2 primordial golden immortals. This decree, specially imbued with a time-space seal by Chujing, is set to be unlocked synchronously with the one in the hands of Erosion Sun Rain, only to be activated when great turbulence arises in the great universe and the signs of renewed Tao strife appear. This ensures that at different locations, crucial information can be activated at the same critical moment. For this lineage of Qi cultivators, Chujing did not place excessive demands. He knows well that in this epoch, with innate Qi dwindling, walking the path of the Qi cultivator is no easy task. For these Qi cultivators to have endured until now is already no small feat. He did not bestow favors upon them, only transmitted the law, and thus does not demand they do anything in return. The decree contains merely reminders about potential key decision points that may arise in the future and some subtle guidance on the cosmic situation. The purpose is merely to assist the lineage of Qi cultivators in making relatively appropriate choices, conducive to their survival at crucial moments based on this information. Purely a benevolent reminder. Having completed these tasks, Chujing arrived at the current base of the Martial Hall. It is a vast continent floating in the Star Sea, with countless floating islands, its scale comparable to the Great Immortal Realm. This is the core foundation re-established by the martial path after enduring long battles and several near-catastrophic dangers. Between heaven and earth, mountains and rivers brimming with abundant vitality, massive training grounds can be seen everywhere, where countless martial cultivators sweat profusely, refining their bodies and practicing combat skills. The air is filled with a hot, masculine energy, with the blood and smoke from powerful martial artists in seclusion occasionally surging into the sky, stirring the clouds. The martial path has gradually regained its yuan qi. Although it is far from the peak of the primordial era, where it could rival the immortal path, it is no longer in the precarious state it once was. Chujing glanced around, somewhat surprised, as he did not see any sign of Yan Feng. Following his senses, he arrived at the depths of the starry sky, at the central region of a star domain, where time and space appeared abnormally distorted and stagnated. This was a space-time forbidden area, isolated by the laws of space-time. Chujing took a step into it, and the surroundings transformed instantly, no longer the vibrant starry sky, but instead a strange, grayish space. The air was thick and slow, the light dim, as if covered by a thick layer of dust, eerily silent. The flow of time here was much slower compared to the outside world. Chujing sensed briefly and confirmed that while a year passed here, a decade might have passed outside. So, that's how it is. Understanding dawned upon Chujing. No wonder, with Yan Feng's lifespan, even using many longevity-enriching techniques, it would be difficult to survive to later generations. Being here was akin to increasing his lifespan tenfold. But this act was akin to imprisonment, a choice made out of helplessness and compromise. By slowing down his own flow of time, he could ensure a longer existence throughout the long ancient history. At the center of this forbidden area, on a smooth, mirror-like black boulder, Yan Feng sat cross-legged. He wore a gray martial robe, but his appearance was more time-worn than when Chujing last saw him. His eyes were deeper, with a hint of seeing through life and death, almost to the point of emotional numbness. The deadly Tao Tribulation stick lay across his lap, and the dark red war patterns pulsed faintly, as if breathing. Noticing Chujing's arrival, Yan Feng slowly opened his eyes. His gaze fell on Chujing, his expression calm, without rising to greet him, or even offering any sign of courtesy. "What brings you here?" His voice was flat and unemotional, carrying an air of detachment. As time passed, the memories of his master grew increasingly vague in his mind. Although he still upheld the will to survive imparted by his master, the emotions involved had become blurred and distant under the wash of time. He could no longer clearly remember, could not recall his master's features and expressions. Toward Jingchu, he similarly lacked the respect he once might have held. Now, in his eyes, Jingchu seemed more like a powerful being inextricably linked to his master's death, whose actions were unfathomable. Yet at this moment, he was too weary to dwell on it, having shed far too much blood, leaving him somewhat numb. Under the Tao Tribulation stick, countless souls perished, and unfathomable blood stained many a star domain. The initial emotional upheavals, even the slightest reluctance, had long been worn away by prolonged warfare. For supreme powers, emotions seemed to have become a luxury, even a useless thing. Chujing looked at Yan Feng before him, filled with complexity in his heart. He understood this change, inevitable under the long warfare and the erosion of time. He approached the boulder, standing across from Yan Feng. "I have something to entrust to you." Chujing took a deep breath. This matter was crucial, a key link in his whole plan, concerning Fu Pinglan. Fu Pinglan. Who is that? Upon hearing this, Yan Feng frowned in confusion. To him, the name was completely unfamiliar, not appearing in any of his memories. A martial cultivator, not yet born, but will one day become Qingzu. Chujing spoke solemnly, with eyes reflecting space and time, as if seeing the distant future. "I need your help with something." He paused for a moment before making his request. "Now, apart from the Chaos Sea, I hold 2.5 fractions of the heavenly fate. I need you, after Fu Pinglan attains Qingzhou, to secretly guide future ancient ancestors to traverse time and return to the past to kill me. Kill you? Why? Yan Feng's expression halted briefly, frowning instantly, eyes filled with incomprehension. He couldn't grasp Chu Zhang's thoughts. Exhausting efforts to plan over eons, dispersing the heavenly fate, nurturing forces in the vast universe, only to arrange for someone to kill himself in the end? It was simply beyond reason. Seeing the confusion in Yan Feng's eyes, Chu Zhang knew this request defied common sense. He shook his head slightly, with a touch of helplessness. This is critically important, concerning your master, and the whole grand scheme across ages, difficult to explain clearly. He couldn't elaborate on the cause and effect. Taking Fu Pinglan's eyes was just the first step. More crucially, he needed Fu Pinglan to actively return to the primordial era to ensure what had happened could happen. Without Fu Pinglan as the cause, many subsequent effects couldn't stand. Yan Feng frowned slightly, silent for a long time as he studied Chu Zhang, trying to glean something from his deep and abyss-like gaze, but ultimately to no avail. The only certainty was that Chu Zhang had no reason to deceive him. Moreover, this was about his master, something he couldn't decline. After a lengthy pause, he no longer questioned the reason, nodding to agree, his expression still calm. I'll help you. Having received a positive reply, Chu Zhang took a deep breath and turned to leave. The Fu Pinglan link had been established, but there was still another extremely important matter he needed to attend to. Chu Zhang's form gradually faded away without causing the slightest ripple. Yan Feng remained seated on the boulder, the Tao Tribulation stick on his lap glimmering a gentle warmth, seemingly reflecting his current state of mind. After a long silence, within Yan Feng's eyes, which had become almost numb from countless killings, a faint glimmer reignited. Xingqiu's entrustment was too strange and too perilous. To propel the ancient ancestors of later generations to reverse time and space to kill him? This is akin to playing with fire. Even a slight misstep could trigger drastic changes. This matter, if done, must be done, but one must remain vigilant. Yan Feng knew very well that Xingqiu's machinations were unfathomable, and his means and purposes had long surpassed the realm of his understanding. Now that the great universe has just stabilized, the heavenly fate has settled, and after a long bloody battle, all sides urgently need to recuperate. Even a superficial peace is hard-earned and requires the utmost caution. After pondering for a long time, a plan gradually formed in Yan Feng's mind, becoming increasingly clear. Xingqiu possesses 2.5 portions of the heavenly fate, so he must also have at least 2.5 portions in hand to ensure that the martial path is not easily manipulated by Xingqiu. This isn't for confrontation but for balance, to preserve a self-governing trump card for the martial path in Xingqiu's dangerous chessboard. Power is always the foundation of having a voice. And from Xingqiu's previous words, he intends to act against a martial cultivator named Fu Pinglan. Fu Pinglan will enter the ancestors, which concerns half of heaven's fortune for martial path. Whatever Xingqiu's purpose, targeting a martial cultivator will inevitably involve the transfer of heavenly fate. In this way, the martial path still needs at least half of heaven's fortune as a safeguard, necessitating some arrangements in advance. Now that he is the martial ancestor, he needs to think more deeply. Every decision he makes is related to the survival and prosperity of the martial path, concerning the lives of countless martial cultivators. Even if he helps Xingqiu, he cannot risk the martial path. This is the baseline of being the martial ancestor. But this half of heaven's fortune requires long-term planning. Currently, the great universe cannot afford another dispute. The immortal martial arts have just ceased fighting, and all the paths are exhausted. If he stirs up another war for heavenly fate, he will undoubtedly become the target of criticism, plunging the martial path into the abyss of 10,000 tribulations. He needs to adopt more subtle methods, laying out plans in secret, emulating Xingqiu's previous actions across the universe, quietly making his move in an unnoticed corner. With his mind made up, Yan Feng got up and left. Stepping out of the space-time forbidden area, the difference in the flow of time left him slightly dazed for a moment before he quickly adapted. Yan Feng did not alarm anyone in the martial hall, transforming into a barely perceptible blood-colored stream of light, silently tearing through the void, heading to a vast and remote star domain in the great universe. Soon, he arrived at a barbaric star sea. This place is now called All Heavens. This is not a star domain with flourishing civilization but one that retains more primal savagery. The vast starry sky, sparsely distributed stars, exuding a barbaric atmosphere. The colors of many nebulae are intense and chaotic, hiding unknown dangers and opportunities. Broken great realms, floating giant beast skeletons, and various strange energy vortices constitute this barbaric star sea. The descendants of the true dragon and many other mythical beasts and demon races, who lost their ancestral lands in the battles of the immortal martial arts and other great paths or always had wild natures, mostly fled here, self-proclaiming as the Beast Clan, abiding by the most ancient law of the jungle. Currently, there are 3 ancient ancestors here. These 3 ancient ancestors joined forces, dividing all the territories and resources of this barbaric star sea. Although there are frictions between them, they also maintain a delicate balance. Yanfeng's aura perfectly blended into the background of this star domain. He lay dormant in the starry sky, his divine sense quietly probing, scanning over patches of star domains and ancient life stars, observing the battles, reproduction, and transformation of various powerful mythical beasts, carefully selecting the most powerful living creatures among the races, wanting to find suitable seeds. What he is currently looking for is a fierce beast with deep potential, capable of carrying heavenly fate in the future and being a living being that he can control. He needs a suitable sapling to inherit the heavenly fate. This sapling will become the vessel for him to secretly reserve half of heaven's fortune, and it is also the key piece to counter Xingqiu's layout and ensure the independence of the martial path. This process would take a long time and is quite tedious, but Yanfeng was not the least bit impatient, steady as a mountain. He saw a star-devouring ancient beast roaming the starry sky, swallowing stars and devouring the sun, saw the heaven-burning vermilion bird bathing in the enormous star, and also saw the offspring of Xuanwu. They were all powerful, but there always seemed to be something lacking, be it undeveloped spiritual wisdom, limited potential, or an unruly nature, difficult to tame. After waiting for many years, Yanfeng finally welcomed a glimpse of opportunity. The starry sky was turbulent, a violent fluctuation transmitted, there were living creatures in a fierce battle. The affected range wasn't very wide, but the profound blood qi was impressively strong. Yanfeng's gaze focused, his vision crossed endless distances, casting toward the source of the fluctuation. It was a void filled with numerous remnants of broken stars. On one side of the battle is a 9-clawed golden dragon, of unknown tens of thousands of miles in length, its golden dragon scales shimmering magnificently under the starlight, dragon might vast, stirring the star river. However, its current situation was extremely dire. Its opponent was a blood-colored divine bird, resembling a phoenix but entirely crimson like blood, its wings spreading to cover the sky, its entire body surrounded by ominous blood-evil qi, its sharp beak and claws glinting with a chill that could tear immortal gold and divine iron. This divine bird clearly possessed the bloodline of ancient otherkind, specifically preying on the dragon clan, inherently counteracting the divine skills of the dragon clan. At this moment, the golden dragon was in a bitter struggle. The speed of the blood-colored divine bird was as fast as lightning, with each pounce bringing up large swaths of golden dragon blood and shattered scale armor. In a flash, scales flew off, and the blood of the true dragon poured down like a waterfall, dyeing the surrounding star sea a poignant golden red. The golden dragon roared angrily, its dragon cries filled with pain and fury, employing various dragon clan divine skills, stirring up various laws, yet always neutralized by that divine bird's blood fiend power surrounding it, leaving more and more scars on its body, and its aura gradually waned. Yanfeng watched quietly, not intervening. The battle was as fierce as it could get, the golden dragon nearly driven to the brink of despair, its 4 dragon claws almost torn off, its dragon tail covered with deep scars down to the bone. The cries of the divine bird grew increasingly shrill, stripping off layers of flesh and swallowing them, its momentum becoming stronger. On the verge of defeat, yet the fighting spirit in the golden true dragon's eyes burned even fiercer, waiting in silence for a turning point. In the moment the blood-colored divine bird once again made a fatal dive, its sharp claws about to reach for the true dragon's reverse scale, a resonant dragon roar echoed through the star sea. It relinquished all defenses, exhaling a breath of dragon breath, fiercely counterattacking with a near-suicidal stance. Boom, a blinding light erupted, a storm sweeping through the 8 directions, utterly annihilating the endless stardust remnants. As the light dispersed, the sight was tragic. The true dragon fought to the last moment, the blood-colored divine bird's body torn apart by the dragon breath, its divine soul annihilated, yet the dragon itself was severely injured, unable to move. The massive dragon body floated in the void like a dying golden mountain, blood flowing from countless wounds like the angry river, its life essence like a candle in the wind. The crisis was not over. In the distant starry sky, chi energy emerged, powerful living creatures rapidly approaching. These were other predators, drawn by the ferocious battle and the dragon's blood aura. At this rate, the golden dragon wouldn't survive, it became blood food for others, a great nourishment. Yanfeng stepped forward, silently appearing before the dragon's head. Compared to the huge dragon head, his figure seemed as small as dust, but the profound majesty of martial arts' heavenly fortune on him made the dying golden dragon's heart involuntarily stall. Yanfeng looked on indifferently, eyes downcast and silent, just quietly gazing into the golden vertical pupils of the true dragon, like lakes filled with pain and despair. After a long while, he spoke, his voice calm, "Do you want to live?" Upon hearing his words, the once despairing golden dragon's gaze instantly sharpened, a fervent glimmer of survival flaring in the dim dragon eyes. It moved its head with difficulty, its voice hoarse and weak, "I do." Naturally, it did not want to die, bearing the bloodline of the 9-clawed golden dragon, the emperor of the dragon clan. Its future was supposed to hold infinite possibilities. How could it die so humiliatingly in this desolate star domain, to be devoured by other living creatures? Yanfeng was unsurprised by its straightforward answer, stating the conditions: swear with soul blood, acknowledge me as your master, and I shall save you today, even help you ascend to the ancestral realm. The soul blood oath is an unbreakable divine soul contract. Once made, life and death lie in one's hands. But at this moment, the golden dragon could no longer ponder these things, its mind fully occupied by the prospect of being helped to the ancestral realm. This is the ultimate dream of every cultivator. This is trading freedom, and absolute loyalty, for survival and a path to the peak. The golden dragon hesitated for but a moment, then instantly made its decision. Compared to immediate death, submitting to a fathomless powerhouse and gaining a chance to become an ancestor, this choice was not difficult. "I am willing." Without hesitation, the golden dragon endured the intense pain, forcing out a wisp of divine soul treasure blood. The golden droplet of soul blood floated before Yanfeng, then, with ancient dragon language, it swore, transforming into a complex golden pattern that fell into Yanfeng's palm. Swearing the blood oath meant placing its life in Yanfeng's hands. A mere thought from Yanfeng could end its life. The contract was established. Yanfeng said no more, raising his hand, a pure and gentle chi blood power surged forth, enveloping the golden dragon's vast body. This chi blood contained unparalleled creation vitality, swiftly nurturing the dragon's shattered body, healing its deep wounds, replenishing its nearly depleted essence. Visibly, the wounds on the golden dragon began to heal, the broken dragon claws rejoined, the lost dragon blood regenerated within, its waning aura rising like a tide, even more condensed and dense than before the battle. This was the ancestral realm's divine skill, turning decay into wonder. In just a moment, a dying 9-clawed golden dragon had fully recovered, even reaping benefits from the disaster, its cultivation subtly advanced. The golden dragon let out a contented dragon roar, its vast body stretching in the starry sky, emitting golden light in all directions. Then, the light retracted, it transformed, taking the form of a handsome man clad in golden armor. He was heroic in appearance, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a pair of exquisite golden dragon horns on his forehead, naturally exuding an aura of nobility and power, his gaze upon Yanfeng filled with absolute respect and submission. Yanfeng looked at him, asking flatly, "What is your name?" The young man clad in golden armor, bowed respectfully, his posture humble, "Candle Star." at the pinnacle of the river of spacetime. The waves rolled endlessly forward, at times turbulent, at times calm. In turbulence, engulfing great realm illusions of downfall; in calmness, flowing with the wise starlight of civilization's sediment, with the brilliant divine radiance quietly blooming from life. Color lost its meaning here, only countless indescribable sheens intertwined and collided, emitting a deep, eternal roar. That sound seemed to come from the very beginning of time and space, resounding at the end of an epoch. The figure of Chujing stood isolated atop this daunting torrent, surrounded by a faint aura of chaotic primordial chi, like draped in a veil of perpetual timelessness. Beneath him, the ever-changing waves of spacetime surged. He walked upon the waves with steady steps, as though the tides of time below weren't temporal surges, but flat ground, his gaze unperturbed, not cast upon the strange and fantastic silhouettes reflecting different eras. He had actively chosen to migrate through time and space, moving forward, directly heading downriver towards the future. Now what needs doing is almost done, yet there remains a long stretch until the future. He no longer wishes to wait idly, choosing instead to actively traverse time and space, venturing into the future. In the ancient times, everything Xingqiu set out to do, he accomplished. For Chujing, the more he does in the remaining time, the greater the interference with the course of ancient history. By comparison, Chujing might as well return to the future sooner, go to the near-immortal realm, or the Tsungyun realm, and make further plans. Ordinary ancestral realm beings, traveling the river of spacetime, are often very cautious, fearing significant karma or being swept away by the chaotic currents. Even traveling against the current back to the past requires a great price, and can only stay briefly, treading on thin ice. But Chujing is different. He did not intend to retrace the past to change anything, but let himself flow downstream, join the torrent of time, becoming part of this river, carried towards the distant future. Chujing calmed his emotions, gave one last look at the ancient years behind him gradually blurring, burdened with many of his memories and arrangements, a faint complex flicker in his eyes. After a while, he stepped forward, sinking directly into the river of spacetime. In an instant, the great force of the spacetime law enveloped him, not an impact of force, but the relentless washing of time itself. It was as if invisible hands were frantically pulling at his flesh, stroking his divine soul. Chujing did not resist, allowing the washing of time to take away his lifespan. This process was clearly perceptible. He could hear his life origin draining like sand in an hourglass, at a terrifying speed. Hundreds of years, thousands, tens of thousands. Even more vast stretches of time were stripped away with each breath, assimilated by the rushing river. Over time, a barely noticeable frost color touched the tips of his hair, fine lines were etched at the corners of his eyes, manifestations of time. This was the essence of living creatures being rapidly consumed. Any living creature feeling such rapid loss of life origin would have an unstable Dao heart, feeling a shiver. But Chujing's Dao heart was already unbreakable, his eyelids drooped like a boat amid stormy seas, drifting with the currents of time. This was the best way to quickly reach the future without affecting the progress of ancient history. Because he did not attempt to change any established facts, only as a passerby, proceeding along the prescribed path of the river of time, leaving no traces of interference. This ensured that the one true history would not deviate due to his actions. Along this turbulent journey, Chujing's perception was not entirely sealed off. He could see the banks of the river of spacetime, like a revolving lantern, flashing quickly. Newborn nebulae evolved into prosperous cultivation civilizations, flourishing with myriad immortals paying homage, illuminating countless years, eventually collapsing into silent star remains due to internal and external troubles. This whole process in his gaze was but the rise and fall of a few waves. He also saw many brilliant talents rise from obscurity, conquering foes along the way, ascending to the summit, admired by all, yet suddenly, due to different paths, the fall of loved ones left them desolated, vanishing instantly in ancient history. He saw many new Taoist orthodoxy being established, initially regarded as heretical, heavily oppressed, yet grew tenaciously in the cracks, ultimately branching out, but always constrained by heavenly fate, never achieving the great Tao, until their heritage gradually withered. Seas change into mulberry fields, heavenly fate shifts, Tao laws rise and fall. All these were playing out around him at an accelerated billion-fold speed, becoming illusions. From this grand perspective, observing the entirety of ancient history, anyone would feel insignificant and void. Chuzheng watched silently, not devoid of ripples in his heart, but those ripples were quickly smoothed by his Tao heart. Drifting in the river of space-time for a long time, Chuzheng suddenly sensed something unusual. Ahead, ripples appeared within the rushing torrents, not naturally formed space-time vortices, but figures moving upstream, powerful and solid, protected by heavenly fate. Chuzheng encountered more than 10 ancient ancestors head-on. They clearly also came from the future, paying a great price, joining forces to trace time backwards, attempting to go to the past. Surrounded by their respective Tao charm and law brilliance, their majestic aura united as one, like an arrow piercing the time-space barrier, heading upstream. The two sides unexpectedly met in the surging heart of the river. Chuzheng raised his gaze, eyes calm as water, sweeping over these numerous future ancient ancestors. Their faces either aged or youthful, with distinct marks of different Taoist orthodoxy. Among the dozen-odd ancient ancestors, except for one or two, Chuzheng was familiar with almost all. Fu Pinglan, Ji Zhouyin, Feng Ting, Moonlight. At this moment, Fu Pinglan was at the height of his vigor, his aura sharp. Chuzheng was completely hidden in the river of space-time. These more than 10 ancient ancestors did not notice his presence. They never even imagined having brushed past Taoist ancestor Xingqiu. Chuzheng glanced up at the group, without any emotional fluctuations. The dozen upstream future ancient ancestors, including Fu Pinglan among them, were merely insignificant duckweed in this vast river of space-time. His Tao heart had long become as calm as an ancient well through the sediment and arrangements of ages. This encounter was only an eventuality under his intentional design. He continued to align with the river of space-time, drifting rapidly downstream. The surrounding scenery was bizarre and fantastical, with silhouettes of eras flashing past at a dizzying speed, the lights of civilizations flickering like candles in the wind. He could clearly sense the passing of his own lifespan, with every moment seeing tens of thousands of years slip away, like an hourglass pouring out, merging into these merciless ages. Soon, he took the initiative to stop his figure. The surging waves swept away by the river of space-time were too turbulent. Once this downstream speed began, it was like falling from a 10,000-foot cliff, the potential energy immense. Even if he wished to extricate himself, it was difficult to control the precise landing point. He needed to detach proactively, before approaching the target area, otherwise, the inertia would likely cause him to overshoot, missing that perfectly calculated time node. Before returning to the future, he had much preparation to do. Not merely finding the right opportunity for reincarnation, but more importantly, paving the way and laying down crucial contingencies for the birth of the identity of Chuzheng. Reincarnation itself was a significant problem, involving the obscurity of the true spirit and the reshaping of causality, requiring careful planning even for him, without any room for error. With a slight movement of thought, Chuzheng condensed the chaotic primordial qi, resisting the inertial force of space-time, akin to rowing against the current, moving towards the riverbank. The chaotic primordial qi burned fiercely around him, counteracting the erosion of time. Finally, at a relatively weak point in the structure of space-time, he exerted force suddenly and walked out of the river of space-time, leaving behind that fantastical, endlessly surging river, arriving in the present world. A sense of solid ground underfoot came alongside an inexplicable feeling of weakness and age. He glanced at the surrounding starry sky, the arrangement of stars, the breadth of the star domain, all carrying an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After a long while, Chuzheng was slightly dazed. This is the Sword Lion star domain. He recognized the unique outline of this star domain, the layout of stars resembling a crouching lion, and in the core region of this star domain, a realm so familiar it seemed etched into his soul, was quietly floating. There lies the Sanyun realm. Or rather, the previously known near immortal realm. The surrounding starry sky was serene, with no wars, no conflicts, just stars gently moving along predetermined paths, emitting ancient and constant brilliance. This contrasted starkly with the intensely turbulent scenes he had witnessed in the river of space-time, reminiscent of rare tranquility after a storm. Chujing took a deep breath, a thought stirred, and countless threads of causality appeared in his mind, like countless shimmering strands connecting past and future. Information about all living beings surged forth, and he quickly sorted through it, pinpointing his era's coordinates. A moment later, Chujing paused slightly, understanding immediately. The era in which he now stood was very close to the time node of his birth, only a little over 60,000 years away. For mortals, tens of thousands of years represent unimaginable lengths, but for someone who orchestrated plans across eons, in terms of the scale of ancient history, it was already within reach. He had succeeded, precisely reaching just before the critical time node. Chujing silently moved forward, and with a step, he entered the nearby Great Realm. Near Immortal Realm. At this moment, the Tsangyun realm had not yet been renamed, but among the many great realms of the Immortal Alliance, it was no longer notable, plain and unremarkable. Compared to the vibrant world from which many strong beings had emerged in his memory, the near Immortal realm now seemed particularly barren. The spiritual energy of nature was thin, carrying a rigid feeling. The mountains and rivers had undergone many changes, lacking a certain degree of vitality and spirit. At its root, Chujing could clearly see a layer of shackles originating from the Immortal Path bloodline, enveloping all the realm's creatures. The creatures that emerged from this realm could no longer step into the Immortal Venerable domain or even integrate higher levels of immortal blood. The upper limits were completely deadlocked. This is the aftermath of a great upheaval in ancient times. The great realm had already begun to decline. Chujing walked into the near Immortal realm, his steps on the familiar land, feeling the aura that shared origins with the future Tsangyun realm, temporarily bewildered. His divine sense scanned the mountains and lands, reading the ancient historical information settled within the layers of sediment, capturing the ancient Taoist charm lingering in the air. After some investigation, Chujing quickly understood the causes and consequences. Throughout countless ages, the near Immortal realm had changed ownership many times. The Immortal Path, Martial Path, and even some ancient orthodoxies long since extinct had all used this realm as a foundation. Each change of ownership came accompanied by wars and purges, and the entire near Immortal realm was honed in the fires of war, its resources increasingly depleted, spirit veins extracted, blessed lands destroyed, heritages severed. Originally, the Linxian Upper Realm, Sea and Mountain, Suiyang, Red Mist, and Falling Leaves, four heavens had all been divided and taken away. These four heavenly domains were the essence of the near Immortal realm, the foundation supporting the existence of high-level cultivators, but now they had long disappeared, leaving only the original lower realm. Many years ago, the near Immortal realm had experienced changes. Several space channels leading to the vast universe suddenly appeared here without warning. The Insha deathly chi leaked out, greatly increasing the risk of evil spirit infestation, making this place more dangerous and ominous. As a result, many Taoist orthodoxies from the myriad realms withdrew, unwilling to take over this mess. However, the Immortal Alliance did not abandon it, perhaps for strategic reasons, sending an immortal monarch and several immortal kings to clean up the near Immortal realm, sealing all space channels and severing the heavenly fate left by other orthodoxies, taking this realm back under the Immortal Alliance's fold. But that was all. The Immortal Alliance did not invest more resources to revitalize this realm, allowing it to live or die as if it had become a forgotten region. After understanding all this, Chujing felt little disturbance in his heart. This was the choice of ancient history, and also the starting point he was about to intervene. Chujing stepped into the near Immortal realm, no longer hiding his figure. After the baptism of years, he was now frost-haired and aged in appearance. Even though he had heavenly fate protecting him and chi cultivators naturally had long lifespans, living to this time, spanning from ancient times to the present, he was almost at the end of his lifespan, with at most just over 100,000 years left. This was the price that must be paid to actively sink into the river of spacetime. His expression was calm, restraining all pressure and aura, like an ordinary old man, walking slowly and leisurely into this great realm. The great realm before him was identical to the Tsangyun realm in his memory. Whether it was the scenery or the essence of the laws deeply embedded in the earth's veins and permeating the air, all felt familiar. Only now, compared to later generations, it still possessed some foundation, not yet exhausted. He walked slowly, sensing the living creatures and forces on this land. The founder of the Taishan sect had not yet been born, naturally leaving no trace of Taishan sect or other holy lands. The strongest within the current near-immortal realm were still the true immortal noble families Song, Zhao, and Yuan. Chuzheng was familiar with these three families, but now, they were hollow despite their outward strength. Though their ancestor blood was dried up, having lost the power of their forebears' lineage, they survived on the foundation left by their ancestors. However, they suffered greatly in prior turmoil, declining and nearing their end. They were like ancient trees with decayed roots, while their branches seemed intact, they were hollow within, buffeted by wind and rain. Chuzheng did not interact with these families, instead wandering through the world, following a vague sense to the future Taishan land, the sect gate where he first rose and his memories were somewhat carried. At this time it was still a barren mountain range, with sparse spiritual energy and no traces of sections. He carefully searched for some traces but ultimately found nothing, as his era had yet to arrive. Chuzheng was not disappointed, continuing forward aimlessly, without a destination, measuring the heavens and earth with his steps, observing its scenery. He walked through bustling mortal cities, past marketplaces filled with cultivators, trod across desolate wilds, and crossed the surging angry river. He saw mortals toil for livelihood, sect cultivators compete for resources, the remnants of noble families squander the scant legacy left by ancestors. He witnessed all the vicissitudes of life. During this process, Chuzheng often felt a fatigue, not from the body but from the essence of his soul. Having crossed too much time, solitude and heaviness swept over him. He no longer wished to move, planning across eternity, everything seemed to have reached a critical point. When his heart wearied from walking, he would pause and find a common village to rest for several years. He would buy a thatched cottage, watch the sun rise and set, play chess and chat leisurely with village elders, listen to children frolic, and sense the most commonplace smoke and fire. This brief tranquility seemed capable of washing away the ancient frost and wind accumulated in his soul. Once his mood settled, he would set off once more. Over the course of walking and stopping, 1,000 years passed. His appearance grew increasingly aged, his aura even more restrained, looking no different than an ordinary old man approaching the end of life. One day, Chuzheng arrived at a city of cultivators. This city was rather large, a trading center jointly controlled by several nearby sects, with bustling streets and an endless stream of cultivators coming and going, calls and discussions incessant. The air was full of vitality, yet also suffused with restlessness and pursuit of profit. He stopped between taverns, choosing one that seemed quite grand, and entered. Inside the tavern, the sound of voices surged, fragrant with overflowing aromas. He ordered a table of mountain delicacies, though not top tier, it was filled with spiritual energy. He slowly ate like an epicure, savoring each bite. During the meal, he glanced over the hall, his gaze grazed the various diners, most were low-level cultivators, indulged in their discussions, exchanging cultivation insights or commenting on the shifts of regional powers. His gaze suddenly paused, resting on a nearby table. It was a teenage boy, just over 10 years old, with a tender face. Judging by his bone age, his cultivation was not weak, having entered the 3 realms of immortal Tao as an immortal cultivator. Within this near-immortal realm, whose upper limit was sealed, he was indeed a rare prodigy. However, at this moment, the boy's expression was somewhat gloomy, the spiritual food before him barely touched, as he aimlessly poked at it with chopsticks, out of place with the lively atmosphere around. Chuzheng looked at this still tender face, bearing a 70 to 80% resemblance to one in his memory, and understood. He recognized this boy. Shang Tsangyun. The one who, in the future, renamed near-immortal realm to Tsangyun, the first immortal venerable to emerge from this realm since ancient times. The same person who, in his humble beginnings, had helped him overcome hardships multiple times, had shown him great favor. The threads of cause and effect clearly manifested at this moment, connecting past and future, linking him to the boy before him. Chuzheng's thoughts surged, yet he remained outwardly calm. He rose and slowly approached, seated himself across from Shang Tsungyun at the empty spot. Shang Tsungyun raised his eyes and glanced at Chu Jing, seeing an elder with a peaceful aura and kindly countenance, who respectfully stood up and bowed, "Senior." He couldn't discern the depth of Chu Jing's abilities, and given his appearance, addressing him as senior was only appropriate. Chu Jing accepted the salute, gently sat down, smiled kindly like a concerned elder, and softly asked, "Young friend, what troubles you?" Shang Tsungyun glanced at the noisy environment around them, hesitated slightly, feeling it inappropriate to discuss matters here, and clasped his hands in respect. "Senior, may I speak with you privately?" With those words, he turned and ascended to the second floor, entering an elegant room. The elegant room was quiet. After activating a soundproof array, Shang Tsungyun finally shed his public facade, his expression falling, showing a trace of frustration, and began to lament to the unfamiliar elder before him. "Yesterday, an uncle from my clan who joined the Immortal Alliance returned. He told me that no matter how hard I cultivate, at most, I can only become a true immortal, and I have no hope of reaching the realm of an immortal venerable in this life." His voice carried unwillingness and disappointment. He said that in this great realm we are in, the bloodline is exhausted, the limit is set. I don't want to believe it, but it seems to be true. Chu Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, the smile in his eyes deepened, and he looked at Shang Tsungyun. "I see that you have extraordinary talent, and in the future you are destined to achieve the stature of becoming an immortal and become an ancestor." Shang Tsungyun showed little interest, not taking it seriously. To him, it was just comforting words from an old man. If this old man was really that powerful, he wouldn't be in this situation now. Chu Jing didn't mind Shang Tsungyun's reaction and continued to speak with a smile. "I offer you an opportunity, do you want it?" "What opportunity?" Shang Tsungyun asked casually, not holding much hope. "A secret realm, within it lies the immortal king's secret scroll, and even a divine heritage, which can help you defy the heavens and change your fate." Chu Jing smiled faintly, his demeanor carrying a trace of mystery. Upon hearing this, Shang Tsungyun's eyes widened a bit. Immortal King's secret scroll? Divine heritage? This was something that seemed to exist only in legends. Chu Jing didn't say much more, laughed heartily, stood up, and conjured several pieces of immortal jade out of thin air to settle the account, then instantly shifted through the void. The next moment, he had already brought Shang Tsungyun to a vast, boundless ocean. Not far away, a 1,000-foot-tall gate emerged in the void, emitting a hazy glow. Seeing the surroundings change instantly, Shang Tsungyun was obviously a bit dazed for a moment, then his eyes lit up, looking excitedly at the ancient-feeling gate ahead. "Is there an immortal king heritage in there?" "There is." Chu Jing nodded, said no more, and simply sent Shang Tsungyun into the secret realm with a wave of his hand. Within this secret realm, there were indeed opportunities, but it was up to him to obtain them. Chu Jing followed Shang Tsungyun into the secret realm, but concealed his presence, following silently, providing guidance. There were many dangers in the secret realm, but for Chu Jing, it was like his own backyard. He secretly pointed out the way, resolving crises, guiding Shang Tsungyun toward a place of heritage. There lay a heritage that originally belonged to him, and besides this heritage, he also left Shang Tsungyun an ancient book. This ancient book was the focus of his scheming. The ancient book he left behind contained methods to break free from the immortal Dao bloodline shackles and ways to gather the chief fortune of a great realm to nurture one person. In the current view of Chu Jing, there were many ways to break free from the immortal Dao bloodline shackles. He could even directly help Shang Tsungyun replenish his innate origin, transcending the constraints. But doing so would cause too large a chain reaction, altering the original trajectory of Shang Tsungyun's destiny completely. He needed a Shang Tsungyun who, within the established framework of ancient history, relied on his own efforts and a bit of coincidence to break through the limits, rather than an anomaly raised by force. Therefore, what Chu Jing left Shang Tsungyun was a method to become a divine blood descendant. Immortal descendant families were merely bloodlines, but this bloodline chains could not bind the blood descendants of the giant god clan. The giant god clan was a powerful race at the beginning of the world, with a bloodline of extremely high rank. Gaining a trace could partly override or neutralize the immortal Dao bloodline's shackles. however, the giant god clan has already vanished. To find descendants of the giant god, one would only look for opportunities at the cosmic edge. This endeavor is not easy, yet there is still great hope. With Shang Tsungyun's own talent combined with his guidance, he could walk the right path. As for the idea of gathering the chief fortune of a great realm to nurture one person, it pertained to the great tournament of 10,000 Sects Hidden Dragon. This is also a future key event. The current near immortal realm does not yet have the great tournament of 10,000 Sects Hidden Dragon, but after Shang Tsungyun, it must exist. Chu Jing needs Shang Tsungyun to pioneer this, to gather the chief fortune of the entire great realm, further ensuring his growth in the future. Under Chu Jing's guidance, Shang Tsungyun eventually successfully obtained the Immortal King heritage and the ancient book left by Chu Jing. Though the process had its ups and downs, with Chu Jing's covert protection, it was ultimately safe and without danger. Until he left the secret realm, Shang Tsungyun still held the heritage jade token and the ancient book, emitting an ancient aura, trembling with excitement. He knew very well that this was the turning point in his fate. After a long while, he calmed his emotions and looked at Chu Jing with deep curiosity. Within this curiosity was also deep reverence. To casually open a secret realm and bestow such significant treasures, this old man was no ordinary figure. "Why are you helping me, senior?" He couldn't help but ask the biggest question in his heart. Out of the blue, such a great opportunity fell from the sky, making it hard for him to believe. Chu Jing looked at him with deep eyes, seeing a future not far ahead. He shook his head slightly, with a somewhat carefree tone. "If I want to help, then I help. There are not so many reasons." Today's act could also be considered as resolving a piece of karma, repaying a favor from the future, and planting the first seed for the world's future. "May I ask your honorable name, senior?" Shang Tsungyun cupped his hands in a respectful salute, his expression solemn. "For today's kindness, in the future, Tsungyun will surely repay greatly." "I do not need your repayment, so there's no need for us to exchange names." Chu Jing shook his head slightly, and just as he was about to leave, his eyes suddenly condensed, his expression complex, and he whispered, "In my youth, I once had a thought, hoping to be remembered in history, and that this world would be named after me in the future. This, I ultimately did not achieve. If there's an opportunity in the future, help me fulfill this wish." As he finished speaking, Chu Jing's figure slowly dissipated, blending into the void, as if he never appeared. Shang Tsungyun stood where he was, clutching the heritage and ancient books tightly in his hand, gazing in the direction where Chu Jing disappeared, feeling stirred, and looked up at the sky, a heroic ambition arising in his chest. To be remembered throughout the ages, crowned by the heavens with one's name. This is how a true man should be. Chu Jing did not leave the near immortal realm, remaining in the great realm, still repeating the things he did before. Tens of thousands of years passed swiftly. In the realm, Chu Jing often heard news about Shang Tsungyun. Winning the Hidden Dragon competition of 10,000 sects, joining the Immortal Alliance, becoming an inspector, taking charge of Heaven's mandate, breaking through to become a venerable. When he reached the Immortal King realm, the near-immortal realm was also renamed Tsungyun. The legend of the Tsungyun Immortal King spread across the world, becoming widely known. During these years, the 3 true immortal noble families in the Tsungyun realm declined further, while the 5 sacred lands rose. The heavenly fate of the Tsungyun realm, with each great tournament of 10,000 sects held, began to gradually decline, and nature's spiritual energy became increasingly sparse. Watching these events gradually unfold, Chu Jing's emotions became increasingly calm, settling down in the southern region of Tsungyun, quietly waiting. He watched as the Taishan sect rose step by step, becoming the Taishan Holy Land, and then sealing the mountain to avoid the world, gradually withering. Besides Shang Tsungyun, he had another significant move, yet to be played. Once the timing was roughly calculated, Chu Jing proceeded forward, entering a mortal nation surrounded by cultivation sections. The great Zhou dynasty, the son of heaven of the Zhao clan. Chu Jing came here for Zhao Tingxian. This person would have a deeper karma with him in the future. In some respects, Zhao Tingxian's importance even surpassed Fu Pinglan. If it wasn't for Zhao Tingxian, He might have been suppressed by the true immortal overseeing the Tsunyun heavenly way when he first reincarnated, and it would have been difficult to grow under the eyes of the Immortal Alliance thereafter. Zhao Tingxian's existence was his most crucial protective umbrella and guide in his early years. Because of the karma with Zhao Tingxian, he was able to obtain clues about the incense fire deities, which guided him to walk the path of incense spirituality initially. Without the accumulation and cover of the incense fire divine Tao, his initial cultivation would not have progressed so quickly. More importantly, the incense spirituality of Taoist Venerable Xingqiu would not have been born. Without Xingqiu, to attract Fu Pinglan's attention in the Chaos Sea, to help defend against tribulations, it would have been difficult for him to survive the great tribulation of a qi cultivator smoothly. Zhao Tingxian was the key link connecting Qujing and Xingqiu, essential to his growth path. When Qujing arrived at Great Zhou to calculate karma, he discovered a slight shift in the timeline. He arrived over 100 years early. Zhao Tingxian had not yet been born into the Zhao family, and his grandparents had not even met. Faced with this small accident, Qujing wasn't concerned, he was very patient. He had waited for countless ages, how could he care about this mere 100 years? He did not leave. At the edge of the Zhao family's sphere of influence, he found a secluded valley and casually opened a simple cave dwelling. Inside the cave, except for a green stone mat, there was nothing else. He sat cross-legged upon it, blending his aura with the surrounding mountains and trees, as if truly becoming part of the valley, quietly slumbering. Spring passed, autumn came, flowers bloomed and withered. The mundane world outside the valley had undergone several generations of changes, and the cultivation world occasionally had small ripples, but overall remained as calm as stagnant water. Finally, in the 107th year after Qujing entered this valley, his dormant divine sense moved slightly. From the direction of the Zhao clan, a weak but innate fire-bearing life pulse suddenly appeared, quickly becoming bright and hot. Zhao Tingxian was born. With the demeanor of top-grade immortal bones and an innate fire spirit body, the news spread swiftly like it had wings, reaching surrounding nations and entering the ears of the cultivation sections. For mortals, immortal bones were 1 in 10,000, and top-grade immortal bones even rare, while an innate fire spirit body was the dream top-tier physique in the fire element immortal technique. The combination of both meant he had an enviable starting point and boundless potential in the fire element path. The Zhao family was overjoyed, seeing him as the hope for the family's rise. The phenomenon alerted surrounding sects, with many forces sending people to inspect. However, this frenzy was soon quelled by an even more powerful force. Taisu Holy Land personally stepped in. The Holy Land's emissaries arrived, surrounded by immortal light, overwhelming in might, directly expressing their intent to bring Zhao Tingxian into Taisu Holy Land for cultivation. For the Zhao family, this was an immense honor and an opportunity they could not refuse. Despite some reluctance, the Zhao family still sent 6-year-old Zhao Tingxian to the Taisu Holy Land with excitement. During this process, Qujing intervened, because when news of Zhao Tingxian spread, the Taishan Holy Land, which had been in seclusion for years, also got involved. For the sake of the natural fire spirit body, Gung Yang, as the master of the Holy Land, even personally came out. To prevent any accidents, Qujing raised a hand to hold back Gung Yang for a moment. By the time Gung Yang arrived at Great Zhou, it was already a done deal. After entering Taisu Holy Land, Zhao Tingxian's situation became delicate. The Great Void Scripture of Taisu Holy Land primarily cultivates water element techniques. The Taisu practitioner, with qi roaming the universe, elusive and unfixed, among all things in the world, only water has no constant shape. Cultivation is like going with the flow, showing strength through softness, adept at change. This was undoubtedly very restrictive for Zhao Tingxian, who had a fire spirit body. The natural aggressiveness and heat of the fire spirit body starkly contradicted the water-oriented essence of the Great Void Scripture, making his cultivation efforts much less effective. His cultivation speed was not fast. Even with diligent effort, it was only on par with other cultivators of top-grade immortal bones in the Holy Land, failing to display the dominance and rapid progress that a fire spirit body should possess. The once highly anticipated genius gradually became mediocre, even attracting some secret debates and disdain from fellow disciples. Faced with such a predicament, Zhao Tingxian did not give up. His innate stubbornness refused to admit defeat. He did not blame the heavens but instead began actively seeking a breakthrough method. He turned his attention to the alchemy Tao, starting to study the theory of mutual generation and restraint of medicinal properties, as well as some methods and techniques for balancing hot and cold medicinal properties. In his view, the essence of alchemy is to balance the attributes of different medicinal ingredients to achieve harmony, ultimately refining them into spirit pills. Thus, the human body can also be seen as a more complex pill furnace. His own fire spirit body and the water element Tao power of the Great Void Scripture should also be able to achieve a balance of yin and yang, and even complement each other, in some way. He wanted to merge his fire spirit body with the Great Void Scripture to achieve the effect of yin and yang together. This idea was bold and highly original. But the union of yin and yang is a great path, and with Zhao Tingxian's cultivation and insight, it was still too difficult to delve into. This involves a deep resonance between the universe of the human body and the great paths of heaven and earth, requiring extremely precise control and deep understanding of two completely different forces. Even with outstanding talent, without a millennium of research, it would be hard to achieve any significant accomplishments. Zhao Tingxian studied the Taoist collection on alchemy day and night, repeatedly experimenting with blending medicinal ingredients, simulating the operation of qi within his body, and even going as far as trying medicines on himself, suffering injuries multiple times due to conflicting energies. He delved into it almost to the point of demonic possession, caught in a massive quandary, struggling with the mismatch between his cultivation technique and constitution, striving to find that balance point, but to no avail. He felt as if he were walking in a maze with no end, surrounded by walls, the crucial exit always elusive. Anxiety grew day by day, and Zhao Tingxian even tried refining himself as one would in alchemy, placing himself in a pill furnace environment, engendering the forces of water and fire, attempting to forcefully merge them. The result was naturally extremely hazardous, ultimately ending in near failure, almost damaging his Tao foundation, requiring years of secluded recovery to regain his strength. Chu Jing had been observing in secret, not rushing to intervene. Some detours must be taken personally to be deeply remembered, and some bottlenecks must be broken through by oneself to establish a new foundation. He was waiting for an opportune moment, when Zhao Tingxian was on the verge of despair, yet his Tao heart remained unextinguished, still harboring a faint desire for the path of cultivation. With the passage of time, Zhao Tingxian moved forward within Tai Su Holy Land, his cultivation, despite stumbling blocks, ultimately stepping into the divine infant realm. This was not considered a poor achievement among his peers, but compared to his own talent, it was undoubtedly a bit slow. The dullness caused by the conflict between his constitution and his cultivation technique lingered like a shadow. After yet another failed attempt at yin and yang together, Zhao Tingxian, mentally exhausted, stayed alone in a secret chamber to adjust his breath. The secret chamber was simply furnished, with only a meditation mat, a wooden desk, and a few wooden racks holding elixirs and classic texts. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fatigue and an inescapable confusion. At this moment, a figure appeared silently in the secret chamber. Seeing the sudden appearance of the elder, Zhao Tingxian's expression tensed, instantly springing up from the meditation mat, raising his mana instinctively, and looking warily at the other party. "Who are you?" He could feel that the restrictions outside the secret chamber were intact, yet the other could enter as if no one was there, clearly possessing extraordinary cultivation. Zhao Tingxian was not flustered, remaining calm in the face of danger, with tumultuous waves hidden in his heart. To enter the Holy Land's core disciple's secret chamber without a sound, this old man's cultivation was likely higher than the heavens, possibly even a true immortal. Or perhaps, even higher? Chu Jing looked at Zhao Tingxian in front of him, reflecting on the transformations wrought by time. His gaze swept across the secret chamber, his expression calm, as he spoke directly. "I can guide you on your path and teach you the yin-yang great path. Are you willing?" Without small talk, he directly presented the most alluring offer. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingxian's heart leaped violently. The way of yin and yang was precisely what he yearned for but had been unable to grasp. In an instant, his eyes brightened, almost a reflex reaction. He immediately bowed, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. "Please, Senior, guide me." Regarding his reaction, Chu Jing was expectedly unsurprised and reminded him, "This method carries significant risks. It is an abnormal technique. In the future, you might be ostracized by the Immortal Alliance, even hunted by the entire Immortal Alliance." He laid the worst possible outcomes directly in front of Zhao Tingxian. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingxian felt a slight shock. Ostracized by the Immortal Alliance? Hunted by the entire Immortal Alliance? This price was heavy enough to deter any cultivator on the immortal path. But Zhao Tingxian hardly hesitated. He took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes, not missing the opportunity, his expression earnest as he said, "What is there to fear? Without attaining the great path, the Immortal Alliance won't even know who I am. Living an obscure and mediocre life, I would have lived in vain for a lifetime. Even if it costs me my life, I am willing to try. Please, Senior, bestow the technique." His choice was exactly what Chu Jing had expected. Zhao Tingxian was a dragon among men, bold beyond compare, not lacking the heart to seek life through death. "Very well then." Chu Jing nodded, said no more, and with a hand gesture, a stream of chaotic light sank directly into Zhao Tingxian's brow. This stream of light contained part of his understanding of the yin-yang law, the god-sculpting method, and the complete inheritance of the incense fire divine path. A vast amount of information surged into Zhao Tingxian's sea of consciousness in an instant, countless mysterious insights pouring forth like a tide. Among them, the magic technique on the mutual benefit of yin and yang and the coexistence of water and fire was extraordinarily exquisite, directly pointing to the source of the great path, clearing the fog and showing him a clear and feasible path. Moreover, the incense fire divine path opened an unprecedented door for him. This was a cultivation path distinct from the immortal path, capable of rapidly accumulating power and even possessing various divine abilities. Afterward, Chu Jing took action, helping Zhao Tingxian send a wisp of his soul division into the Chaos Sea, taking advantage of the Chaos Sea's unique environment to directly initiate him into the incense fire divine path. Zhao Tingxian closed his eyes, fully immersed in this astounding opportunity. The bottleneck that had troubled him for years suddenly loosened, and the road ahead became clear. It took him several years to initially digest these gains, firmly grasping the basics of the yin-yang law and the incense fire divine path. After calming his thoughts, Zhao Tingxian opened his eyes, his gaze clearer and deeper than before. He looked at Chu Jing, speaking in a deep voice, his tone filled with gratitude and solemnity. "What does Senior require me to do?" He knew well that for such a great favor, there must be a request. Chu Jing looked at Zhao Tingxian and stated his request. "I want you, after becoming a true immortal, to seek an opportunity to return to Tsangyun and take charge of the Heaven's Mandate, and then—" He paused, his tone exceptionally solemn. "In 1,000 years, pardon a heretic cultivator 3 times from death." As he spoke, Chu Jing handed over the birth details of a future Chu Jing to Zhao Tingxian. This was deduced by himself, without error. Zhao Tingxian said nothing more, not even asking who this heretic cultivator was or why he needed to be pardoned 3 times. He simply took the birth details into his hands, memorized them carefully, then with a serious expression, nodded in agreement. "I will not fail Senior's request." Zhao Tingxian bowed deeply, remaining in the position for a long time. When he finally looked up again, the figure before him had already disappeared. The final piece has fallen on the chessboard, the dust has settled. The predetermined points in time and space are like lighthouses in the dark night. As the distance to the shore of destiny grows closer, Chu Jing could clearly feel that the vitality within his body, which has traversed epochs of reincarnation, is quietly dimming irreversibly. Next, he should prepare for his own reincarnation. In these long years of laying out the vast universe and overlooking all living beings, he has already glimpsed part of the true meaning and rules of reincarnation, which governs the rebirth of billions. For ordinary living creatures, when their life ends, and the soul departs the body, it first falls into the soul origin pool or the burial valley. In that world, residual souls linger and are cleansed for a period until they completely sever their karmic ties with past lives. Only after enduring the 5 decays, or encountering fatal accidents and dispersing, will they be captured by the intangible cycle of reincarnation and enter rebirth. This process of rebirth takes precisely 49 days. Moreover, reincarnation and rebirth have their preferences, veiled in mystery. The living creatures in the great universe, after passing away, as long as there aren't many changes in the great realm where they are buried, and their stay within the vast universe isn't too long, they will be reborn in the same great realm after reincarnation. This is the pattern Chu Jing summarized over his years in the vast universe and is the basis for his plan to be implemented. He must ensure that, after his lifespan ends, his residual soul is promptly destroyed, thereby being sent into the cycle of reincarnation, and ultimately reborn in the Tsangyun realm. This matter is of utmost importance, allowing no room for error. The person executing the soul destruction must be someone absolutely trustworthy. Chu Jing stood atop the sea of clouds, with spiritual mist swirling beneath his feet, and a brilliant star river above his head. He was silent for a long time as faces flashed through his mind. Eventually, all the faces dissipated like clouds of smoke. No. Chu Jing sighed. This matter is fundamental, and even the slightest move could lead to unpredictable outcomes, not to mention, it involves the secret of 2.5 parts of his heavenly fate. He shook his head slowly, having made a decision. Only, doing it personally. Since he cannot completely trust anyone other than himself, he could only create another self. After pondering for a moment, Chu Jing activated the long-dormant Taoist orthodoxy within him, the incense fire divine path. This was a side door left road he had long discarded, relying on the willingness of the faith of the masses. Though it could yield quick success, it is fraught with hidden dangers, prone to backlash from belief, and has a very low ceiling, unfit for great use. But at this moment, it was the most suitable tool for Chu Jing. Chu Jing's figure disappeared from the peak of the clouds, reappearing in the starry sky. This was, indeed, the myriad realms. Countless ancestral Tao golden bodies were worshipped here, their divine light restrained. These golden bodies bore the faith of eternity, containing the crystallization of much incense fire willpower, most of which had already undergone spiritual awakening. Chu Jing slowly extended his hand, as the invisible power of laws spread, beginning to extract the vast incense fire willpower contained within. The vast willpower, like a golden ocean, was forcibly seized by him, gathered, compressed, and molded beneath the starry sky. Radiance burst forth, rendering his hair and beard golden, awe-inspiring like a god. No one knew how long had passed when the light gradually subsided, and a figure stepped out from the ocean of willpower. He wore a simple gray Taoist robe, aged in appearance, identical to Chu Jing, his gaze calm, like 2 ancient wells, showing no emotional waves. Incarnation of incense fire, Jingchu. Chu Jing felt the power of this incarnation. Since it did not bear the heavenly fate, mythical realm, this was the utmost limit this incense body could reach. But, it was enough. Chu Jing lifted his hand, and suddenly in his palm appeared an object, a pair of sealed eyeballs, belonging to Fu Pinglan. Safeguard it, and when the time comes, return it to whom it belongs. Chu Jing handed over the eyes, turned and returned to the Tsangyun realm. Jingchu silently received them, following in Chu Jing's footsteps. Not only was he a tool for soul destruction, but he was also the final insurance for Chu Jing in this world. This incarnation carried all of Chu Jing's memories from ancient times to the present and would complete all subsequent arrangements after his transformation into the Tao. Simultaneously, as long as those ancestral Tao golden bodies serving as the source of power did not collapse entirely, Jingchu would not truly perish. His existence itself was a barrier. As long as Jingchu exists, when Chu Jing falls, the death knell that would announce throughout the myriad heavens and realms the demise of a supreme being will not be tolled. All, proceed silently. The layout is set, and the rest is waiting. The river of space-time flows quietly. Centuries of time, for mundane living beings, are already several generations of reincarnation. For Chu Jing, it is but an instant. During this time, he sent out a wisp of divine sense, remotely observing the outside world. Zhao Tingxian, following the established fate track, grew rapidly, advancing triumphantly, breaking through the true immortal realm, entering the punishment authority, becoming an inspector, and making great achievements at the cosmic edge. Finally, he returned to the Tsungyun realm with honor, began to hold heaven's mandate, and gradually rose to fame in the Immortal Alliance. Chuzheng entirely withdrew all aura, traversed across mountains and waters, re-entered the Great Zhou dynasty, into Wuyang County, and into Luofeng City. That year, a family with the surname Song moved into Luofeng City. Chuzheng entered the city, his gaze vaguely covering the newly arrived Song family. He watched how the Song family cautiously sought to survive amidst the local powerful entities, with the family head, through adept means and a bit of luck, starting to gradually accumulate wealth and expand connections. The Song family's estate evolved from renting to purchasing, then to multiple expansions, gradually becoming grand and majestic. As spring turned to autumn, flowers bloomed and fell, 100 years passed by in the blink of an eye. The Song family had firmly established itself in Luofeng City, transforming from mere outsiders to a deeply rooted, flourishing century-old lineage, becoming one of the notable powerful families in Wuyang County. Chuzheng watched the scenes of mundane life, the rise and fall of the family, silently. The Song family's bloodline began to spread outward, like branches extending from the main trunk, some branching to other towns in Wuyang County, and others even reaching beyond the Great Zhou country into the broader southern region. The Song clan's lineage was spreading further and further. Then, Song Tonghai was born. Under Chu Zheng's gaze, he grew up day by day, learned to walk with faltering steps, started school, embraced youthful ambition, traveled the world, and succeeded the family business. Afterward, he married a suitable wife, further expanding the family enterprise, elevating the Song family to new heights. Chu Zheng's heart remained calm as he quietly awaited the arrival of the final signal. Finally, on a mundane winter night, the awaited signal arrived. The north wind swept the ground, thick snowflakes fluttered down, dyeing the entire Luofeng city a stark white. The biting chill made the 1,000 homes' lights glow faintly warm through the curtain of snow. Chuzheng stood quietly outside the Song residence walls, his posture upright, yet unable to conceal the age that radiated from within, his head full of silver hair covered in snow. Wah! The cry of a baby pierced through thick walls and the snowy wind, reaching his ears. The cry was particularly resonant in the silent snowy night. Chuzheng's fingertips trembled slightly, deep within his eyes that had witnessed countless changes and cosmic cycles, a complex glimmer flashed. Within that gleam was anticipation, a trace of faint pity, and some weary release spanning eternity. Ling Xue. Chuzheng murmured softly, his voice barely audible before being swallowed by the wind and snow. He did not enter the residence, nor did he use divine sense to probe closely, some things were clear enough through the results. The baby's cry subsided gradually. Chuzheng stood outside the wall for another moment, listening to this life's overture, then slowly turned away, blending into the pervasive snowfall. His steps were slightly staggering, his figure gradually blurred, eventually disappearing as if he had never appeared. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years passed, and another baby's cry echoed within the Song residence. Song Lingqing was born. Song Lingqing and Chuzheng were born the same year, which also meant his life's longevity had reached its end. Chuzheng chose Song Lingqing's divine soul as the final place to harbor his 2.5% of heavenly fate. The Tao seed is a singularity of condensed cosmic rules, only the ancestral realm can nurture it, and it's the only container able to carry 2.5% of heavenly fate without collapsing. Yet, even the Tao seed, without the support of the heavenly power fragment, Song Lingqing's fragile infant body and divine soul could not withstand the impact of heavenly fate's arrival. The outcome would be singular: the Tao seed shatters, the divine soul annihilates, heavenly fate goes uncontrolled, ultimately catalyzing unpredictable calamity. However, Chuzheng, near the end of his life, was still a Daluo golden immortal with the powers and methods of the ancestral realm. He must, and can only, take action at this moment, thoroughly sealing the 2.5% of heavenly fate within the Tao seed. He needed to use the last of his Taoist practice, transform his Daluo golden immortal body, imprint an unprecedented seal upon the Tao seed, sealing it entirely. As long as this seal isn't forcibly opened by external forces, then the 2.5% of heavenly fate will remain buried like treasure in the depths of 9 Netherworld, never manifesting on Earth, posing no burden to Song Ling-Ching, nor perceived by the outside world. At the instant of preparing to act, Chu Zhang's mind suddenly blurred. A fragment of future memory suddenly rippled through his mind. He suddenly understood why Song Lingxue took away the Tao seed from Song Ling-Ching. This was not for the power, but for a deeper reason, to protect Song Ling-Ching's life. If Song Ling-Ching's secret of bearing heavenly fate were known to Chu Zhang then his choices might have been entirely different. To obtain heavenly fate, to reverse the situation, he might choose another path at that time. Song Lingxue was merely protecting her sister in her own way. Karma cycles. A sudden unspeakable bitterness surged in Chu Zhang's heart. It turns out, the cause he planted today bore such fruit in the future. Suddenly, Chu Zhang's expression froze again. Heavenly fate within the Tao seed, apart from himself, no one else would know about, yet who told Song Lingxue this? Chu Zhang furrowed his brows, moments later suppressed this sudden realization. Now, the arrow is on the string, must be released. Autumn night's silence. Chu Zhang stepped slowly into the Song residence, entering the room. The room was filled with the gentle scent of calming incense, warm and tranquil. Song Tonghai's wife had fallen asleep in fatigue, breathing evenly. Not far away in the cradle, newly born Song Ling-Ching was wrapped in soft swaddling, sleeping sweetly, with a wrinkled, ruddy little face and weak yet steady breathing.